the traveling sorcerer in Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326, Mission for Natasha. Seeing that Fury had ordered Natasha to convey his order to track down Sorcerer, Sylvette could not help but sarcastically said, "You really cherish your life. Knowing that your information was marked as dead by the SHIELD mainframe, you didn't care about uploading other secrets to the network." Sylvette looked at Natasha with regret and said, "Don't you think it's a waste to meet such a boss who likes to hide in the dark and make trouble? Come to Hydra, let's." Before Sylvette finished speaking, Natasha suddenly hit Sylvette with the butt of the gun, showing with her actions that she would never go along with Hydra. Sylvette's mouth curled up slightly, and he rolled on the ground. When he dodged Natasha in a panic, he quickly took out the remote control in his pocket and pressed it. Suddenly, a ball of plasma burst out from the biometric device on the chest of a member of the Security Council. Before everyone could react, Sylvette pressed the remote control one after another, burning a big hole in the chest of each member of the council present. Sylvette looked like he had escaped death. He smiled and said to Natasha, "If you don't want to make a 2-inch hole in your sternum, put your gun down. I'll remind you that the identifier has been activated when you put it on your chest. You still have this trick." Natasha's eyes bulged, and she looked at Fury with embarrassment. Fury was a little confused. He didn't have many men now, and Natasha was a rare talent. If she died here inexplicably, it would be a big loss. After hesitating for a second, Fury gritted his teeth and put down the gun. When he was about to say a few harsh words to threaten Sylvette, he saw Feng jump high and kick Sylvette into a cripple. After completing the powerful shot, Feng turned his head to look at Natasha and said unhappily, "Girl, do you really not believe in my skills? The amulet I gave you is enough to block a bullet, and a small brooch can kill you? You should be braver. Don't be timid. Just do it." Natasha raised her eyebrows, took off her coat with the biometric identifier on it, while taking a breath, and strode to Sylvette, who was collapsed. While checking Sylvette's broken ribs and several spinal bones, she complained, "Poor Mr. Sylvette, knowing that there was a wizard present, you still wanted to turn the tables? You said you were thinking about escaping during the escort. How good it would be now. You have been kicked into a useless person who can't take care of himself, and you can't even move your legs if you want to escape." Sylvette looked at Feng angrily, turned his head away, and looked like he didn't want to say anything. Feng rolled up his sleeves and said unhappily, "Little guy, you still don't accept it, right? Believe it or not, I will take out your soul and light a lamp for fun." Fury raised his eyebrow. If he killed the man, how could he interrogate Sylvette? No one in SHIELD could communicate with the soul. Could it be that he asked Feng to help translate the dead language during the interrogation? SHIELD is already in chaos now, and he doesn't want outsiders to know about things that were originally confidential. Fury covered his forehead as if he had a headache, pulled Feng aside, took out a pen and paper, and wrote down a few addresses while saying, "These are the places where SHIELD hides Pierce's paper materials and the corresponding passwords. You can go and see them yourself when you have time." After writing the address, Fury handed the piece of paper to Feng, staring at Feng with a look that said, "Get out of here. Ludan, you are very skilled in the technique of crossing a river and destroying a bridge." Feng took the address and took a look at it. He put it into his shoulder bag and took out 2 magic props in the shape of bracelets and handed them to Natasha, saying, "Now that SHIELD is gone, you are unemployed and you just happen to have free time. I'm a bit busy recently and I need your help with something." Natasha took the props, looked at them and asked, "Are these the same props you gave to Sky?" "Yes." Feng pointed to one of the bracelets and said, "This one enhances your strength, and the other one enhances your agility. It's considered as a reward for you." Natasha put the bracelets on her hands casually, jumped on the spot, and gently shook the small pistol in her hand. After trying the enhancement brought by the bracelet and roughly judging the extra physical strength consumed, Natasha took off the bracelet, handed it to Feng reluctantly, and asked, "Let's talk about the mission first. I don't have any support on the mission now. If your mission is too dangerous, I'm sorry I can't do anything. Feng, who did not take the bracelet, shook his head slightly and said, help me find a 13-year-old child, but I don't have many clues. Apart from knowing that the child is with his single mother, the only thing left is that the mother's ex-boyfriend is a mercenary. As for the danger, Feng touched his chin and said, there is no danger before Mephisto or Ghost Rider finds the little boy, unless you can't even beat a single mother. Of course, if you feel there is danger, you can quit at any time. After all, that unlucky child is targeted by Mephisto. The duty of SHIELD is to erect a line of defense between the weird normal worlds. You fucking said that the little boy is related to the devil. How can I refuse? Even if I refuse, believe it or not, Fury will turn around and let Steve have the task. You are just forcing me to help. While complaining, Natasha put on the bracelet again and asked, what should we do after we find the little boy? I will send him to the lake. If possible, I hope you will kill the little boy directly and cut off Mephisto's thoughts. Unfortunately, you won't do that. Feng waved his hand to open the portal connecting to the desert. He said as he stepped through the portal, notify me immediately when you find it. If I can't contact you, I don't need to alarm the other party. I can just monitor them secretly. Fury looked at the desert opposite the portal silently without saying a word. Until the portal closed, he suddenly asked, Natasha, you said that SHIELD has been searching in the desert for a long time. Why didn't they find any magic props? Natasha, who was touching the bracelet, was stunned. She shrugged and said, you should ask Austin. After thinking about it, Natasha added, maybe there is nothing in the desert, just like you suspected that Kamataj was in the desert, but it turned out to be in Kathmandu. Fury was silent for a while, took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, dragged Sylvette towards the helicopter and said, I'm leaving now. You handle the follow-up. Follow-up. Natasha had a headache. When it comes to infiltrating enemy forces or fighting enemies, she feels that she is a good hand, but she is not cut out for sitting at a desk and talking to a bunch of politicians. Unfortunately, she knew clearly that the only people Fury could trust now were Steve, Hill and a few others. It's just that Fury trusts Steve, but the problem is that Steve has the title of God's righteous man, and who knows what he will say to politicians. And because of the Winter Soldier, Steve can't stand in front of the public now. Otherwise many people will point their guns at Steve, who is dedicated to protecting Bucky. Hill can stand in front of the public and talk to politicians, but she had thought of a way out before she went on the mission. I'm afraid that she had already rushed to Stark Enterprises for an interview the moment the 3 aerospace carriers crashed. With helplessness, Natasha stood in front of the French window with her arms folded, waiting for the FBI, the military and other forces to take over SHIELD. Soon, the military, who learned about the great changes in SHIELD from the internet, took the lead in driving tanks, helicopters, or fighter planes to surround the Triskelion. As the military questioned each agent, the agents originally affiliated with SHIELD were taken away, while the agents affiliated with Hydra were directly handcuffed and taken to the boardroom, waiting for the bosses to slowly interrogate them. Natasha was also temporarily detained under the military's guard until she was escorted to the capital the next day. After a set of swearing procedures, to state the facts truthfully, the congressman couldn't wait to ask, why didn't Captain Rogers come to make a statement? Then you have to ask Fury. Natasha said expressionlessly, I don't know what else he has to say. Before Natasha finished speaking, the congressman interrupted. He can come and explain how this country will maintain national security after destroying our intelligence agencies. Is this person sick? Natasha was confused on the spot. SHIELD is an international force and is supervised by the Security Council. When did it become an intelligence agency unique to the United States? However, Natasha didn't want to waste time talking to the other party and said bluntly, what Hydra sold to you was not intelligence, but lies. The implication was that SHIELD had become Hydra, so do we still have to support Hydra? It would be great if SHIELD was destroyed directly now, which would not only strike Hydra, but also give SHIELD, which was in danger, a new life. But the congressman obviously had a different opinion. Hydra was just a little mouse hiding in the dark and making trouble. There was no need to uproot SHIELD directly. Rebuilding SHIELD would require a lot of money. Don't you know that prices have skyrocketed in recent years? It's true that you don't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil and salt are until you run the household. Besides, it seems that a lot of the intelligence you gave us was given by you. Are you also a member of Hydra? Natasha was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She subconsciously touched the bracelets on her hands and complained in her heart, I worked hard to eliminate Hydra. Even if I don't have any credit, I have worked hard. You actually slandered me as a member of Hydra. Believe it or not, I will overturn the table. Another congressman saw that Natasha was now in a hot temper and changed the subject. Agent, how much do you know about Scar? She has caused panic among many people. Maybe there are people on the streets holding up banners that say drive out the dragon and marching. How can I know about Scar? If you have the guts, go ask the wizard. Natasha was silent for a while, shook her head and said, I only know that she is from Asgard and likes pure and kind people. Several congressmen looked at each other. Pure and kind? These days, we only know a pure and kind person like Steve Rogers. You mean, Scar is with Captain Rogers now? Asked a congressman. Natasha understood what the other party was planning, which was nothing more than finding Steve and obtaining Scar's DNA for various experiments. Sorry, I don't know where the captain is. Seeing Natasha's uncooperativeness, a congressman frowned and threatened. Agent, someone on the committee thinks you should be imprisoned instead of talking back to us in the Capitol. Natasha smiled slightly and retorted, you won't put me in jail, or even any of us in jail. Do you know why? This world is fragile. Perhaps we are responsible for it, but we are the most capable of protecting it. As she spoke, Natasha stood up and walked towards the exit, saying, you want to arrest me? You know where I am. Come if you can. Chapter 327 Where is the soul gem? When Natasha responded to the congressman in a domineering manner in the capital, Feng had already come from the Earth Desert to the Hank Daddy repair shop on Zunda. In the RV, Feng sat on the soft sofa with a beer in his hand, while Creature beside him blinked his big eyes with joy and introduced the progress of the RV's transformation in detail. After a long time, Feng grabbed a handful of peanuts and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing and asking, is there any news from the broker? Hearing Feng's inquiry, Creature immediately drooped his head, rubbing the corner of his clothes and answering aggrievedly, boss, the broker not only did not give Creature the news of the cosmic spirit ball, but also embezzled your bounty, and even threatened Creature not to look for him again. Otherwise he would pass the news of our search for the cosmic spirit ball to Ronan the Accuser and Cosmic Collector. Feng's drinking action froze. It is undeniable that Feng is not sure to fight Ronan at the moment, and at best he can only draw with the other party. If Ronan simply knew that he was looking for the cosmic orb, it would be fine. There were many people who wanted to find the cosmic orb, and Feng, a weakling, was not the only one who needed it. But if Ronan knew that the cosmic orb was in his hands, it would be different. That idiot would definitely make trouble for Feng. As for the collector, based on the information collected so far, this guy's not as weak as in the movie. On the contrary, he is as strong as Odin, and Feng is still unsure of fighting him. However, considering the collector's personality, even if he knew that the power stone was in Feng's hands, he would not come to Feng in person. At most, he would issue a bounty and let the mercenaries make trouble for Feng. Of course, no matter who came to make trouble for Feng, the first person they would look for was Fury wearing a black eye mask, not him, Feng. After thinking for a long time, Feng drank the beer in the glass in one gulp, grinned and said, Creature, you stay here to look after the house. I'll go to the broker to have a good talk. Creature looked out the window and asked, boss, are you going to find the broker during the day? What's the problem? Feng asked. Creature knew without a second thought that Feng would only talk to the broker with his fists, which made him a little worried. After all, on Zunda, not to mention killing, even fighting would result in a sentence. Creature reminded him, boss, the patrols of the Nova Corps are the strongest during the day. Why don't you go to the broker at night? Feng waved his hand and said indifferently, don't worry, I know my limits. The Nova Corps can't find any evidence against me. As he spoke, Feng changed into Fury in a black windbreaker and walked out of the RV. He stopped a taxi on the street and headed to the broker's shop. More than half an hour later, Li Feng walked into the broker's shop with a blank expression. The broker seemed to have expected Li Feng to come. Not only was he not panicked, but he said calmly, "Mr. Fury, welcome. How can I help you?" Li Feng didn't want to waste time talking to the broker and said bluntly, "Broker, my money is not something that anyone can touch." While speaking, Li Feng grabbed the broker's collar and asked viciously, "I'll give you two choices. Either give me the cosmic spirit orb, or I'll make you an idiot." The broker looked at Li Feng calmly, and after making sure that Li Feng was not carrying any weapons, there was a hint of sarcasm on the corners of his mouth. He slowly shook his head and said, "Mr. Fury, I remember telling you that the cosmic spirit orb involves Ronan the accuser, so I dare not continue this business. And in order to ensure that Ronan doesn't know that you are also looking for the cosmic spirit orb, I spent a lot of money to shut up many mercenaries." After a pause, the broker gently pushed Li Feng's hand. Seeing that he couldn't push it away, he said faintly, "Speaking of which, the little money you gave is not enough to keep your mouth shut. Do you think you can pay some fees to avoid Ronan's trouble in the future?" The broker pointed to the surveillance in the store and said, "By the way, let me remind you that I'm a law-abiding businessman, so the surveillance in the store is connected to the surveillance system of the Nova Corps. Although you don't know what your relationship with the Asgard is, I still found out that you are from the technologically backward Earth. Believe me, you'd better let me go immediately, otherwise I have plenty of ways to send you to Klin prison. So I should thank you for letting me go," Li Feng said sarcastically. As he spoke, Li Feng loosened the broker's collar. Just when the broker thought that Li Feng had given up, Li Feng put his arm around his shoulders, cast a spell to open the mirror space and said, "Whether I go to Klin prison or not is still to be discussed, but I think." Li Feng pointed to the crystal walls around him and said, "You need to stay in this prison for a few days to reflect on yourself." In terms of vision, the broker is indeed a qualified black market businessman. He has been exposed to various black technologies and rare items for many years, and can see at a glance that the mirror space belongs to the technology or magic of the other space. The broker's mind was a little confused when he recognized the mirror space. He never thought that Li Feng from Earth actually had the technology to open the other space. Now, he didn't know whether Li Feng would go to Klin prison, but he would never leave the other space in his life without Li Feng's permission. If Li Feng accidentally forgot that he was in the other space and starved for a few days, he would die in the mirror space. Thinking of this, the broker did not dare to push away Li Feng, who was hugging his shoulders. He showed a smile that was uglier than crying and said slowly, "Mr. Fury, if you have something to say, can't I return the bounty to you?" Li Feng shook his head slightly, dragged the fireball with one hand, and said with a smile, "How can that be? I pay you to do things. It's only natural." Aliens? The broker really wanted to cry now. It's not like he had never seen aliens before. He knew clearly that aliens were either extremely weak and became slaves or toys of some powerful people, or extremely strong and became warriors of certain forces. As for the free-moving aliens, the broker said that he had never seen many of them. This made the broker suspect that Li Feng was actually a person who was pushed to the table by a large force. Otherwise, there was no reason for the other party to continue to fight for the cosmic spirit ball after hearing that Ronan and the collector were also looking for the cosmic spirit ball. But, what exactly is the cosmic spirit ball? So many big forces are looking for it. While the broker was guessing what the cosmic spirit ball was, he secretly said that it was bad luck and begged, "Mr. Fury, I'm just a small businessman. I can't afford to offend either Ronan or you. Just let me go. I can give you money, a lot of money. The question is why do I need money?" Li Feng extinguished the fireball casually and stopped talking nonsense with the broker. He directly extracted the other party's memory to find everything he needed. After a long time, Li Feng knew that the cosmic spirit ball had not been found by anyone, and he also found an unexpected good news from the broker's memory, which made Li Feng feel that this trip was not in vain. In the movie, the broker did not know that Ronan was also looking for the cosmic spirit ball at first, but Star-Lord accidentally revealed it to the broker when he took the cosmic spirit ball to trade. The broker was so scared that he dared not make the transaction and directly drove Star-Lord away. Now, the reason why the broker got the news that Ronan was also looking for the cosmic spirit ball in advance was that Li Feng asked the broker to pay attention to whether anyone was looking for the cosmic spirit ball when he issued the bounty. It was also Li Feng's request that the broker not only noticed in advance that Ronan was also looking for the cosmic orb, but also had contact with Thanos' adopted daughter Gamora, and the two even reached a deal in secret. The content of the deal is very interesting. Gamora asked the broker to continue the task of finding the cosmic orb on the condition that she paid a large bounty and let Thanos become the broker's backer. However, once someone came to the broker with the cosmic orb, the broker needed to choose to refuse the deal and secretly inform her who had the cosmic orb. This is very interesting. I remember that Thanos asked Gamora to find the Infinity Stones, but her deal with the broker made it clear that Gamora wanted to get the Power Stone, and she got it in secret without letting Thanos find it. As for letting Thanos become the broker's backer, it was purely Gamora's nonsense. Who is Thanos? It would be strange if he had the heart to deal with the broker. I don't know if Gamora has found the whereabouts of the Soul Stone. Li Feng pondered for a while, snatched the broker's communicator and cast a spell to tamper with the broker's memory, turning him into a mentally retarded child who likes to chew his feet, and then cast a spell to turn himself into the appearance of the broker. Exiting the mirror space, Li Feng used the broker's communicator to send Gamora a message to meet in the restaurant, and then quickly left the shop. Restaurant, seat by the window. Li Feng leisurely ordered a glass of and a special wine and snails, enjoying the food while watching the pedestrians outside the window. Not long after, a green-skinned lady who seemed to be skinny walked into the restaurant, first looked around, and then sat directly opposite Li Feng. Gamora stared at Li Feng for a few seconds and whispered, "Didn't I say, don't contact me if there's nothing wrong?" Li Feng silently glanced at Gamora, said nothing, and just accelerated his eating speed. When Li Feng finished the last bite of snail, he stood up and made a gesture of invitation, saying, "I have news to tell you, but there are too many people here, and they are gossipy. Let's find a secluded place to talk." After thinking for a while, Li Feng pretended to be desperate and said, "This is the news I paid a lot of money for." Gamora said nothing, stretched out her hand to wave to the waiter to pay the bill and whispered, "I hope your news doesn't disappoint me, otherwise I will make you feel what despair is." Li Feng shrugged confidently and smiled mysteriously, "This is related to my reputation and future backing. I will not entertain you with boring news." "That's better." As they spoke, the two walked out of the restaurant and came to the back alley. Li Feng saw that there was no one nearby and no surveillance, so he waved his hand to open the mirror space. The moment the mirror space opened, Gamora subconsciously pulled out a dagger. With a flick of Gamora's wrist, the dagger turned into a long sword, and she asked sternly, "Who are you?" Li Feng smiled silently, with his hands behind his back, looking like a hermit, and asked, "Ms. Gamora, I have a small question that needs your help. Don't worry, as long as your answer satisfies me, I will ensure that you leave the space safely." Gamora pretended to think about it, but in fact she was judging the distance between herself and Li Feng and what tactics she should use to kill Li Feng in seconds. "What's the problem?" Li Feng saw that Gamora's muscles were tense, shook his head slightly, and waved his hand to control the space to flip like a drum washing machine. After a while, Li Feng saw that Gamora's overnight meal was about to be vomited out, so he stopped the flipping space and asked, "Tell me, where is the soul gem?" Chapter 328, Wami. Gamora felt bad now, but think about it, no matter who encounters the ground turning into the sky, and the wall holding action turning into a one-handed handstand, they will feel like vomiting like her. Besides, it's not that Gamora has never thought about getting close to Li Feng, but every time she wanted to jump near Li Feng, she would inexplicably distance herself from Li Feng. After a few times, Gamora realized that the opponent's space ability was very good. She couldn't even get close to the opponent, so how could she talk about killing the opponent? Just when Gamora was desperately complaining, "My mentality is broken," Li Feng restored the space and asked about the whereabouts of the soul gem. Gamora shook her dizzy head. She wanted to take the opportunity to get close to Li Feng, but she found that she couldn't even walk in a straight line after the previous dizziness. She could only half kneel on the ground helplessly, leaning on the long sword with one hand, staring at Li Feng fiercely, and spitting. "I don't know if you want to kill me. Do you think I don't dare?" Li Feng put his hands behind his back and walked to Gamora. With a hint of disdain on the corner of his mouth, he said, "I know who you are. When you were a child, your family was slaughtered by Thanos. Later, Thanos adopted you and trained you to be an excellent assassin." Gamora looked up and glanced at Li Feng. Li Feng saw that the other party's eyes were only hatred and anger. He touched his chin and said, "I got the news that you found the treasure map of the soul gem and burned it. I don't know what will happen if Thanos knows this news. How? I either run as far as I can or wait to die." While complaining in her heart, Gamora was a little puzzled. She couldn't figure out how the other party knew that she had found the treasure map of the soul gem. It was about the soul stone that Thanos wanted so much. When she got the treasure map, she destroyed it immediately and didn't tell anyone afterwards. "Are you curious about how I knew about the treasure map?" Li Feng put his hands behind his back, walked around Gamora with interest, raised his head slightly, and said proudly, "If you don't want others to know, you must not do it yourself. It means that whatever you have done will definitely leave traces, and I can find the answer I want from these clues." Gamora didn't know how much Li Feng knew about the treasure map, but she obviously didn't want the soul stone to be released. After a moment of silence, Gamora's neck stiffened and said in a lifeless tone, "Kill me." Li Feng's face rose. Although he guessed that Gamora would not cooperate obediently when Gamora acted as if she was ready to die, Li Feng still couldn't help twitching the corner of his mouth, and he couldn't help complaining in his heart, "I met someone who is not afraid of death again. Don't you know that I hate people like you the most? Isn't it better to live a good life? In the end, I still have to search for memories. Am I really not destined to be a mouth cannon?" Li Feng sighed slightly, walked behind Gamora who was waiting to die, cast a spell to petrify Gamora, and began to extract her memory. A few seconds later, Li Feng found that Gamora, who was supposed to be petrified, moved her fingers unexpectedly, which frightened Li Feng's eyes bulged. "What race is Gamora? Is the magic resistance a bit high?" In astonishment, Li Feng quickly changed to the time stagnation spell to continue to trap Gamora until the location of the soul gem was found in the other party's memory. Li Feng took Gamora out of the mirror space, waved his hand to open the portal, and left the back alley. As for Gamora, who was trapped in the time stagnation spell, Li Feng didn't care about her life or death. Besides, Gamora's magic resistance was unexpectedly high. It is estimated that the other party will be able to break free from the time stagnation spell by itself in a few minutes. Back in the RV, Li Feng sat on the sofa, and he glanced at Creature from time to time with his inner entanglement. Creature could sense Li Feng's strange gaze, but as a house elf, he knew what to ask and what not to ask, and silently prepared a glass of beer and a few dishes for Li Feng, whose face was full of "I have something on my mind," and stood respectfully behind Li Feng, ready to be ordered at any time. The beer was still the wheat beer, and the dishes were still the dishes Creature cooked himself, but Li Feng's mind was not on the wine and dishes at this time, and even the food that he thought was extremely delicious in the past now felt as tasteless as chewing wax. After a long time, Li Feng got up and walked to the window, deliberately not letting Creature see his front, and asked in a low voice, "Creature, if I need you to sacrifice your soul, do you dare to do it?" "Boss, Creature can do it," Creature answered without thinking. Everything Creature has is given by the boss, and Creature is happy to serve the boss. Li Feng was silent for a while, nodded stiffly, and asked, "Do you have any wishes? Maybe I can satisfy you." Creature tilted his head to think about it, and smiled. "Boss, Creature hopes to hang his head on the wall of the RV after his death. This is the home of the boss and Creature. Creature doesn't want to leave here even if he dies. What the hell is this crappy wish?" Li Feng, who only felt the nameless fire in his heart suddenly rising, clenched his fists. He didn't know why he suddenly wanted to beat someone up. After a long time, Li Feng, who kept taking deep breaths to adjust his mentality, suddenly ordered in a hoarse voice, "Creature, rent a spaceship. I want to go to an alien planet." "Okay, boss," Creature replied respectfully. Creature will find Hank's father to rent a spaceship now. With money as the way, Hank readily rented a small spaceship to Li Feng and prayed that the rich man Li Feng could crash the spaceship so that he could collect enough compensation to buy a new spaceship afterwards. On the other hand, Creature could only prepare as much food and drinks as possible because he didn't know how long Li Feng would be away, which made Li Feng's shoulder back bulging. Is this food prepared for several months? Do you think I'm a pig? Li Feng guessed a little speechlessly. Only when Li Feng set foot on the road to Vormi did he know how correct Creature's preparation was. The road to the stars is long. What else can he do besides eating and taking a nap? Practice magic? Don't make a fuss. This is space. Who knows if the spaceship will hit the planet? And the spaceship he is riding now is not only slow, but also can't withstand any wind and waves. Li Feng didn't want the spaceship to be destroyed suddenly, and then he had to open the door and return to Zinda in embarrassment. He had finally made up his mind to come to Vormi. Once he returned to Zinda halfway, who knows if he could make up his mind to go to Vormir again. 7 days later, when Li Feng, who felt that he had gone crazy, was complaining about what it was like to be locked up in a small dark room by the army, the artificial intelligence on the spaceship prompted that the spaceship had arrived at Vormi. Li Feng, who had been alone for 7 days, was no longer in the mood to go around Vormi to see what this mysterious planet looked like. He just wanted to find the soul stone as soon as possible and then go home and find someone to dump the nonsense he had been holding back for a week. After landing the spaceship impatiently, Li Feng immediately ordered the dementors to find the soul stone's servant Red Skull, and he walked out of the spaceship slowly. Li Feng glanced at the sun that looked like a black hole and then jumped and rolled on the desert land to vent his anger. After the irritability in his heart subsided, he drove the black cloud around and wandered around. After half a day, a dementor reported that he had found the Red Skull. Li Feng immediately ordered the dementors to gather and rushed towards the Red Skull on a black cloud. The Red Skull seemed to have expected Li Feng's arrival and said calmly, "Welcome, Master Li Feng from Earth. I'm the guide who leads everyone to the Soul Stone." Li Feng waved and greeted him, saying calmly, "I know you. Steve Rogers, the Red Skull from Earth, asked me to say hello to you." The Red Skull was stunned for a moment and laughed hoarsely. "I didn't expect that anyone knew that I, Rogers, was still alive. I'm alive and well. I'm still in good health. I eat everything I want, and I can sleep as soon as I touch the pillow," Li Feng said. Hearing that his old rival is still in the society of feasting and drinking and doing well, Red Skull was silent for a while, turned around and said, "Are you ready to exchange for the price of the Soul Stone?" Li Feng froze in place for a few seconds. He was inexplicably irritated again. He took out a beer from his shoulder bag, drank several sips, and said lightly, "Lead the way." Red Skull glanced at Li Feng for a few times and said while leading the way, "In the last life, I once pursued the Infinity Stones and even caught one with my own hands, but it abandoned me and exiled me here to become the servant of the Soul Stone." "Cosmic Cube, Space Stone," Li Feng whispered. "Yes." Red Skull turned his head and glanced at Li Feng and suddenly laughed. "At first I thought I was ready to pay the price, but I was wrong. If you want the Soul Stone, you can only exchange it with the soul of your loved one and die. You don't need to guess what the next words are. Red Skull was teleported here by the Space Stone. Let alone that he has no loved one. Even if he does, what? Staying on a wasteland planet without even a car, can Red Skull still return to Earth?" Seeing that Li Feng was just walking with his head down and had no intention of chatting with him, the Red Skull was not angry. After all, he had long been accustomed to loneliness. Besides, just because Li Feng didn't speak, didn't mean he couldn't speak. He had been silent for 70 years, which was much longer than Li Feng's 7 days. The Red Skull said, "Since you know me and dare to come here alone, you must know that the Soul Gem has a respected status among the Infinity Gems." The closer Li Feng got to the altar, the more irritated he felt. He tried to pretend to be expressionless and said in a light tone, "Because it has wisdom, it is also the entrance to a small universe." The Red Skull nodded slightly. "As per convention, I need to remind you that in order to ensure that the owner of the Soul Gem understands its power, the Soul Gem needs your sacrifice. As for what to sacrifice, you already know." While nagging, the Red Skull brought Li Feng to the altar, pointed to the bottom of the cliff and said, "What you are facing now is not only the soul gem, but also your fear. You sit with me for a while." Li Feng sat down on the edge of the cliff before the Red Skull finished speaking, and patted his side irritably, motioning for the Red Skull to sit down. Red Skull was stunned for a moment, and then sat down next to Li Feng silently. He could see that Li Feng had not really made up his mind yet, but this was normal. After all, getting the Mind Stone was equivalent to killing his beloved with his own hands, which was something that not everyone could do. Li Feng handed the beer in his hand to Red Skull, took out a few dishes, and said, "Drink with me." Chapter 329 Minotaur. Ever since the Harry Potter world asked for Creature, Li Feng had treated Creature as a sacrifice for the soul gem, so he could not be beaten or scolded. It seemed that, even if he had scolded him, it didn't matter. To Creature, insults and such things were nothing. Besides, it was normal for house elves to be beaten and scolded in the Harry Potter world, and Li Feng was at least nice to Creature on weekdays. Except for Creature's occasional nagging and scolding, he never beat Creature. Even if Li Feng had something in his heart, he would only confide in Creature, and completely treated Creature as a close friend. Of course, in order to be able to make up his mind to sacrifice Creature when necessary, Li Feng never thought of curing Creature's madness from the beginning, and insisted on letting Creature remain in a state of occasional madness. But Li Feng never thought that Creature would slowly recover his will after being separated from Voldemort's locket and receiving several treatments. Even now, Li Feng rarely sees Creature nagging or talking to himself. It is estimated that Creature will be cured in a while. Originally, it would be fine if Creature returned to normal. Li Feng was determined to sacrifice Creature. But the house elf was too loyal, so loyal that he would obey orders, even though he knew he would die. For example, the conversation between Li Feng and Creature before he left Xander. Didn't Creature understand the meaning of Li Feng's question? How is it possible? Creature has been following Li Feng for some years, and he often listens to Li Feng's inner thoughts. Creature fully understands Li Feng's character. Creature understands that Li Feng intends to kill him. But Li Feng never expected Creature to answer. The RV is the home of the boss and Creature. Home. Li Feng now regrets asking Creature, "If I didn't know that Creature treated me as a family member, maybe Li Feng was holding the beer in a daze, not thinking about it." At this moment, Li Feng suddenly realized that time flies, and emotions are so unreasonable. In his heart, he couldn't bear to part with Creature at all. Otherwise, why did he ask Creature? He was just bored. Thinking of wanting to sacrifice Creature who had saved him several times regardless of his own safety, Li Feng smiled bitterly, and drank the beer until there was no more beer in his hand. After a long time, Li Feng threw the cup off the cliff fiercely and cursed. "Fuck your ancestors." Sacrifice. Li Feng, who still felt unhappy, floated in the air and kept casting spells towards the cliff. On the side, Red Skull ate delicious food and watched Li Feng casting various magics towards the cliff, as if watching a joke. As for beer, sorry, this thing is almost the same as holy water. He dared not touch a drop until Li Feng maintained a posture to cast the nuclear reaction fireball covered with spiritual fire. Red Skull interrupted with a twitching mouth. "Li Feng, the soul gem has its own consciousness. The previous small spells of the soul gem can be regarded as not seen, but once this fireball goes down, I guess you will never have a chance to have a soul in this life." Li Feng's face froze, and he raised his hand slightly with a twitching mouth, and threw the nuclear reaction fireball into the distance. Watching the mushroom cloud rising from the rising star of Vormir, and feeling the impact passing through him, Li Feng took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, self-deprecatingly saying, "Well, forget about getting the soul gem this time." The Red Skull narrowed his eyes at Li Feng and asked curiously, "From what you said, I can take the soul gem next time." Li Feng looked up into the distance, still feeling irritated, and casually explained, "I always like to prepare backup plans when doing things, but the backup plan is not perfect now. Maybe I can't get the soul gem." After saying that, Li Feng turned his head and flew towards the spaceship. Of course, he was not going to leave Vormir, but to find a place to vent. After all, venting excess energy when people are unhappy is the best way to relieve worries, such as getting drunk and going to the venting house. But for Li Feng, drinking alcohol is not considered venting. His alcohol tolerance is enough to support a small winery. As for the venting house, ask which boss dares to take the order. Aren't you afraid that Li Feng will use magic to demolish the house? The strength of his demolition is much more powerful than her. So for Li Feng, the most ideal place to vent is to dump it after eating, or go to another world where he doesn't have to take responsibility. Back on the spaceship, Li Feng sorted out his shoulder bag and waved to open the portal. After passing through the portal, Li Feng found himself in a forest, and not far away, a huge minotaur that walked upright was bullying a little kid holding a long sword. Not far behind the little kid, a boy with a human upper body and goat's hooves in the lower body was shouting "Be careful" to the little kid. Li Feng was a little confused. Where is this? What kind of species are these? Scratching his head, Li Feng became invisible and floated into the air. Touching his chin, he guessed, the minotaur is full of hell breath. Needless to say, this guy is from hell. As for the boy with goat's hooves in the lower body, Li Feng couldn't judge the other party's identity for a while. If he said that he was the goat man in Greek mythology, he didn't have goat horns on his head, which didn't conform to the myth. Could it be the offspring of humans and goat men? So there are only sheep hooves and sheep smell, but no sheep horns. Li Feng looked at the half-sheep man curiously and guessed. As for the last little kid who looked like a human, Li Feng sensed a faint divine power on him, and he couldn't judge anything else. Who cares? I just want to beat him up. The minotaur is obviously a creature from hell. If I don't beat you, who else should I beat? Thinking of this, Li Feng put on his armor and suddenly appeared in front of the minotaur just when the minotaur slapped the little kid away. Without any preface or self-protection, Li Feng raised his foot and kicked the minotaur's joints. The minotaur was stunned by the sudden appearance of Li Feng, and then the severe pain in his joints made him subconsciously take a few steps back. When the minotaur stood firm, he found that the one who kicked him was just a human wearing armor. He immediately roared at Li Feng in anger, lowered his head, and pointed the horns on his head at Li Feng, and ran towards Li Feng with his hooves. But, let me try your strength. Li Feng rushed towards the other party with his arms wide open, and then grabbed the bull's horns tightly, struggling with the minotaur. Li Feng, who was pushed back a few steps by the minotaur, before he stood firm, licked the corner of his mouth and smiled evilly. I like to eat beef. I wonder how the beef burger from hell tastes. While speaking, Li Feng twisted his waist hard. Originally, Li Feng wanted to throw the other party down, but he suddenly discovered an embarrassing fact, that the minotaur's strength was much stronger than he thought. The other party swayed slightly, and then stood firm again. I've lost face, you give me a big face. While complaining, Li Feng saw that the other party was swinging his palm as big as a palm fan to slap him away. He was so angry that he teleported behind the other party and shot at the bull's butt. Your strength is only slightly stronger than mine. What's the point of being arrogant? When the minotaur staggered forward a few steps, Li Feng opened the shield and jumped on the other's head. He held the bull's horns with one hand to fix his body shape and swung his fist with the other hand to beat him to death. As for the minotaur's resistance, Li Feng knew how strong the other party was and naturally knew that the shield was enough to withstand the other party's attack. In addition, he only had the idea of venting his emotions in his mind. As long as he didn't die, why bother? Just like that, under Li Feng's reckless beating, the minotaur went from roaring angrily at the beginning to groaning in pain later, and was finally knocked to the ground by Li Feng's boxing. On the side, the goat man saw the brain of the minotaur bubbling out, and Li Feng still waving his fists like crazy. He was so scared that he swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. He quietly walked to the kid, pulled the corner of his clothes, and whispered, Percy, let's go to the half-blood camp quickly. This guy's too dangerous. Percy nodded in fear, carefully picked up the long sword, and walked into the half-blood camp with the help of the goat man. After a while, the goat man and Percy, with several centaurs holding torches and humans holding flashlights, stood under the quaint wooden gate. One of the centaurs with a full beard saluted Li Feng, who was sitting on the minotaur's head in a daze, and said, Hello sir, my name is Chiron. You can also call me Bruna. Chiron, also known as Chiron. Li Feng looked at the other centaur in a daze, and the corresponding information instantly emerged in his mind. Chiron, in Greek mythology, Kronos, the second generation king of gods in ancient Greek mythology, turned Philola, a water nymph in Greek mythology, into a mare, and gave birth to Chiron, so Chiron's image is a centaur. Chiron is not as barbaric and brutal as other centaurs. He is kind, likes to uphold justice and is hospitable. At the same time, he is also the teacher of many Greek heroes. Is this the world of Greek mythology? Feng was a little confused. Logically, shouldn't the humans in the mythological world appear in coarse clothes and linen? What's the matter with making a flashlight? While wondering, Feng looked up at the wooden door above Bruna and saw the words Half-Blood Camp written on the wooden door. The world of Percy Jackson. After roughly guessing what world he was in, Feng's pupils shrank in shock. Damn, there are 12 main gods in this world, as well as demigods and sub-gods. Can't afford to offend, dare not be reckless. Feng looked down at the Minotaur under him, showing a smile that was uglier than crying, and asked, "Brother, is this thing from Hades?" Bruna shrugged his shoulders, indicating that the Minotaur was Hades' man, and asked, "Excuse me, who are you? Will Hades cause trouble for me?" Feng rubbed his cheeks and thought about it. After putting the armor back into the portable space, he grabbed the Minotaur's horns and walked towards Bruna, saying, "My name is Austin, and I'm a human wizard." While speaking, Feng reached out to touch the barrier on the wooden door. Feng knew a little about the world of Percy Jackson, such as the function and origin of the barrier of Camp Half-Blood, but he was not sure whether the barrier would work for him. Bruna heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the barrier stop Feng. Although he did not see Feng killing the Minotaur with his own eyes, he heard Percy say that the Minotaur was beaten to death by Feng with his fists. A wizard killed a creature of hell with his fists. What a mess. Of course, this also shows from the side that the opponent is very strong. He is so strong that he does not need to use spells when facing the Minotaur. He can solve it directly with his fists. Such a strong man who appeared inexplicably came to the Half-Blood Camp. Bruna was warm and hospitable, but he was worried. But just as Bruna breathed a sigh of relief, he saw the other party waved his hand to open a circle of light, and then dragged the Minotaur through the circle of light, and walked into the Half-Blood Camp. Bruna's eyes bulged. What's going on? Where is the barrier? Is it time to get off work? Chapter 330, Entering Camp Half-Blood. Walking into the Half-Blood Camp, Feng casually threw the Minotaur away and said aggrievedly, "Mr. Bruna, can I hide here? You're already in." Bruna couldn't complain in his heart, and smiled and tactfully refused. "Sorry, Half-Blood Camp only accepts half-human half-god half-bloods. As the saying goes, the greater the risk, the greater the reward." In addition to wanting to avoid Hades' revenge in the Half-Blood Camp, Feng also wanted to get some benefits. Especially knowing that there are true gods in this world in the future plot. If he doesn't take the opportunity to get some benefits from the gods, Feng feels that his conscience will condemn him for the rest of his life. Besides, the Half-Blood Camp is full of magical items, materials and precious knowledge. Bruna wants to send Feng, who has thrown his face into the trash can, away with just a few words. What an international joke. So Feng didn't wait for Bruna to finish refusing. He took out the magic materials from his shoulder bag and handed them to Bruna, saying, "I can pay the room fee." Bruna glanced at the materials in Feng's hand. A trace of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth, but he quickly hid it and said sincerely, "I'm sorry, Mr. Austin. The rules of Camp Half-Blood are made by the gods, and they will also keep their eyes on the camp, so please forgive me for not placing a pure human in the camp." The disdain in the eyes means that the other party has good things here, so I can't leave even more. Feng thought about it, took out the Holy Grail from the world of the Holy Grail artifact and the blood of the Titan evil god from the world of the cabin in the woods from his shoulder bag. After introducing the two in detail, Feng shook the Holy Grail and asked, "Mr. Bruna, what if I become a hybrid after using the Holy Grail? Can the camp take me in?" While speaking, Feng added in his heart, "I don't believe that the Holy Grail and Titan blood can't attract the attention of the gods. As long as these gods want their children to have stronger blood power, they will definitely find me to trade." On the other hand, Bruna's brain is a little confused. This is the first time he has encountered the operation of transforming into a hybrid after birth. As for whether the two items in Li Feng's hand really have the effect that the other party said, Bruno has taught many heroes and is knowledgeable. Even if he can't see any side effects of artificially transformed hybrids, he can judge that the Holy Grail is indeed effective. Bruno thought about it with a headache. The rule of the half-blood camp is to take in half-bloods. There is no requirement whether the half-bloods are congenital or acquired. I can't make the decision on this matter. I need to report that you can live in the camp temporarily, but now is a turbulent time, and I will arrange someone to monitor you. After saying that, Bruno ordered the centaur beside him, arrange a room for this future half-blood. The centaur nodded and waved at Li Feng, motioning Li Feng to follow him. On the way to the settlement, Li Feng pretended to be curious and asked, "Hey, buddy, what's your name? What does Bruno mean by troubled times just now? Are you in trouble? Do you need my help? You can call me Sophie." Sophie means wisdom in Greek. Sophie introduced herself, glancing at Bruno and the frightened little kid Percy in the distance, and whispered, "Something big happened in Olympus recently. Zeus' lightning fire was stolen. He suspects that Percy Jackson, the son of Poseidon, stole it, and asked Percy to return the lightning fire before midnight on the summer solstice, otherwise he will start a war. Percy Jackson and the divine lightning thief. It seems that the plot has just begun. What a good opportunity." Li Feng's mouth curled up slightly, thinking about how to squeeze some benefits from the gods. After a while, Sophie brought Li Feng to a cabin, pushed open the creaking wooden door, and apologized. "Sorry, there are no visitors in the camp usually, so we don't have any extra guest rooms. You can stay here for one night, and I will help you clean the room tomorrow." Li Feng waved his hand indifferently, and while casting spells such as clean and new, he smiled and said, "Thank you for your help, but I'm a wizard, and I have the spell to clean the room." As he spoke, the cabin was already as clean as new. Sophie was stunned with surprise, and said enviously, "Although we are half human and half god, we don't have the means of wizards. This is the first time I have seen the magic of wizards." Sophie glanced at the cabin and said, "I won't disturb your rest. Good night, Mr. Wizard. Good night, Mr. Sophie." Watching Sophie walk away, Li Feng climbed up the cabin, lying on the roof with a piece of wild grass in his mouth, looking up at the starry sky, and his mind was quickly planning something. The next day, with the noise, Li Feng opened his sleepy eyes, got up and sat on the roof to wake up, and heard Percy's voice coming from under the wooden house. "Mr. Austin, good morning." Li Feng looked at Percy and saw Percy pulling the sheep man beside him and said sincerely, "Grover and I are here to thank you for saving us last night." The sheep man Grover was obviously still a little afraid of Li Feng, who was violently beating the Minotaur. With a fake smile on his face, he put his right hand on his chest and saluted, "Thank you for saving me and Percy." Li Feng waved his hand to indicate that you are welcome, jumped off the roof, and asked, "Percy, do you know your true identity?" Percy, who saw his mother's death with his own eyes, nodded a little excitedly and said, "I'm the son of Poseidon, the god of the sea. My father built a house for me by the lake." Looking at Percy, who couldn't shut up once he started talking, Li Feng couldn't help but complain in his heart, "So, now that you have a god-level father, you have forgotten your mother's death? Or is it that foreigners are so casual about the death of their relatives? Where is the restaurant?" Li Feng touched his stomach and interrupted Percy, who was talking non-stop, and asked Grover, "Do you have any wine?" Grover stretched out his hand and made a gesture of invitation, saying, "Our restaurant is an open restaurant, but there are many people in the camp who are not yet adults, so you need to prepare your own drinks." When he heard that there was no wine, Li Feng immediately frowned and asked, "Grover, please introduce the specific situation of the camp." Grover nodded, introduced the layout of the camp, and took Li Feng to the buffet restaurant. Just as Li Feng had filled his stomach and was getting familiar with the environment, accompanied by Grover and the guardian Sophie, Bruno stopped Percy and said, "Do you remember the devilish training I told you about last night?" Percy raised his eyebrows, nodded slightly excitedly and said, "How should we train?" Bruno crossed his arms, pointed in the direction with his chin, and smiled. "Following me in actual combat is the best training, so you have to participate in the flag grabbing competition." On the side, Grover's eyes lit up and he gloated, "Ha, the flag grabbing competition is always exciting. Of course, you have to put on armor first, otherwise you will die. What? Percy was a little confused by Grover's fright. He was just a child. Should he use a real combat method that would kill him to train? Feng, who had seen the movie, knew that the so-called flag grabbing competition was to let a group of little brats simulate two armies fighting, and whoever could grab the other side's flag would be the winner. Except that the little brats all had half human and half god physiques, and would not die easily. It was actually similar to a fight between two groups of bad students, and it was not interesting at all. Feng, who was used to big scenes, naturally had no interest in the capture the flag contest. After watching Percy leave, he signaled Sophie to take him for a few more rounds, to familiarize him with the environment in the camp, as soon as possible, such as letting him recognize where the homes of the mixed bloods were, especially where the children of Hermes, one of the 12 main gods, and known as the servants of the gods, lived. Feng knew that this mixed blood named Luke was the one who really stole the lightning fire. If he could find a chance to steal the lightning fire out, Feng felt happy when he thought about exchanging the lightning fire with Zeus, and then trading with the gods with the Holy Grail and Titan blood. This is a deal with the real god, and the gods have good things in their hands. I'm going to make it big. Before Feng could take a few steps with his mouth watering, Bruna suddenly thought of something, coughed and shouted, "Mr. Austin, I have something to discuss with you." "Find me?" Feng asked blankly. "What is it?" "Wait a minute, I'll arrange the capture the flag contest first," Bruna said apologetically, and turned to arrange Percy's devil training. Soon, Percy was assigned to Luke's team, and started fighting with the team led by the daughter of Athena. As the battle began, Bruna pulled Feng and said, "Do you know that Zeus's lightning fire was stolen?" Feng glanced at Sophie behind him and said, "I found out last night." Bruna naturally guessed who told Feng about Zeus. He glared at the talkative Sophie and said, "Percy is not a thief. I need Percy to go to Olympus and explain to Zeus to avoid the outbreak of the War of Gods. It's just that Percy is too weak now. Once he leaves the camp, his life will be in danger." Bruna said with a little melancholy, "Even after the devil training, his combat experience is still not enough. I hope you can protect Percy in secret. You destroyed my theft of lightning fire just to make me a bodyguard?" Feng pouted inwardly, tilted his head and thought for a while, wondering, "Why do you want me to protect you? Do you trust me so much?" Bruna smiled and shook his head, saying, "Besides you, I will arrange other people to protect Percy." Spreading his hands, Bruna said helplessly, "You have also seen that we are different from ordinary people. We usually dare to appear in front of the public after disguise, but disguise is not conducive to our strength. Without disguise, the world has changed. We are half human and half god, not invulnerable gods." Feng understood what Bruna wanted to express. The other party shook his head and said frankly that he would arrange other people to protect Percy, which clearly showed that he did not trust him. But poor Bruna had no choice. There were very few human-like mixed bloods in the camp, and their strength was still weak. It's not that there are no powerful mixed bloods, but the outside world has developed into a world of guns and cannons. Once they appear in front of the public with strange looks, they will be sliced and studied. Therefore, the people arranged by Bruna will only hide in the dark, and he is both a target that attracts firepower in the open and a powerful bodyguard. After a moment of silence, Feng crossed his arms and said with a smile, "It's not impossible for me to be your bodyguard, but what can you give me?" If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331, Deal with Poseidon. It is understandable that Feng wants benefits. After all, you have to give gifts when you ask for help. Now Bruna is asking Feng to risk his life to be a bodyguard who would work for no reason without some benefits. Bruna had expected that Feng would ask for benefits. He took Feng to the lake and howled into the lake, "Your Majesty, Poseidon." Poseidon gave benefits? This operation is possible. Feng looked at the lake calmly, only to see the lake water surging, and then an adult-sized waterman rose. When the waterman approached the lake, he turned into a handsome middle-aged man. Bruno saluted to the middle-aged man and said, "Your Majesty Poseidon, please excuse me." Li Feng glanced at Poseidon, imitated Bruno's salute and said, Hello, respected Majesty Poseidon." Poseidon smiled and nodded at Bruno, indicating Bruno to pay attention to his baby son. When Bruno's figure completely disappeared, Poseidon frowned and said, "Are you a dark wizard?" "No, your energy is very strange, and it seems to have the breath of an angel. Are you suppressing your own dark energy?" It can only be said that the other party is worthy of being a true god, and he can see Li Feng's situation at a glance. Since using the Loki mask, Li Feng has tried not to use spells, to vent his spells on for me when he is upset. The troubles that can usually be solved with fists are solved as much as possible. The purpose is to prevent the sequelae of Loki's mask from occurring. Li Feng does not want to be corroded inexplicably. He still wants to live a few more years. Li Feng took out the bald pseudo-seraphim feather from his arms and said, "Your Majesty, the angel breath you sense belongs to it." Poseidon, a dark wizard who knows how to restrain himself, made a simple judgment and said, "What is the price of protecting Percy to go to Olympus?" Li Feng pinched his nose. He didn't even know what good things Poseidon had, so how could he quote, "Be honest in business, my god brother." After thinking for a while, Li Feng asked carefully, "What can your Majesty give me?" Poseidon was silent for a while, and said, "What do you want? Power, status, wealth or strength?" "Power and knowledge." Li Feng answered without thinking. Percy is the son of Poseidon, and a father who loves his children deeply is willing to pay what level of power and knowledge to ensure the safety of his children? Li Feng is looking forward to Poseidon's answer. On the other side, Poseidon took Li Feng's choice for granted, nodded and said, "You need to exercise your own strength. I can only give you knowledge, but my knowledge is too precious for mortals. Even for a wizard like you who is about to become a demigod, it is still invaluable. I know how to do business. You are just bargaining." Li Feng smiled in his heart, but did not dare to show any sneer or ridicule on the other party's mercenary face. He just calmly took out the Holy Grail and the evil god's blood from the single room bag, handed it to Poseidon for inspection, and said, "I can give some of the purified Titan blood to your son for use." Poseidon took the evil god's blood expressionlessly, looked at it carefully for a few times, shook his head in disappointment and said, "There is the breath of Tiffy in the blood, but the breath is too thin. I estimate that the owner of the blood is at most the great-grandson of Tiffy, and at most he is a sub-god of hell, not much stronger than a demigod." Tiffy? The devil god, the father of demons, and the enemy of the gods, Tiffy? Li Feng's face lit up. Poseidon was a god of great wealth and power. He didn't even look down on a small character like Typhon, let alone a descendant of Typhon who had been there for many generations. But Li Feng did look down on him. He knew that Typhon was the son of Gaia, the goddess of the earth, and Tartarus, the god of the underworld, and belonged to the Titans in Greek mythology. It was just that Typhon looked a little sorry for the audience. He had 100 snake heads, feathers all over his body and a pair of wings. His tongue was forked like a snake claw, and he could even spit fire from his eyes when he stared. And although Typhon looked strong and as tall as a mountain, his DNA was extremely unstable, which resulted in none of his children with his wife Echidna, whose upper body was a beautiful woman, and whose lower body was a snake body, looked like him. They were all scary beasts. The more famous children included the hellhound Cerberus, the 9-headed snake Hydra, the harpy, the lion-headed goat monster Chimera, and so on. Of course, it is also possible that it is not a problem with Tiffy's DNA. Li Feng did not dare to ask Tiffy for the specific details, because this guy had broken Zeus's tendons, which shows how powerful this demon god is. Unfortunately, the blood in my hand is not from Tiffy. Li Feng thought, no, I should be glad that I didn't meet Tiffy. If I met Tiffy face to face, Li Feng's mind flashed that he would be in trouble in a minute. He trembled with fear and smiled slowly, ready to take the evil god's blood back from Poseidon. However, Poseidon, who disliked the poor quality of the evil god's blood, seemed to have other plans. He did not return the blood to Li Feng, but carefully observed the Holy Grail. After a long time, Poseidon nodded slightly, and said in a calm tone, "The rune on your cup is very interesting. It can strip the consciousness of the god's blood, and purify the blood. Unfortunately, it is useless to our 12 main gods. Our blood is too strong. You should just say, but, Li Feng complained in his heart, but his face showed a humble look of seeking advice. But, Poseidon looked at the Holy Grail, then at the evil god's blood, and said, the combination of the two, combined with some suitable medicinal materials, can indeed greatly improve Percy's physical fitness, and even lay the foundation for Percy to become a demigod. In the future, Percy is not without the opportunity to become a god. I've made this deal. Improve physical fitness. The stronger the physical fitness, the stronger the resistance to dark energy. It can also lay the foundation for becoming a god. I'll definitely take this formula. Li Feng widened his eyes, blinding Poseidon, and said in ecstasy, I want a way to improve physical fitness. You. Poseidon looked at Li Feng with a slightly contemptuous look, shook his head and said, my method is not suitable for you. Why? Li Feng asked subconsciously. Seeing a little impatience on Poseidon's face, Li Feng immediately lowered his posture and asked respectfully, Your Majesty, please explain to me during this period of time. I will swear to protect Mr. Percy's safety. Is this respectful to me, or is Percy threatening me? Poseidon's eyes twitched slightly, and he glared at the back of Li Feng's head unhappily. There was no way Li Feng was bowing to show respect. Poseidon, who was a little helpless, asked, do you know Sigurd or Siegfried or Sigurd? Li Feng nodded. In order to travel through time, he was familiar with various myths and legends, and the three names in Poseidon's mouth were actually the same person. It was just that Sigurd was a dragon-slaying hero in Norse mythology, but now it came from the mouth of the Greek sea god, which Li Feng found weird. Seeing Li Feng nod, Poseidon continued, legend has it that Sigurd slew a dragon as a mortal, and became invulnerable, after bathing in dragon blood. You are a wizard, so you should know the consequences of a mortal bathing in dragon blood. Li Feng nodded and said, the mortal body cannot absorb too much energy, and will only be suffocated to death by dragon blood. After a pause, Li Feng said dimly, but legend has it that Sigurd is the descendant of Odin's son in the world, and has Odin's thin blood in his body, so he should not be considered a mortal. This is why Sigurd benefited from bathing in dragon blood. Yes, Poseidon smiled, but the blood he possesses is too thin, so thin that he can ignore the power of his blood, and become a mere being that is subject to birth, aging, sickness and death like mortals. At this point, Poseidon's tone suddenly changed. However, even thin blood is the blood of a god, and my method is similar to Sigurd's bathing in dragon blood. Li Feng was silent for a while, and said, Sigurd can bear dragon blood, because he has Odin's blood, and Percy has half of your blood, so he can use your method. I'm just a mortal, so your method is not suitable for me. After a pause, Li Feng looked up and asked, what if I break through the limits of mortals? Break through the limits of mortals? You have great ambitions. Poseidon looked at Li Feng blankly. With the principle that the proud gods don't want to lie to mortals, Poseidon hesitated for a while, and nodded and said, you can use it when you become a demigod. It's good that it can be used. Li Feng said nothing, and bowed deeply to Poseidon. Seeing that Li Feng insisted on asking for the formula, Poseidon wondered where Li Feng got the confidence to break through the limits of mortals, but he didn't ask much. Are you sure you want to exchange for the formula to improve your physical fitness? Li Feng nodded affirmatively. He is a man with many different worlds behind him, and his strength is close to the peak of mortals. He is confident that he can become a demigod. Seeing this, Poseidon said nothing, and waved at the water flow. Soon, a water column holding a scroll moved in front of Li Feng. When Li Feng couldn't wait to open the scroll to check, he heard Poseidon proudly say, boy, you've made a fortune. Do you know what a demigod is? Li Feng shook his head blankly. He practiced the Eastern Kung Fu, but unfortunately the content was only below the level of demigod. How to become a demigod can only be achieved by his own perception. But Li Feng had no perception at all. He had thought from the beginning that he would ask Thor for help. Now, since Poseidon wanted to introduce what a demigod is, Li Feng was of course interested. Seeing Li Feng's humble attitude, Poseidon raised his mouth slightly and explained, demigods are usually divided into two types. One is a mortal with the power to kill gods. Of course, they can only kill gods with low power or not good at fighting, such as sub-gods, but their lifespan is still the same as that of mortals. It's only 100 years. In our eyes, they are just a stronger and the other type of demigod may not have powerful power, but they have obtained extraordinary lifespans. The lifespans of some demigods can even be compared with those of gods. What does a long lifespan represent? Without waiting for Li Feng to answer, Poseidon continued, it means that he has enough time to gain power. Poseidon pointed to the scroll. The formula on the scroll is the method for you to obtain a godlike lifespan from the blood of the gods. Once you use it, your lifespan will be at least 1,000 years. Or 1,000 years. At least Li Feng couldn't help but grin with his back teeth exposed. Although it is still far behind the lifespan of the EC, it is at least 1,000 years of lifespan. What if this demigod becomes a true god? This deal is worth it. And the difference between gods and demigods. Chapter 332 An Obedient Naughty Child. True gods and demigods, in Poseidon's understanding, are about whether or not there is divine power. Divine power is not only a symbol of strength, but also the most intuitive expression of whether a god has mastered a certain law. Just like him, as the god of the sea, he masters the laws of the ocean, relying on his own divine power to control the surging waves, the ebb and flow of the tide, etc. is as easy as eating and drinking water. Zeus, who has not mastered the laws of the ocean, can certainly raise huge waves with his divine power, but he will never be as relaxed and comfortable as him. Of course, divine power is not static. To put it bluntly, divine power is also a kind of high-level energy. As the master continues to understand the power of the law, divine power can also continue to evolve or change, allowing the gods to continue to climb to the high throne. Li Feng expressed his understanding of this. Haven't you eaten pork or seen pigs run? Just like Thor in Marvel, his divine power is related to thunder and lightning, but can Thor only control thunder and lightning? How is it possible? He can also control wind and rain. In Ragnarok, Thor, who was beaten by his sister Hela, woke up one day and his power evolved in minutes, and he blasted Hela away with his backhand. This shows that Thor's lightning power can actually be updated, but Thor upgraded to thicker and larger lightning. Compared with Hela's power, according to the information in Li Feng's hand, although she was named the goddess of death, the law she mastered at the beginning was self-healing ability. Although it is not known whether Hela can cut off her own head and kick it like a ball and put it back on her neck after kicking it, she is still alive and kicking, but her self-healing ability is definitely stronger than Wolverine next door. Relying on her strong healing ability, Hela does not consider her own defense at all when fighting. After all, even if she is shot into a hedgehog, she can still wield a knife flexibly. If Li Feng was shot into a hedgehog, he would have been dead long ago. This is a far cry from the original. Originally, Hela's development in the field of healing was the most reliable. As a result, she learned the spells of spirit and soul by relying on her physique that could not die, no matter how hard she tried. Then she combined the knowledge into divine power and turned the good healing divine power into death divine power. After introducing the difference between demigods and true gods, Poseidon looked at Li Feng with a smile. Li Feng understood the other party's eyes in an instant, but he didn't have the reward of how demigods could be promoted to true gods. Even if he gave all his belongings to Poseidon, it would not be enough. He could only lower his head like constipation. At this time, Bruna ran to Poseidon with a cheerful horse hoof and said happily, Percy is very talented and has made rapid progress. He has mastered the ability to use water to heal himself. By the way, he successfully captured the flag and is now preparing for a bonfire party to celebrate in the evening. Poseidon's face was happy, and then he said darkly, due to the rules, I can't see him. After a moment of silence, Poseidon looked at the Holy Grail and the evil god's blood in his hand, and said, I will go back and make the potion immediately, before Percy leaves the camp. Poseidon looked at Bruna and said, find an opportunity for Percy to apply the potion all over his body. Remember, it is the whole body. I don't want Percy's future to have any weaknesses because of mistakes. Li Feng narrowed his eyes and asked, just like Sigurd who was bathing in dragon blood, his body that should have been invulnerable has a weakness because of a fallen leaf on his shoulder? It is related to his own future. Li Feng's detailed inquiries are not excessive. Poseidon nodded slightly and turned to leave. Bruna looked at the scroll in Li Feng's hand curiously. Li Feng did not shy away from anything. He opened the scroll and handed it to Bruna, asking, "Are there any materials on the scroll in the camp?" There were a lot of materials on the scroll. Bruna looked at it for more than 10 minutes before returning the scroll to Li Feng. He gestured to Li Feng to go to the bonfire party and said, "There are only a small half of the materials in the camp. The rest are either extinct or too precious." Li Feng put the scroll into his shoulder bag and asked, touching his chin, "Will the 12 main gods have materials?" Bruna instantly realized that Li Feng had powerful weapons such as the blood of the evil god in the Holy Grail. Since Poseidon can find Li Feng to make a deal for Percy, the other main gods will definitely find Li Feng to make a deal for their own children. Otherwise, how can their children be so much weaker than Percy for nothing? It is said that everyone is a mixed race person and is on the same starting line. Why is Percy's future a demigod while their children are nothing? But the Holy Grail belongs to Li Feng alone. The main gods can't put aside their skin and snatch it directly. Moreover, the quality of the Holy Grail is not enough to purify their blood. Even if they borrow the Holy Grail, they can only find weaker blood. The question is where to find suitable blood. Originally, the blood of the evil god is not bad. After all, this thing is Titan blood, and it belongs to the blood of the gods. However, the blood of the evil god is a non-renewable resource. Now that Poseidon has traded one, Li Feng must reserve one for himself. I'm afraid that the main gods who trade in the future will give more generous rewards. After all, things are precious because they are rare. The calculation is very good, but unfortunately Bruna shrugged. I don't know if the main gods have materials, but I know that not every main god has children. For example, among the 3 giants, only Percy is a descendant. What you said is not believed by a fool. This is a Greek god whose private life is a mess. You actually told me that they have few children? Apart from other things, I know that Poseidon has a one-eyed son and Zeus has a daughter who turned into a tree. Li Feng rolled his eyes inwardly, shrugged and said indifferently, but some gods have many descendants. For example, the god of love has a group of daughters. If he comes to me for a deal, he can probably buy all the blood of the titans. Then other gods go to the god of love's house to ask for blood. Bruna had a slight headache. This was not his random guess, but the relationship between the 12 main gods was so messy, and it was normal to form cliques. I hope the prelude to the war of gods will not be opened. Bruna prayed silently in his heart, and walked quickly towards the camp, where singing and laughter came from. Li Feng looked at Bruna, who suddenly changed his face and left in a daze, scratched his head, walked to the dining table by himself, grabbed a stack of lamb chops and a bottle of sparkling wine, and walked aside to enjoy quietly. Just when Li Feng was eating happily, the flames of the bonfire suddenly burst out of a figure with goat horns on his head and a body on fire, which scared several experienced warriors on the side, and drew their swords without thinking, and raised their round shields in front of them. Li Feng recognized that the one who appeared in the flames was Hades' clone. After all, there was no one else who could have such a strong smell of hell. Hades looked around, looking for his nephew and shouting, "Percy Jackson, come out." Percy, who only knew his true identity 24 hours ago, said that he didn't know Uncle Hades. He only knew that the other party didn't look like a good person, and he had no intention of facing him directly. Seeing that Percy dared to deny his uncle, Hades was so angry that he threw fireballs at the dining table in the open space. It can be seen that Hades was concerned about the half-bloods in the camp and knew that he couldn't hurt the children, otherwise he would have to wait for the parents of the other party to line up to block his door. But Li Feng was a little unhappy. Throwing fireballs on the open space to scare a bunch of little kids was fine, but what was the point of blowing up the dining table? He hadn't had enough. For the tribe, Li Feng shouted and waved his hand to open a portal in front of the dining table, teleporting the fireball to the sky above the lake. When the fireball exploded in the lake, Li Feng picked up the dinner plate to cover his face and shouted, "Pluto, you are finished. You dare to attack the territory of the sea god. Just wait for Poseidon to come and throw paint on your door." Hades glanced at Li Feng contemptuously and shouted, "Percy Jackson, be obedient to me, lightning fire. Hand over lightning fire and I will let your mother go." Originally, Percy thought that he could just hide aside and watch the fun. Anyway, he didn't want to recognize this relative. But now, the other party actually claimed to have released his mother? Percy was a little confused. He took a few deep breaths and mustered up the courage to stand in front of Hades and asked, "My mother is dead. I saw it with my own eyes." No. Hades looked at Percy carefully for a few times, and after confirming that the child in front of him was his second brother's child, he said, "Your mother is still alive. I sent the Minotaur to kidnap her. She is in my territory." After saying that, Hades, fearing that Percy would not believe him, cast a spell to project his second sister-in-law so that she and Percy could have a brief exchange. After Percy believed what he said, Hades immediately ended the projection. He was only a clone now, and he was unable to make a long-distance video call to the Kua plane. When Percy saw that the video call was over, he said indignantly, "What did you do to my mother?" "What can I do? Kill your mother? My second brother is the first one who will not let me go." Hades ignored Percy's question and said, "If you want to see your mother again, bring me the lightning fire." As soon as the voice fell, Hades' clone's energy was also exhausted, and it instantly turned into a ball of fire and disappeared. Percy twitched his eyes, turned his head to look at Bruna, and said seriously and solemnly, "I want to save my mother." Bruna was a little speechless. People have already specified that they want to exchange for lightning fire. What can you do in the underworld? Bruna advised. "Percy, you don't have lightning fire." "I can tell the truth," Percy retorted naively, "when he knows that I didn't steal the lightning fire, he will let my mother go." "No way. You are waiting to be kidnapped by your uncle, and then use you to ask for benefits from your father." Bruna, who knows Hades better, shook his head and threatened. "Hades is an extreme person and can't talk to him. Besides, once he knows that you didn't steal the lightning fire, he will only kill you and your mother." "But this is my mother's only chance to survive," Percy said confusedly. "No." Bruna saw that Percy was a little at a loss and comforted him. "We will proceed according to the original plan and go to Olympus to talk to Zeus. After Zeus believes in your innocence, we will try our best to rescue your mother." From an outsider's perspective, Bruna's plan to go to Olympus first is actually the most important. After all, explaining it clearly to Zeus is equivalent to avoiding a war of gods, which is enough for Percy to win a Nobel Peace Prize. And rescuing Percy's mother is a personal act. Even if the mission fails, only Percy's mother will be sacrificed. Compared with the two, it is obvious which is more important. Unfortunately, Percy didn't think so. He only knew that Bruna didn't support him. "Okay, I'll listen to you," Percy responded casually. On the side, Feng looked at Percy with a smile, and then at Bruna. "Who has ever seen an obedient bear child? Bruna, have you heard that people's hearts are treacherous? You are too naive." Chapter 333 Grandma Medusa. After a good bonfire party was ruined by Hades, a group of little brats chattered and went back to their homes to find their mothers, or found a secluded place to continue chatting in pairs. As for what to talk about, Feng only knew that the relationship between the gods in Greek mythology was chaotic, and the children with their blood were he. Feng picked up a pile of food and drinks that he had rescued, climbed up to the roof with 3 steps and ate the juicy steak while looking at the entrance of the camp from time to time. Until midnight, the little brats who talked about life rubbed their waists and went back to their rooms to rest. Feng smiled and watched Percy, Grover, and Athena's daughter Annabeth sneak towards the camp gate. "Okay, it's time for the bodyguards to go to work." Feng stretched, floated straight in front of the 3 people, and asked with a smile, "3 little friends, why don't you come out for a walk so late? Do you want to come to your uncle's house for a visit?" Percy said a little nervously. "No, we are just taking a walk." "Yes, just taking a walk." After a pause, Percy forced an explanation. "I'm just not used to life in the camp. I'll go back to the room to sleep later." "I give you full marks for this explanation." Feng pointed to Percy's backpack, waved his hand to open the portal to leave the camp, and said as he stepped through the portal, "I don't know why, the moon outside the camp looks more like a pancake, the kind with sesame seeds sprinkled on it." Percy and the other 2 looked at each other. Grover asked blankly, "What should we do now?" Annabeth rolled her eyes at Grover, stepped through the portal first, and said, "Percy's backpack has told everyone that Persephone is not taking a walk. Since Austin didn't report us and helped us open the portal, it is enough to show that he wants to adventure with us. Percy hesitated, stepped through the portal and quickly walked to Feng, apologetically said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Austin. First of all, I want to thank you for not exposing us, but..." Percy took out a map from his backpack, handed it to Feng, and said, "We are going to the underworld to rescue my mother, but the underworld is easy to get in but extremely difficult to get out, so we need Persephone's pearls that can leave the underworld at any time." Before Percy finished speaking, Feng opened the map and observed the magic on the map and said, "But there are only 3 Persephone pearls in the United States." "Yes." Percy nodded slightly and said, "We have limited time. After getting the 3 pearls, I will go to the underworld immediately to rescue my mother, and then I will rush to Olympus to explain the matter of lightning fire to Zeus." Feng understood what Percy wanted to say. It was nothing more than that they only knew the whereabouts of 3 Persephone pearls. If Feng went to the underworld with them, he would never come back. "But, Brother Percy, where did you learn your arithmetic? It was really amazing. There were 3 people when we went, but 4 came back. Also, is there any place that Feng couldn't leave these days?" It can only be said that Percy underestimated the portal of Kamataj. What is a portal? This is a powerful magic that can travel across dimensions. What is a small underworld? Feng is a man who can live in the Half-Blood camp on weekdays and then go to the underworld to enjoy delicious food at mealtime. If it weren't for the lightning fire, we would have gone directly to the underworld now. Feng waved his hand indifferently and said, "I'm a wizard. I have my own way to leave the underworld." Percy was stunned for a moment, turned his head to look at the place where the portal originally appeared, and asked, "Can your portal allow us to return to the human world from the underworld?" Feng, who bullied Percy for not understanding the portal, explained half-truthfully, "In theory, you can return to the human world from anywhere, but in practice..." Feng spread his hands and explained with a strong helpless tone, "My strength is low. The opening time of the interdimensional portal can only be calculated by a stopwatch, and opening it once will definitely consume a lot of mana. With my strength, don't even think about opening it a second time without half a day of recovery time." Percy pondered for a while after listening to Feng's explanation and nodded to indicate that he accepted the explanation. After all, this is cross-dimensional magic, and it sounds awesome. If there were no restrictions and the door could be opened at will, wouldn't Luke's father, who is known as a divine servant, be forced to resign by Feng? In terms of the speed of sending letters and parcels, who can compare with the portal? Thinking of this, Percy said nothing. Instead, he felt relieved because of the participation of a powerful wizard. He sincerely thanked him. "Thank you. It feels good to bully you, and then thank me." Feng shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he didn't care, and asked, "Where is our first stop?" Percy spread out the map and took a look and said, "Aunt Me's Garden Gnome Art Shop. I haven't been there, and I haven't heard of it." Feng apologized. "Sorry, I can't open a portal in places I haven't been to, so we can only take a car." Percy didn't care. He didn't even know how to go to the underworld at the beginning. Now he has a group of companions to accompany him. It's good to take a car, not to fight on the battlefield. After a long journey, the group of 4 arrived at Aunt Me's Garden Gnome Art Shop at dawn. Percy and the other 2 didn't think much about it and walked directly into the dilapidated art shop with garbage everywhere. Feng was a little hesitant. Compared with Percy and others, he knew that Medusa lived in the art shop. It was like a cheat. Whoever she glared at would get pregnant, and whoever she glared at would be petrified. Moreover, Medusa had the ability to seduce people. You couldn't help but look at her. Who could stand this? Feng said he couldn't stand it. But Percy had already rushed into the art shop, but his bodyguard was standing outside the shop. What if Poseidon deducted his salary? What if he was accused of passive resistance? Who would dare to do business with Feng, who had no credibility in the future? With a bitter face, Feng simply opened his eyes and followed Percy with a slow pace. After all, he is also the protagonist. Under the shining halo of the protagonist, I should, maybe not be petrified. As soon as I appeared, as soon as he entered the store, Grover shouted, "Is there anyone at Aunt Me's house?" No one. Medusa had a Feng who couldn't help but complain in his heart. He tightened his muscles, prepared the time stagnation spell, and looked around carefully. On the side, Annabeth seemed to see that Li Feng was a little nervous, and frowned and asked, "Austin, what's wrong?" Li Feng shook his head slightly, and said in an uncertain tone, "I don't know why, but I always feel that there is something strange here, as if there are some dangerous creatures hiding." Dangerous creatures? As the daughter of the god of wisdom, Annabeth knew clearly that she rarely left the half-blood camp, and had far less experience in facing danger, which made her subconsciously choose to believe Li Feng's words. Annabeth looked around carefully. Suddenly, she found something, and hurried to a small landscape pool, shouting, "Hey guys, look what I found." Walking to the pool, Annabeth picked up a handful of gold coins from the water and said, "Ancient Greek gold coins." Grover looked at the gold coins and said confidently, "It looks like we found the way." "Yes." Annabeth handed the gold coins to Percy. "Here, your souvenir. How can we find the pearl?" Percy took the gold coins and put them in his pocket, saying, "Everyone, look for it separately." Originally, searching for the pearl separately was the fastest way, but now Annabeth believed in Li Feng's intuition and felt that it would be dangerous to separate. Unfortunately, Percy didn't believe that there were any dangerous creatures in the art shop. He just wanted to find the pearl as soon as possible and then go to the underworld to rescue his mother. Seeing that the temporary team was about to quarrel, Li Feng, who was standing in front of a statue, suddenly shouted, "Don't you think these stone statues are too realistic?" Bobby didn't care. This is an art store. What's wrong with the realistic statues they made? Could they make mosaics? Which idiot would buy mosaics? Compared with Percy, Annabeth, who is more familiar with Greek mythology, suddenly realized something. She covered her mouth and walked quickly to the statue, carefully reaching out to touch the statue. Although Grover was careless, he was not stupid. He also realized something and subconsciously said in horror, "Medusa, is this Medusa's lair?" As soon as Medusa appeared, Percy wanted to cry. "I just came to find a pearl. Why should I be so unlucky? What should I do now?" Grover said at a loss, "Leave here?" Li Feng didn't care whether he left or not. His goal was never the pearl, but the shield with lightning fire hidden on Percy. As long as Percy chose to leave, Li Feng would go out and turn right without saying a word. However, the naughty boy Percy felt too good about himself. He felt that he could still fight back. He gritted his teeth and insisted, "No, we are here to find pearls. How can we go to the underworld without pearls?" After thinking for a while, Percy took out his mobile phone and said, "We can use mirrors and other items to determine the presence of Medusa. After solving Medusa, we can slowly look for pearls." Li Feng was confused on the spot and wanted to ask Percy, "Where do you get the confidence to kill Medusa? She is an old monster who has lived for who knows how many years. Even my spells may not be able to break her defense." While complaining, Li Feng saw Percy take out a pen from his pocket and press the button to instantly turn it into the cursed sword. "Well, you have a sword that can kill gods and Buddhas. Medusa's defense is like a blank sheet of paper to the cursed sword. It is indeed not enough for you to cut." Since the protagonist said that he wanted to continue, Li Feng had no choice but to close his eyes and sense the energy fluctuations in the store. A few seconds later, Li Feng pointed in a direction and said, "I sensed energy fluctuations there. I think it was Medusa. Now I have a plan to use the mirror space to attack." 10 minutes later, Percy, wearing a courier uniform and holding a box of courier, stood alone in front of a statue and shouted in the direction of Medusa, "Grandma Medusa, I'm the son of Poseidon. I have your courier here." As soon as Percy finished speaking, a charming woman wearing a tight leather coat, a sand-style headscarf on her head, and big sunglasses on her face, appeared in front of Percy with an angry face. Medusa frowned and glanced at Percy, then waved her palm at Percy. Just as her palm passed over Percy's body and caused ripples, a portal suddenly appeared on the back of Medusa's head, and then a stream of water shot out and wrapped around Medusa's head. Then, a sharp sword stretched out from the portal and quickly passed over Medusa's neck. Chapter 334 The Second Pearl. As the headless Medusa fell to the ground, a portal suddenly appeared, and then Li Feng and the other 4 people walked out of the portal one by one. Grover seemed a little excited and walked around the head of Medusa, who was still wearing sunglasses and a headscarf, while jumping and shouting, "Cool Austin, your magic is amazing." An illusion attracted Medusa, and then we who are hiding in the mirror space just need to open the portal to launch a sneak attack. How did you come up with this plan? Before Feng said anything, Annabeth sighed. Using Medusa's hatred for Poseidon, we attracted Medusa's attention when Percy said that he was the son of Poseidon. This is why we succeeded in the sneak attack. On the side, Percy's face was inevitably embarrassed. He knew the story of Medusa hating her father, but what could he do? Condemn his father for forcing himself on him, or for not wiping his mouth and leaving after eating? Besides, when this happened, he wasn't even a puddle of liquid. Now, whether it's condemnation or remedy, it's all hindsight and useless. The degree of Greek god's relaxation is a headache. Percy put away the cursed sword, rubbed his forehead, and accidentally saw a green pearl on Medusa's wrist, which was so green that it made people panic. He immediately said excitedly, "Hey, I found something." While speaking, Percy half knelt to take off the pearl and put it in his hand to check, and said happily, "I found one, and there are two left." On the side, Feng glanced at the Persephone pearl and said with interest, "I sensed that there is a spatial fluctuation in the pearl. Of course, after all, this thing can allow us to return to the human world from the underworld," Annabeth explained casually, pointing to Medusa's head, and said, "We'd better take this thing with us, because no matter whether Medusa is dead or alive, anyone who sees her eyes will still be petrified." "What?" Grover stared, looking disgusted, and objected, "This head is too disgusting." "Disgusting? This is a treasure, especially the two eyes. Whoever they glare at will get pregnant. I wonder if it can make Thanos pregnant. That remains to be tested." Feng, in a good mood, took out a cloak from his shoulder bag, wrapped the head, and put it into the bag, jokingly saying, "This is just the beginning. It will be disgusting if we untie the headscarf on her head. Her hair is full of snakes." After placing the head, Feng stood up, patted the dust on his hands, and asked curiously as he walked out of the art shop, "Annabeth, since you know Medusa, you must know if her hair is real snakes, and if the hair can grow back if it is cut off." Annabeth was stunned. Although people living in a half-blood camp will inevitably be affected by the environment, and are naturally curious about and familiar with various creatures in Greek mythology, she is not familiar enough to know whether Medusa's hair is real snakes. Annabeth shook her head and wondered, "Why are you asking this?" Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly and smiled evilly. "There is a delicacy in this world called snake soup." Before Feng finished speaking, Annabeth realized something. Her face turned pale in an instant, and then she covered her mouth and ran out of the art store quickly. Percy was a little confused and wondered, "Grover, what's wrong with Annabeth?" As Grover can even eat cans as snacks, he naturally knows about snake soup, but how can he explain it to Percy? His stomach was also churning, and when he opened his mouth, Grover pursed his lips and showed a smile that was uglier than crying. He didn't care about saying anything and quickened his pace to catch up with Annabeth. At the same time, he deleted all the menus related to snakes in his heart and vowed never to eat snakes again in his life. It's so fucking disgusting. Feng saw that Percy was innocent and a little naive, so he made up a lie. "The girl's face is pale, and she has signs of nausea and vomiting, which is obviously a pregnancy reaction." "I don't believe you. You dare to slander my lover. Believe it or not, I will chop you." Percy glared at Feng unhappily, walked quickly to Annabeth's side, hesitated for a while, and asked, "Are you pregnant?" Feng didn't know how Annabeth responded to Percy after Percy asked, "Are you pregnant?" He only knew that when he cast a spell to start the car in front of the art store, Percy's face was covered with a bright red palm print. Looking at the mark, it was covered by the girl's little hand. Feng and Grover, who were sitting in the driver's seat, sat in the front row silently, holding back their smiles, while Percy, who was rubbing his cheeks, and Annabeth, who was blushing, lowered their heads and sat in the back row at the same time. After a few minutes, Grover, who felt the atmosphere was a little awkward and bored, asked, "Where are we going next?" Percy glanced at Annabeth, took out a map and muttered, "Let's see where the next pearl is." Spreading out the map and taking a look, Percy said weakly. The Parthenon in Nashville. Nashville? Grover raised his eyebrows and complained. There is the music I hate the most. Hearing the address, Feng, as the driver, subconsciously recalled everything about the Parthenon. The Parthenon is also translated as the Parthenon, located on the outskirts of Nashville, Tennessee, USA, and is a 1-to-1 replica of the Parthenon in Athens. Although Nashville is a bit far from here, it is nothing to me. Feng held the steering wheel with one hand and cast a spell to open the portal with the other hand. After the car passed through the portal, he laughed and said, "Welcome everyone to the outskirts of Nashville." Cool. Grover looked at the Parthenon in the distance and said with a smile, "Guys, I think we can get 3 pearls in one day. Maybe we can go back to the camp to enjoy dinner in the evening. It's daytime now, and there shouldn't be too many people in the temple." Feng glanced at Grover, who was thinking about good things, and complained in his heart, "Wait for reality to slap you in the face." Sure enough, the 4 people walked into the temple and found that the temple was crowded with people and there were so many items. Let alone stealing pearls, it would be good to find pearls in a short time. Seeing this, Percy immediately gave up the plan to steal pearls, looked up at the tallest statue of Athena, and whispered to Annabeth, "That's your mother." Annabeth, who had never felt maternal love or seen Athena since childhood, looked at the statue blankly, with a hint of bitterness at the corner of her mouth, and whispered, "Does she really look like this?" Percy was silent for a while. At this moment, he felt a little stupid. Knowing that mixed blood people were children who lacked love, why did he suddenly mention parents? Seeing the sadness in Annabeth's eyes, Percy quickly said, "You'll know later." Annabeth forced a smile at Percy. Grover suddenly noticed a little green on the crown of the statue and said in surprise, "Look, guys, this is a pearl." Annabeth and Potts followed Grover's gaze and looked at Feng at the same time after confirming that the pearl on the crown was the one they were going to take away. Feng's mouth twitched and he said speechlessly, "You don't want me to take off my pearls now?" Feng pointed at the tourists around him and said, "I don't mind if people find out that there are wizards in this world, but do you mind if people find out that there are half-bloods who can be killed by guns in this world?" Annabeth shook her head hurriedly and whispered, "I don't want to be sliced and studied." Percy thought for a while and said, "I have a way. We can wait until this place is closed. Come with me." After a while, Percy led everyone to the bathroom and said, "Let's hide here," and then, before Percy finished speaking, Feng interrupted, "Don't bother so much, I'll give you 2 choices now." As he spoke, Feng cast a spell to enter the invisible state. Annabeth and the others looked at the place where Feng was standing originally with a confused expression. Grover stared with wide eyes, turned his head to look for Feng's figure and whispered, "Austin? Are you there?" "Yes." Feng cast a spell to make the 3 people invisible one by one, and said, "The first method is like now, we hide here, but my invisibility is not strong, so people can only not see your figures, and the rest of the smell, sound, etc. can't be hidden. This is already very good, at least we don't have to hide in the bathroom and smell the stench." "What about the second method?" Percy asked. Feng waved his hand to open the portal, and said in a relaxed tone, "Leave here now, and come back through the portal at night." Percy thought for a while and said, "I don't know why, I have a bad feeling. I stay in the temple to watch the pearl, otherwise I will feel uneasy." "Percy?" Grover asked with a little concern. "This is not also the temple monster's nest?" Annabeth glared at Grover unhappily. Nowadays, with the development of technology, sacrificial activities are no longer popular, but now this temple is her mother's territory. Isn't Grover asking for a beating for saying this? Grover obviously realized something. His face froze. He smiled at Annabeth, clasped his hands together and prayed silently. As time passed, tourists in the temple left one after another. When the 4 people standing invisibly in the hall saw the temple gate close with their own eyes, Feng waved his hand to open a portal. Percy saw the pearl on the other side of the portal, said thank you to Feng, and reached out to take the pearl. Just when Percy wanted to put the pearl in his pocket, 5 security guards carrying brooms and other tools suddenly stood in a row. Grover patted Percy on the shoulder and said, "I'll take care of it." As he spoke, Grover was about to walk towards the 5 people. Feng rolled his eyes, pulled Grover back, held a small fireball in his right hand, and said seriously, "Hydra." "What?" Grover looked at the 5 people with a confused face, and saw the 5 people said in unison like a choir, "Mr. Jackson, we have been waiting for you for a long time. Hand over the lightning fire and we will let you go." Feng didn't need to explain it now. Even the dumbest person knew that something was wrong. Percy, who felt that he was unlucky, explained weakly, "I'm not a thief. The lightning fire is not with me." Unfortunately, the 5 people in the choir obviously didn't believe Percy's words. The person standing in the middle coughed and spit out a flame. Seeing that the other party was about to transform, Feng threw his hand and shot the fireball at the other party and said with a smile, "Dude, is the climate in the underworld not very good? It caused you to be so angry recently that even coughing is spitting fire. Otherwise, I will give you a bowl of Indian ghost pepper to reduce the heat. It's free." Chapter 335 Lightning Fire. Feng's small fireball naturally failed to kill the 5-member choir. Instead, he was despised and ridiculed by Hydra. "Boy, you call this a fireball? Are you tickling me?" While mocking, the head in the middle of Hydra did not forget to spit out a mouthful of flaming saliva at Feng, as if saying, "See, this is fucking fire." The veins on Feng's forehead were throbbing slightly. "I have killed the evil gods. Who the hell do you think you are? If it weren't for the lightning fire, I would have captured you alive long ago." While complaining in his heart, Feng held up the shield, dodged left and right, and occasionally threw a useless fireball to attract Hydra's attention. When Percy and his companions were safe and hiding behind the stone pillar, Feng's mouth curled up slightly and then quickly recovered. He shouted in an urgent and anxious tone, "Annabeth, is there any way to deal with Hydra?" Behind the stone pillar, Annabeth took out her longbow, looked out to observe Hydra, and took the opportunity to shoot an arrow, shouting, "No, we'd better find a way to escape from here. The problem is that Hydra's huge body is in the hall, and he just blocks the exit. How can we get out?" Grover shouted in panic. On the other side, Percy, who said nothing, quietly put on the round shield with lightning fire hidden in it, raised the cursed sword and carefully peeked at Hydra. Just when Feng successfully pulled Hydra's hatred and caused several Hydra heads to bite Feng, Percy's eyes lit up, raised the round shield, and ran out of the stone pillar and chopped off a Hydra's head with a knife. After completing all this, Percy held the round shield and retracted it into the stone pillar, looking for the next opportunity to chop off Hydra's head with his eyes wide open. Annabeth, who had watched Percy's obscene behavior, was stunned. She twitched her mouth and shouted, "Percy, don't cut off a head every time Hydra grows too." "What?" appeared on Percy's forehead, and then he stared with bulging eyes at the wound, where Hydra had lost his head and suddenly 2 heads appeared. "How to fight this?" Percy complained with a sad face. In the distance, Feng, who felt that the time was almost right, rolled his eyes cunningly, cast the illusion spell, teleported in front of Grover, waved his hand to open the portal, and deliberately shouted, as if afraid that Hydra couldn't hear him, "Grover, leave through the portal." Grover looked at the portal that suddenly appeared, was stunned at first, then subconsciously looked at Percy and shouted, "Percy, come here quickly, we leave through the portal." "Percy can't leave before getting the lightning fire." Feng's mouth twitched, and he immediately cancelled the portal and said apologetically, "Sorry, I have to maintain the shield and concentrate on controlling the illusion to attract Hydra's attention, so the stability time of the portal is not long. You'd better leave one by one." After that, Feng opened the portal in front of Grover again and shouted, "Grover, you leave first." Percy nodded at Grover, motioning Grover to leave quickly. Grover didn't think much about it and jumped through the portal with sheep's hooves. At this time, Hydra, who was neither deaf nor blind, naturally discovered Feng's plan and angrily blew a mouthful of fire at Feng. "Hydra, you are so cooperative, so obedient." Feng took the opportunity to pretend that the shield could not withstand the flames and jumped to the side along the edge of the flames, allowing Percy and Annabeth to see the shield ripple and then break. Feng, who believed that he could go to the Oscar stage to receive the award, tried his best to make his face pale, and after holding up the shield again, he shouted to Percy, "Percy, lend me your round shield. It was too exciting when I opened the portal." "Okay," Percy said without saying a word, and threw the round shield to Feng. Li Feng caught the round shield, raised the round shield to defend against Hydra, and opened the portal in front of Percy. Just as Percy crossed the portal and joined Grover, Li Feng, who was attacked by Hydra, curled up behind the round shield and teleported behind a stone statue. Hydra, who suddenly lost its target, was stunned for a moment. Several heads sniffed Li Feng's breath and shouted angrily, "Boy, you are done. You actually let Mr. Jackson run away. You made me unable to complete the task. I want you to go to hell. I want you to be furious." Li Feng panted and pretended to be exhausted. He looked at Annabeth in the distance and signaled her to prepare to cross the portal. Annabeth nodded slightly and made a running motion. At this time, Hydra had already smelled Li Feng's breath and sprayed a mouthful of flame at Li Feng. Li Feng moved and pretended to open the portal while panting. After watching Annabeth leave with his own eyes, Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief, teleported to the stone statue, and quickly found the lightning fire from the round shield. However, when Li Feng reached out to grab the lightning fire, his face froze. Danger! Li Feng narrowed his eyes and cast a spell to hide the lightning fire in his portable space. After finishing all this, Li Feng walked out from behind the stone statue in a nonchalant manner, took out the sickle, and activated the spiritual fire, and shouted with a smile, "I wonder if Hydra will take you back to the Marvel world. Will those Hydra agents treat you as the boss? Do you want to try?" Hydra didn't understand what Li Feng was talking about, but he knew that the spiritual fire on the sickle made him feel threatened and scared. Hydra had an inexplicable thought in his heart. The boy in front of him was playing the pig to eat the tiger from the beginning. In fact, Hydra's intuition was correct. Both the spiritual fire and the sickle that could extract the soul could kill Hydra. Moreover, Li Feng also had a spell to beat Hydra's spirit out of the body and learned the method of using Medusa to petrify Hydra in the movie. Therefore, if Li Feng wanted to kill Hydra, there were many ways. If you were not a rare creature in Marvel and still have value, I would have wanted to kill you directly. Li Feng took out the nesting doll from his shoulder bag, ignored the flames of Hydra, teleported to the top of Hydra's head, slapped the doll hard at the other party, and said, "Little guy, pray that you will be favored by the Cosmic Collector. Otherwise don't blame me for roasting you and eating you." As soon as the voice fell, Hydra was sealed in the nesting doll. Li Feng straightened his clothes to make himself look more embarrassed. After confirming that everything was correct, he opened the portal and staggered through the portal. Percy and Annabeth hurried forward to support Li Feng and asked anxiously, "Where is Hydra?" Li Feng casually returned the round shield to Percy and couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth and said proudly, "I found an opportunity to seal it." Percy breathed a sigh of relief, put away the round shield and said sincerely, "Thank you. You helped me again. I really don't know how to thank you." "Thank me. It's very simple. Just ask your father to find me with the thank you gift." Li Feng waved his hand and said, "You're welcome. Just remember to buy me a drink." On the side, Grover, with a smile on his face, pulled the corner of Percy's clothes and asked, "Hey, where is the next pearl? I'm beginning to miss the camp life." Annabeth rolled her eyes and whispered, "You miss the girls in the camp, you sheep man. What's wrong with the sheep man's lustful nature? I can't choose what race I was born into." Grover ignored Annabeth and looked at the map in Percy's hand. The map quickly showed the coordinates, and Grover couldn't help laughing and said, "The next pearl is in Las Vegas? Good place, I like it." Grover turned his head to look at Li Feng and said, "Hey, take us to the casino. Because there are hot girls there?" Li Feng rolled his eyes and complained, spreading his hands and said, "I think we'd better find a place to rest. I need to restore my magic power and fill my stomach." Austin is right. Annabeth looked up at the bright moon and agreed. Percy thought for a moment, glanced at the embarrassed crowd, nodded and said, "Let's find a place to eat and rest for a night, and then go to Las Vegas after Austin recovers his magic power." Dinner or supper, they had chicken nuggets and french fries, but Li Feng was thinking about how to ask Zeus for benefits, and looked a little absent-minded. Annabeth thought that Li Feng was too tired, and signaled everyone to eat quickly. Percy and Grover saw that Li Feng frowned from time to time, but they didn't think much about it. They hurriedly finished eating and found a hotel to rest. In the middle of the night, Li Feng took advantage of everyone's deep sleep, quietly opened the portal back to the Half-Blood camp, and knocked on Bruna's door. "Come in." Bruna saw that the midnight visitor was Li Feng and immediately pulled a long horse face and asked, "Where is Percy? Do you know how many people are looking for Percy outside?" Before Bruna finished speaking, Li Feng, who didn't want to listen to the other party's nagging, took out the lightning fire from his personal space. Bruna felt as if his throat was strangled and instantly stopped talking, staring at the lightning fire floating in front of Li Feng with wide eyes. A few seconds later, Bruna said in disbelief, "Where did you find it?" Li Feng scratched his head, and while choosing good wine on the wine rack, he explained how he accidentally found the lightning fire in Percy's round shield, and how Percy got the round shield from Luke. After a long time, Bruna asked in a daze, "You mean, Luke is the thief who stole the lightning fire?" When Luke gave the round shield to Percy, Annabeth and Grover can testify, Li Feng said while drinking. Bruna's eyes twitched slightly a few times, and he shook his hoof and ran out of the house. Li Feng guessed that Bruna was looking for Luke to ask, but unfortunately, Luke was very smart and might have slipped out of the camp long ago. Not long after, Bruna returned with a frustrated face and said, "Luke ran away." Li Feng pointed at the lightning fire and cast a spell to open the portal of the Empire State Building, saying, "Luke ran away, let's go to Olympus to solve the trouble caused by this thing first." To be honest, this is because Li Feng didn't know how to get to Olympus from the Empire State Building. Otherwise, why would he look for Bruna and give Bruna a benefit for nothing? I feel a little bit of a loss. Seeing that Li Feng actually knew the way to Olympus, Bruna asked in confusion, "How do you know that the Empire State Building hides the way to Olympus? Many people know this open secret, right?" Li Feng said nonsense casually. "An open secret?" Bruna frowned, but didn't ask anything. After all, Li Feng's words made some sense. There were indeed many mortals who knew the way to Olympus, such as Percy's mother. After crossing the portal to the Empire State Building, Li Feng followed Bruna into the elevator to Olympus. After a while, Li Feng arrived at Olympus, but because he was a mortal, he couldn't get out of the elevator at all, so he could only ask Bruna to pass the message first. Soon, Bruna brought Zeus's permission and let Li Feng officially step into the territory of Olympus. Chapter 336 I'm worried about you. In the Hall of the Gods, the tall Zeus sat alone in the main seat, looking at Li Feng with contempt. After Li Feng saluted respectfully, he saw that Zeus said nothing, and instantly understood that the other party had the intention to look down on him. Li Feng didn't care. He looked down on him because he was the boss of the gods, and he was just a mortal. The gap between gods and mortals cannot be explained in a day or two. Li Feng took the opportunity to look at the meeting hall of the gods. It can be seen that this place is no different from the country of giants for Li Feng, and everything is huge. Chairs that are more than one person tall, and tables that can park small spaceships. A question popped up in Li Feng's mind. How big is the food that these giant gods eat? If it were human food, chickens and ducks would get stuck in teeth. Just as Li Feng was daydreaming, Zeus asked with a hint of arrogance, "Bruna told me that Luke, the son of God's messenger, stole the lightning fire and now it accidentally fell into your hands." Li Feng nodded slightly, took out the lightning fire from his personal space, and floated it aside, and said, "Your Majesty the God King, can you keep the fact that you have taken back the lightning fire a secret for the time being? A mortal dares to make a request to me." Zeus frowned and asked with a hint of impatience, "Reason?" Li Feng was a coward, so he immediately controlled the lightning fire to float towards Zeus, hoping that the other party would calm down, and explain in a low posture. Percy Jackson, the son of Poseidon, was slandered for stealing the lightning fire, which led to his mother being captured by Hades and taken to the underworld. Now, Percy is going to the underworld to rescue his mother. If Hades knows that you have taken back the lightning fire, then Percy's mother will be dispensable to him. Before Li Feng finished explaining, Zeus already understood what Li Feng was worried about. He was afraid that Hades would vent his anger on Percy's mother after knowing that he had no chance to obtain the lightning fire. Similarly, Li Feng's request also made Zeus have a little good impression of Li Feng. After all, Percy was his junior after all, and he, as an uncle, was also very pleased that his junior could make a good friend. Besides, it concerns the life and death of the second son's wife. Zeus thought for a while, nodded slightly to indicate that he would keep it secret for the time being, and said while touching the lightning fire, "You are very smart. You didn't touch it with your hands. I would like to touch it and study what this thing is, but unfortunately I don't have the blood of the gods. Touching the lightning fire is tantamount to seeking death." Li Feng bowed slightly. "Thank you, your majesty, the king of gods, for your compliment." Zeus sat back on the main throne holding the lightning fire and said bluntly, "What reward do you want? It's a pity that the quality of the Holy Grail is too poor, otherwise I would try to ask if I could get a few drops of Hades blood for me." Li Feng sighed with regret in his heart, with a faint smile on his face, and asked, "Your majesty, the king of gods, although Percy has the courage to break into the underworld to rescue his mother, his strength is not good. Do you have any props that can temporarily trap Hades, the god of the underworld? Are you so close to my nephew?" Zeus was silent for a while, took a squeaking lightning ball from the lightning fire, and threw it to Li Feng, saying, "This ball of energy is enough to stun Hades, but it can only be used once. A disposable prop. The God King, how stingy." After a few complaints in his heart, Li Feng carefully put the lightning ball, which was obviously dangerous, into his personal space, and took out the scroll given by Poseidon, opened it and showed it to Zeus, and asked, "Your majesty, God King, can you tell me where to find the materials on the scroll?" If possible, Li Feng really wanted to ask Zeus for the materials, but unfortunately, he exchanged the reward for a disposable lightning ball. "I hope the benefits of Hades are worth so much." Li Feng prayed in his heart and waited anxiously for Zeus's answer. Zeus glanced at the scroll. With his wisdom, he could naturally see that the formula could give his child an extraordinary physique and lifespan. "Unfortunately, I don't have a child, so the formula is useless to me." Zeus, who was a little sad, gently pinched the scroll with 2 fingers and sniffed it at the tip of his nose, and suddenly said, "This is the formula Poseidon gave you." Li Feng nodded and explained that he used the protection of Percy and the Holy Grail to trade with the blood of his descendants, especially the effect of the combination of Titan blood in the Holy Grail. He was afraid that Zeus would not explain it, so he explained it in detail. If the Holy Grail and the evil god's blood were not in Poseidon's hands, Li Feng would have wanted Zeus to personally check the effect of the combination of the two. Zeus was silent for a while, feeling sad that none of his children had a long life. He said, "Except for some common herbs, the rest are in the hands of the gods." As he spoke, Zeus reached out and tapped the scroll, recorded the herbs on the recipe, and said, "I can help you ask who has the herbs, but you need to find a way to make the deal yourself." After a pause, Zeus said with a smile, "By the way, let me know that you have Titan blood in the Holy Grail. You figured it out." Li Feng scratched his head and smiled, bowed respectfully, and said, "Thank you very much, your majesty the God King." Li Feng pointed to the exit of Olympus and said, "Your majesty the God King, if there is nothing else, I will leave first." Zeus waved his hand casually, got up and left the meeting hall of the gods. Li Feng did not dare to stay too long, and after seeing Zeus off, he turned and ran to the elevator. Next to the elevator, Bruno folded his arms and looked at Li Feng, who was full of joy, and asked, "It seems that you have gained a lot of benefits from the God King." Li Feng shrugged his shoulders, walked into the elevator and said, "In order to help Percy, I dare not ask for benefits, but a ball of energy that can knock Hades out." Bruno looked at Li Feng with a suspicious look. He obviously did not believe Li Feng's nonsense, but this matter involved the transaction of the God King, and he could not ask too much. After all, in terms of Zeus's character, no one who pried into his secrets would have a good end. When the elevator door closed, Bruno suddenly found that there was still no lightning fire in the dark clouds over Olympus, and wondered. The God King did not show the power of lightning fire. Bruno looked at Li Feng with a strange face and asked, "Is it related to you?" Li Feng spread his hands and explained with a bitter face why Zeus kept it secret for the time being. Bruno lowered his head and fell into silence. To be honest, he still didn't believe that Li Feng would waste an opportunity to gain huge benefits for Percy, but Li Feng obviously didn't want to make it clear. What can he do? Go back to Olympus to ask Zeus? You're asking for death. After a while, the two returned to the Empire State Building. Li Feng first sent Bruna back to the half-blood camp, and then returned to the hotel. Lying on the soft bed, Li Feng repeatedly pondered how to get benefits from Hades, until he fell asleep. In the early morning, Li Feng was awakened by an urgent knock on the door. Li Feng yawned and opened the door, only to see Annabeth standing in front of the door with a sword across her body, holding a sandwich and milk with a smile on her face. With a sword? Something strange. Li Feng's heart bulged, pretending to know nothing, scratched his head, and said, "Good morning. Is this breakfast for me?" While talking, Li Feng took the plate, and stepped aside to make way, and asked, "Where are they? Are they up?" "They are having breakfast in the restaurant. I saw that you haven't come out yet, so I came to find you." Annabeth walked straight into the room, closed the door, and suddenly drew out the sword, and stabbed Li Feng. Li Feng threw the plate at the other party, and when he turned on the shield to dodge, he shouted, "Who are you? Where is Annabeth?" Seeing Li Feng cleverly avoid his sneak attack, Annabeth seemed to be more certain of something, and kept speeding up the speed of stabbing. "I'm Annabeth. Who are you?" "Of course I know you are Annabeth," but Li Feng is a little puzzled. He doesn't understand what Annabeth means by suddenly looking for trouble with him. "I'm your partner," Li Feng said, while pretending to be poor in martial arts, and avoided Annabeth's sword several times. After a few times, Li Feng was sure that Annabeth had no intention of killing him, because the other party left room for maneuver every time he attacked. This made Li Feng even more puzzled. Is today a special day for Annabeth? "Big sister, if you are not feeling well, drink more water. Why are you looking for bad luck with me? Is there a cure for all diseases written on my face? I know you are Austin. What I want to ask is, what is your purpose in joining us?" Annabeth sneered with a look of "I see through you." Li Feng was somewhat bewildered. He really didn't understand what Annabeth had discovered, but he still didn't unleash his full strength. Instead, he danced on the blade, and didn't let the opponent's sword hurt him. After several attacks, Annabeth had already seen that Li Feng was playing tricks on her. Otherwise, what did it mean? That no matter how she swung her sword, Li Feng would narrowly avoid it. "You almost got hurt when I held back, and you almost got hurt when I used all my strength. Do you think I'm stupid?" Similarly, Annabeth also found that Li Feng had no ill intentions, but had the strength to kill her. Thinking of this, Annabeth retracted her sword, panted slightly and asked, "Last night, I lay in bed and thought about it again and again." "Thinking about me? Girl, although I'm honored, I'm old enough to be your father." "No, your mother is Athena. I can't be your father. Your mother will beat me to death." "Bye." Just as Li Feng was complaining in his heart, Annabeth sneered, "You said it yourself. You are a wizard, not a warrior, but when you first appeared in the half-blood camp, you were able to kill the Minotaur with your bare hands. Why did you suddenly become so weak when facing Hydra? Don't tell me your magic is ineffective against Hydra. Just like that? Should I say that you are worthy of being the son of the god of wisdom?" Li Feng blinked his innocent eyes, covered his face and said, "You sent breakfast just to test my strength?" "Yes." Annabeth nodded and said, "And your purpose?" "Then just ask directly, what does it mean to use a knife? It's not cute at all." Rolling his eyes, Li Feng's brain cells worked quickly, and explained, "You know that Poseidon asked me to be Percy's bodyguard. Poseidon is also the king of the sea after all. Not to mention his high status, he has a lot of good things in his hands, and I can't refuse. As for why I don't use my full strength," Li Feng spread his hands and smiled, "as long as I make sufficient preparations in advance, I can kill a demigod level strongman. But if I solve all the troubles along the way, will you grow? Will you remember? Will you feel the excitement of adventure? No, you won't learn anything. You will only think that breaking into the underworld and fighting Hades is just like that," Li Feng said firmly, as if he was worried about you. Chapter 337 Persephone. Annabeth was still a little confused by Li Feng's forced explanation, but she was at least sure that the deal between Li Feng and Poseidon was real. After all, no one in this world dared to joke with Poseidon after knowing that Poseidon really existed, otherwise he would be killed by him. Seeing that the deal involved Percy's life safety, Annabeth, who was relieved, put away the sword, frowned, hesitated, and asked, "Can you kill a demigod?" Li Feng's eyes turned, and he took out a section of the remains of the evil god from his shoulder bag with a smile, showing off. This is the remains of a titan who degenerated from a god to a demigod. Is there a child of Hephaestus in the camp? Li Feng asked, while putting away the remains of the evil god. Hephaestus, one of the 12 main gods of Olympus, is known as the god of fire, forging, craftsmanship, and the patron saint of blacksmiths. Smart Annabeth guessed Li Feng's plan, nodded, and said enviously, you want to ask the god of forging to help you forge weapons with the remains of the old titan gods? To be precise, it's not forging, but integrating the materials into my existing armor to improve the quality. While speaking, Li Feng put on the armor, and turned around on the spot for Annabeth to see clearly, and explained, my armor was damaged in a battle. Although I managed to repair it afterwards, my craftsmanship is not very good or my strength does not allow me to repair the armor. Li Feng spread his hands and said helplessly, its defense power has been reduced by 1 level, because of my tossing. I need Hephaestus's craftsmanship, to upgrade the defense power of the armor. Annabeth naturally couldn't see the characteristics of Uru metal, but her instinct told her that the armor on Li Feng was at least a high-end product made by gods, and as a mortal, it was normal for Li Feng to not be able to repair high-end armor. It is reasonable to ask the gods to repair the armor, but it is useless to ask the son of Hephaestus. Annabeth said regretfully, the gods are not allowed to meet their descendants, even secretly, so the son of Hephaestus cannot help you convey the intention of forging armor. Li Feng waved his hand to interrupt and said, you often hear someone talking in your ear. Annabeth was stunned. She did hear a woman reminding her something in her ear when she was in danger, but she thought it was a kind of mental illness that she had suffered from since she became an unlucky orphan. Mental patients will be discriminated against, so Annabeth did not dare to tell anyone about her illness, and she had no way of knowing that almost every mixed blood in the camp actually had a disease. But now listening to Austin's tone, it seems that the auditory hallucination is not a disease, but another reason. Annabeth looked at Li Feng in confusion, hoping that he could give her a reasonable explanation. Li Feng took back his armor, put his ear close to Annabeth's ear, and explained in a low voice, that's your mother's voice. Although they can't see you due to the rules, they can't spy on you in secret. They will silently care about you in the dark. After a pause, Li Feng added, remember, this is their open secret, don't tell anyone. Annabeth said this for a long time, and didn't know what to say. Isn't this a disguised way of teasing the rules set by Zeus? At this time, Percy and Grover came to Li Feng with their luggage. The two first looked at Annabeth with a sword in confusion, then looked at the slightly messy room and asked, what happened? Nothing, just catching mice. Li Feng didn't want to explain anything, and after making up a random sentence, he waved his hand to open the portal and said, since everyone is here, let's go to Las Vegas now. Do you need weapons to catch mice? Are you destroying the house? Percy wanted to ask something else, but Grover, who was heartless, didn't care. He couldn't wait to shout casino, here I come, while crossing the portal. Meeting a friend like Grover, Percy had no choice but to bury his confusion in his heart for the time being. He raised his eyebrows and said, okay, let's look for pearls first. After that, Percy also crossed the portal. Annabeth, who looked a little dazed, rubbed her cheeks and whispered to Li Feng when she crossed the portal and passed by him, do you need to keep your deal with Poseidon secret from them? Of course, Li Feng whispered back, otherwise, where would Percy get the excitement? After that, Li Feng closed the portal and asked loudly, Percy, where can we find excitement? Where can we find pearls? Percy took out the map and looked at it and said, the last pearl is at the Lotus Casino, follow me. After a while, the four people found their destination under the guidance of the map. Before entering the casino, Li Feng looked up at the casino sign. Li Feng didn't know much about the Lotus Casino, he only knew that it was the lair of the Lotus Eaters. As for what kind of new species the Lotus Eaters were, Li Feng knew very little. He only knew that the species was a group of islanders that fed on lotus, and he had no idea about their combat power and skills. Li Feng touched the pseudo-seraphim feather on his chest and walked into the casino. This thing should be able to protect me. As soon as the few people walked into the casino, a waiter's eyes lit up. 3 newcomers? And they were delicious mixed bloods. Then, the waiter frowned. Who is the other one? The smell is disgusting. Never mind, let's find a way to keep the 3 half-bloods here first. The waiter walked quickly to Percy, took out a stack of invitation tickets, and greeted them enthusiastically. This is a free Lotus invitation ticket. Annabeth politely refused. We don't want to stay overnight. How can we not stay overnight? You are a great tonic. The waiter said humbly. Take it. The invitation tickets can be used for facilities in hotels and restaurants. Percy, who was thinking about the pearls, was a little impatient and refused bluntly. No, we don't want to get a room to rest. After a few steps, a charming maid stopped Percy and others with some cakes and greeted them enthusiastically. Come on, have some lotus cakes. It's delicious. This is a signature snack. While the maid was speaking, several blonde and blue-eyed maids surrounded the crowd with lotus cakes, acting as if Percy didn't eat the lotus cake. He was not giving them face, or the casino face. Seeing this, everyone picked up a piece of lotus cake helplessly. Only Feng did not have a helpless expression. Instead, he opened his Dharma eyes and took a few glances. He calmly took the tray from the maid and stuffed all the lotus cakes into his mouth in front of the maids. He swallowed them without chewing. As for whether the lotus cakes ended up in Feng's stomach or his personal space, the maids didn't know. After eating all the lotus cakes, Feng touched his stomach and glared at the maids, asking, "What are you looking at? Don't you see that my customer is still very hungry? What are you doing here? Hurry up and bring me another 100 to 80 tons of lotus cakes." The maids' faces froze. After looking at each other in confusion, they took the empty tray and turned back to the kitchen to prepare the lotus cakes. Annabeth looked at Feng, who almost ate the entire tray, then looked at the lotus cake thoughtfully and asked in a low voice, "Is there something wrong with this thing?" Feng nodded slightly, took out a piece of lotus cake from his personal space, and whispered, "This thing is a good thing, but I dare not enjoy it myself. I heard that it tastes very good. Who of you wants to try it?" Percy and Grover were pale. They didn't think they could afford the cake that even Feng didn't dare to eat. Subconsciously, they threw the lotus cake in their hands to Feng and said in unison, "Since you like it, I'll give it to you." When Annabeth threw the lotus cake to Feng, she guessed with a horrified tone, "Is this the lair of the lotus eaters?" Feng nodded. Percy asked curiously, "What are lotus eaters?" Annabeth said a little nervously, "Lotus eaters are islanders. They use special lotus to make some kind of an aesthetic that makes people addicted to happiness. Once someone is addicted, his mental power will be slowly absorbed by the lotus eaters. Of course, lotus eaters will not kill people easily, because addicted people are their long-term food. We half-bloods have the blood of gods, so we are even better supplements for them." Feng secretly gave a thumbs up to the lotus eaters in his heart. They are so strategic, and they know how to take things slow. It's like when the vampires see that hunting humans is too risky, they simply raise a group of humans secretly, and when they are hungry, they suck some blood, and then feed the humans with delicious food and drink. Talented people. On the side, Percy and Grover, who almost became long-term meal tickets, looked at each other, and both of them were full of fear in their eyes. Grover swallowed his saliva dryly and asked slowly, "Where can we find pearls?" "Let's look for them separately," Feng said in a relaxed manner. "As long as you don't eat lotus cakes for your own good, these lotus waiters will be only slightly better than ordinary humans. The problem is that we are no different from ordinary people." Percy wanted to cry, but had no tears and said, "But..." Feng didn't wait for the other party to finish and interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "What's the but? Do you still want to save your mother?" "Yes." Percy was silent for a while, drooping his head, and said aggrievedly, "Austin, if there is any danger, you have to help us." After that, Percy took Grover to the crowd. It was obvious that Percy didn't dare to wander around alone now, and he felt much more at ease with Grover, the guardian, by his side. You didn't want the powerful bodyguard your father selected for you, but chose a junior guardian who was not Grover? Annabeth rolled her eyes implicitly, followed Feng closely, and asked, "Are you so confident that Percy can find excitement in the Lotus Eater's territory? Isn't this good? Adventure. Is it an adventure, if everything goes smoothly?" Feng asked calmly. "What you said makes sense, but Percy was forced to take the risk to save his mother. If Percy's mother could be saved successfully, do you think Percy would be stupid enough to take the risk? Just as Annabeth's eyes twitched as she watched Li Feng put all the lotus cakes in the hands of the maids into his shoulder bag, there was a scuffle in the distance, and Percy's cry for help. "Austin, come and help, we found the pearl." Li Feng looked in the direction of the shouting, and saw several strong men in black suits surrounding Percy, while Percy held the pearl in his hand high, and waved desperately at him. "This naughty child, you ruined my plan to collect lotus cakes." Li Feng covered his face, picked up the billiard cue, and rushed towards the black suits. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338. Chapter 334 was eaten. There is nothing I can do. At this time, Li Feng already understood that the so-called Lotus Eaters were just a subspecies of humans with a special lifestyle, just like elves and dwarves. Although they were stronger than humans, they were also limited. Facing a group of weaklings, Li Feng didn't even need armor and shields. He just stepped forward and knocked a strong man away with a stick and said arrogantly, "Listen to me, you little people, hurry up and bring your lotus cakes to Honor Grandpa, otherwise I will demolish your nest." On the side, Percy and Grover, who thought they were saved, looked at the bandit like Li Feng with cold sweat. "Brother, do you have any misunderstandings about the Lotus Eaters? We are just looking for pearls, not robbing." Annabeth shook her head speechlessly and took the opportunity, when Li Feng attracted the attention of all the Lotus Eaters, to pull Percy and Grover out of the casino. As for what will happen to Li Feng in the end, now in Annabeth's eyes, Li Feng is a being who can slaughter demigods. What can these Lotus Eaters do to Li Feng? If there were not a large number of humans in the casino, Li Feng would probably dare to play more vigorously. Anyway, he won't die, so let him do whatever he wants. Li Feng was satisfied with Annabeth's performance of taking the opportunity to leave, and sighed that this girl was worthy of being the child of the god of wisdom. But the performance of the Lotus Eaters was a little disappointing. They ignored Li Feng and swarmed towards Percy, which made Li Feng very dissatisfied. "What do you mean, look down on me?" Li Feng, who felt despised and inexplicably aggrieved, grabbed a Lotus Eater and then threw him to the member closest to Percy and others, shouting, "Damn, don't you know that the customer is God? Hurry up and bring me the Lotus cake." Li Feng's rage not only successfully disrupted the Lotus Eaters' pursuit of Percy, but also made the Lotus Eaters turn their angry eyes to Li Feng. Li Feng scratched his head, took out the sickle, and put it on his shoulder, and said arrogantly, "Look at what, you don't have the skill to make anyone pregnant by glaring at them. What's so good about it?" A Lotus Eater closest to Li Feng said calmly, "Do you think you can kill us? How can we dominate without some special abilities?" Before the other party finished speaking, Li Feng swung the sickle disdainfully and split the other party in half and fed the other party's soul to the sickle. "I don't believe it. Without the soul, your special abilities are useless." After one knife, the whole scene first sounded the sound of sucking in cold air and then burst into screams that overturned the roof. Li Feng poked the Lotus Eater, who was evenly split into two halves on the ground, with a sickle. After making sure that the other party was dead, he picked his ears and shouted sharply, "What time is it? Don't you know that the neighbors have to get up and go to work tomorrow morning? Who is making a loud noise? Believe it or not, I will chop him up." As soon as the voice fell, the casino was instantly silent. A Lotus Eater who was suspected to be the leader pushed everyone aside and walked in front of Li Feng. He looked at his fellow tribesmen on the ground, and then looked at Li Feng, who had chopped his brother alive with a knife. Although the leader was so angry that his front teeth were about to break, he thought that he had to send the plague god in front of him first. He could only put on a professional smile, lower his posture, and respectfully said, "Sir, the lotus cake you need will be delivered immediately." After that, the leader turned around and waved to the maids in the distance with a cold face that could freeze people to death, signaling the maids to quickly bring the lotus cakes. After a while, the maids with enchanting figures carried trays, showing smiles that were uglier than crying, and walked in front of Li Feng in an orderly line, and then poured the lotus cakes on the trays into a shoulder bag that seemed like a bottomless pit, until the shoulder bag could no longer hold the lotus cakes. Li Feng said with regret, "What a pity, if I had known I would have brought a bigger snakerskin bag to hold the lotus cakes. Otherwise, I will come again sometime." On the side, the leader lowered his head and twitched his eyes, silently wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, cursing in his heart, "Are you coming again? Our warehouse has been emptied by you. No, we can't stay in this damn place anymore. We have to move quickly." Li Feng, who didn't know that there would be no chance to rob next time, grinned and walked out of the casino with arrogant 28 steps. As soon as he walked out of the casino, he saw Percy in the corner opposite the casino waving and shouting, "Austin, this way." Li Feng walked quickly towards the three people. Annabeth looked over the casino and said affirmatively, "Has the Lotus Eater been dealt with?" Li Feng smiled silently, patted his shoulder bag and said, "Do I look like a murderer? I only killed a Lotus Eater as a demonstration, and then robbed a bunch of lotus cakes." "A bunch?" Annabeth glanced at the bulging shoulder bag, covered her face and said, "I know your shoulder bag is a space prop, so you didn't rob a pile, but a few tons, right?" Grover didn't care how many lotus cakes Li Feng robbed. He only cared about when this adventure would end. He really missed the little beauties in the camp, especially the daughters of the god of love. Each of them was top quality goods that would ooze water when pinched. Thinking of this, Grover patted Percy on the shoulder and asked, "We already have the pearl. Let's go to the underworld and rescue your mother." "Oh, yes, my mother." Percy, who was wondering why Li Feng wanted the lotus cake, quickly retracted his thoughts, took out the map, and took a look, and said, "The entrance to the underworld is in Hollywood." As soon as Percy finished speaking, Li Feng waved his hand to open the portal, made a gesture of invitation, and said, "Welcome all little actors to Hollywood. This is where your dreams set sail and the beginning of your entry into the underworld." Annabeth raised her eyebrows and said as she stepped through the portal, "I can't refute what you said." After a while, with the help of Percy's dyslexia, everyone quickly found the cave leading to the underworld. Just as Li Feng was about to enter the cave, Annabeth pulled Li Feng and whispered, "Can you really open the portal from the underworld to the human world?" Li Feng nodded, and then he heard Annabeth continue to ask, "I'm afraid it won't take seconds to open it." Li Feng nodded again, "Smart girl, so you don't have to worry about not having enough pearls." Annabeth was stunned for a moment, and suddenly realized something. "We are here to save people, so there are 3 of us when we come, but there are 4 of us leaving the underworld with only 3 pearls?" Exclamation mark. "Don't worry, I'm here." Li Feng smiled mysteriously at Annabeth, and walked into the cave. After passing through a passage with skulls, everyone came to the ferryman of the underworld. Li Feng pushed Percy in front of the ferryman and said bluntly, "Percy, you have to bribe the boatman, otherwise he won't help you sneak into the underworld." After a pause, Li Feng reminded, "Remember to use ancient Greek gold coins." When the ferryman heard that Percy and others wanted to bribe him, he gave Li Feng a look of "You are very sensible," and stretched out his hand to Percy for a bribe. Percy felt that his brain was not enough. The boatmen make extra money these days. This kind of atmosphere cannot be allowed to grow. It's a pity that he needs the boatman's help. The situation is pressing. While complaining, Percy bowed to his bad habits and neatly took out all the ancient Greek gold coins from his pocket and put them in the palm of the ferryman. After the ferryman confirmed the authenticity of the gold coin, he smiled and said, "Get on board." After several people got on board, the ferryman rowed and asked, "Where are you going?" "Hades," Percy said, "we want to see Hades." The ferryman nodded, adjusted the direction, and continued to row slowly. After passing through the cave, several people officially set foot in hell, and the boat floated in the air under the control of the ferryman, heading towards Hades Castle in the distance. Li Feng lay on the edge of the boat and curiously looked down. He saw that there were several pillars of fire below, like an active volcano, and he could see souls from the flames. Listening to the painful howls from time to time, Li Feng was delighted. "It seems that I came to the right place. Now I have to see if I can make a lot of money with my skills." Soon, the ferryman rowed the boat to a castle and said, "This is Hades Castle." I can only take you here. Percy said thank you to the ferryman, equipped with a round shield and a cursed sword, and walked into the castle carefully. As soon as they entered the castle, they heard a burst of wild barking of beasts. Li Feng glanced at the flames on the stone wall, and while feeling the soul breath in the flames, he whispered, "This is the sound of hellhounds. I guess they smell some delicious animal breath." What? Grover was stunned at first, and then pointed at himself with a confused face, and said with tears in his eyes, "Do you mean they smell the smell of sheep? Otherwise? Mr. Delicious Sheep Man." Li Feng shrugged and said. As soon as Li Feng finished speaking, 3 ugly beasts suddenly jumped out, and grinned at Grover. Then, a charming woman in a black dress, walked quickly towards Percy, and shouted at the hellhound, "Back off." Seeing the hellhound back off like a good dog, Li Feng immediately saluted and said, "It's an honor to meet you, Miss Persephone." Persephone, a lovely and brilliant goddess, was later captured by Hades because of his love for Persephone, and taken to the underworld, and forced to become Hades' wife. It can be said that Persephone, who was forced to become a bride, wanted to leave the underworld, even for a moment. And this was also an opportunity for Li Feng to gain benefits. On the other hand, Persephone was delighted to hear Li Feng call her a lady instead of the queen of the underworld. She twisted her slender waist and walked in front of Li Feng. While flirting with Li Feng, she stretched out her right index finger to lift Li Feng's chin and said frivolously, "Are you human? Was I teased by Persephone? Hades, you cuckold, come out and see what kind of person the woman you stole is. You are so horny." Li Feng's mouth twitched. He smiled slowly and said, "Yes, I'm just a small human." When Persephone was about to say something, a deep male voice sounded in the castle. "Persephone, what took you so long? You can't ignore me." Persephone immediately pulled a long face, turned her head, and shouted in annoyance, "What else? What can you do to me? I'm already in hell." Percy and Grover looked at each other silently, and then heard Persephone say, "Come with me." After a while, Persephone brought 4 people to the living room where Hades was, and said, "We have visitors." Hades glanced at Percy, his face lit up, and he opened his arms, and walked towards Percy, saying, "Welcome my nephew." At this time, Li Feng opened his magic eyes, and scanned the surroundings, suddenly walked towards Hades, saluted and said, "Your Highness Hades, the Great One, someone asked me to bring you a greeting." Hades was a little puzzled and asked, "Who?" Li Feng pointed to the top of his head, and just when Hades looked up at the ceiling, Li Feng suddenly slapped the squeaking energy ball at Hades. Chapter 339 Soulfire. Li Feng's decisive sneak attack on Hades was seen by everyone present as a suicidal act. But they never expected that Li Feng would not only attack Hades, but also knock him to the ground with a sneak attack. Austin came to the underworld to kill Hades? What kind of operation is this? Annabeth looked at Li Feng with a silly face. This man is so cruel. Doesn't he know that Hades is immortal? Isn't he afraid that Hades will cause trouble for him after waking up? Looking at Hades lying on the ground with his eyes closed, Li Feng, who was terrified, trembled with fear, and tried to calm down by taking quick deep breaths. After he recovered, Li Feng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and cursed, "Damn it, my liver is still shaking." Everyone looked at Li Feng speechlessly, and said in their hearts, "We are shaking too." Percy swallowed his saliva, and asked in a crying voice, "Austin, you killed Hades, what about my mother?" Before Li Feng could answer, Persephone rolled her eyes, walked quickly to Hades, looked him up, and said, "Gods can't be killed so easily." Persephone turned her head to look at Li Feng, observed him carefully, and said with a charming expression, "Are you a dark wizard?" Li Feng shuddered when he was touched by Persephone's electric eyes and nodded shyly. Persephone touched her chin and said, "Hudson is one of the 3 giants among the 12 main gods. With your strength, let alone hurting Hades, being able to scratch Hades' skin will be enough for you to brag about for the rest of your life." Persephone walked around Li Feng, touched her chin and said, "Besides, you are a dark wizard. Do you know what dark energy is to Hades? It is a breath of fresh air, but your energy ball can knock Hades out." The great detective Persephone thought for a while and said affirmatively, "Your energy ball has a breath of lightning. I guess Zeus is behind you." Li Feng stood there silently, planning something frantically in his mind. Being misunderstood as Zeus's henchman is better than having nothing to do with Zeus. I want to trade with Persephone, but I don't understand her character. With a backer, I will be more confident when trading. Thinking of this, Feng shrugged, but said nothing. Guess it yourself. The bigger your imagination, the more confident I will be. Seeing that Feng said nothing, Persephone thought that she had guessed where Feng came from, and said with interest, you relied on Hade's contempt to knock him unconscious. What is your purpose? Feng pointed at Percy, and said as he walked to the shelf beside him, first of all, we are here to rescue Percy's mother. As he spoke, Feng picked up the cage prop that emitted space fluctuations on the shelf. After throwing the prop hard on the ground, a burst of khaki smoke slowly rose, and eventually turned into the appearance of Percy's mother. Seeing his mother whom he missed so much, Persephone was so excited that he couldn't say a word. He dropped the cursed sword and hugged his mother. Feng rolled his eyes obscurely, picked up the cursed sword, and walked towards the unconscious Hades, saying, secondly, I want to collect some Hades blood. Persephone expressed her understanding of Feng's desire for Hades blood. After all, Feng was a dark wizard, and Hades blood was the top magic material for a dark wizard. Unfortunately, in Persephone's eyes, Hades' skin was thicker than the city wall. Even if Hades was in a coma and Feng was tossing him around, Feng couldn't cut Hades' skin. But was Feng really helpless against Hades? How was that possible? Feng was a guy who had been thinking about how to get the most out of his adventure. How could he be blocked by Hades' thick skin? Persephone's eyes widened, and she stupidly watched Feng cut Hades' finger with the cursed sword, and then carefully collected a tube of Hades blood. Persephone suddenly understood something, and said in astonishment, this is a sword made of fairy copper, a cursed sword, that can hurt the gods? Feng nodded slightly, stood up and shook the test tube, hid Hades' blood in his personal space, took out a piece of lotus cake, and threw it to Persephone, and asked, how long can this thing make Hades indulge in happiness? Lotus cake for lotus eaters? Persephone looked at Feng with a strange expression, as if he had calculated everything. After a moment of silence, she said, it's good if one piece can last for a few minutes. As soon as the voice fell, Feng poured out a pile of lotus cakes from his shoulder bag and asked, then feed him one piece every few minutes. Persephone was stunned for a moment, and an idea popped up in her mind. This guy has calculated everything, including me. Thinking of this, Persephone looked at Feng with a smile and asked, what benefits can I get? It seems that you guessed that I would make a deal with you. Feng took out the magic book from his pocket, opened it and handed it to Persephone, saying, want to leave hell and visit the human world from time to time. I can use the interdimensional portal to make a deal. Persephone took the magic book and glanced at it, then suddenly looked up at Feng and asked, you are a ruthless man who even dares to plot against Hades, and with Zeus behind you, I don't believe you can easily give me a portal to leave the underworld. Tell me, what do you want from me? The tone of his words indicated his intention to agree to the deal, which was a good sign. Feng's mouth curled up slightly. He looked at the fireplace emitting soul fluctuations, licked his mouth greedily, and said, I want some soul flames. Persephone was silent for a while and asked, do you know what soul fire is? Feng nodded. He not only knew about soul fire, but he had also seen it several times with his own eyes. For example, every time he killed a demon, the demon would turn into soul fire and return to hell. Another example is the skeleton soldiers. This thing can make the skeleton soldiers crawl out of the cemetery and then sit on their own graves while watching the moon and thinking about life. Yes, think about life. Because the soul fire can carry wisdom. Once Feng thoroughly studies the hellfire, he can completely control the souls of his subordinates even without the constraints of the slave contract, including the hatred who became Mephisto's informant, and Carter Slay who awakened a little consciousness in the sickle. Persephone sneered, maybe you don't know how strong the soul fire is yet. No, I know. Feng summoned a ball of spirit fire with his right hand and interrupted, do you think I'm not qualified to study the soul fire? Persephone looked at the spirit fire blankly. As the queen of the underworld imprisoned in hell, Persephone had enough time and experience to understand everything about hell, which allowed her to see several major characteristics of the spirit fire at a glance. The burning soul characteristic from the evil ghost rider, the continuous burning characteristic from the fierce fire, and the overbearing burning power from the eternal flame. Persephone was a little confused. She said that she couldn't understand Li Feng's strength at this moment. Normally, a mortal who is even a demigod is not qualified to study the soul fire, because if he is not careful, he will be burned by playing with fire. But now, the other party's spiritual fire shows that he is not only qualified to study the soul fire, but also a guy who can threaten the existence of a weak demigod. Persephone was stunned for a long time, and smiled bitterly. The deal is very tempting, but unfortunately I can't do it. Why? Li Feng asked with a frown. Persephone summoned a ball of soul fire to her palm and explained, Hades is the owner of the soul fire. I just borrow the soul fire temporarily, by relying on my identity as the queen of the underworld. Once you study the soul fire, Hades will be able to sense it immediately, and appear in front of you immediately. Although Hades can only send a clone to chase you every time, how many times can you deal with Hades clones? After listening to Persephone's explanation, Li Feng was relieved. He was not a fool. He knew that the soul fire could be sensed by Hades, and was still studying it in the native world. He could hide in the mirror space to study. If that doesn't work, he can go back to the Marvel world to study. He just doesn't believe that Hades can sense the soul fire in the Marvel world. Li Feng scratched his head, pretended to be in a dilemma and thought for a long time, gritted his teeth and said, then build an isolation array to avoid Hades' perception, and then study the soul fire. Are you sure you want to trade? Persephone's face lit up. She didn't care where Li Feng was hiding to study the soul fire. She only knew that she had kindly reminded the other party. If the other party still insisted on the trade, she could shirk any trouble afterwards. Seeing Li Feng nodded affirmatively and took out the seal scroll, Persephone didn't say anything and summoned the soul fire neatly, cooperating with Li Feng to seal the flame. After completing all this, Persephone lowered her head to record the spellcasting tricks of the portal. Li Feng sealed the scroll into the nesting doll and then threw it into the portable space. He returned the cursed sword to Percy and said, everyone, leave quickly before Hades wakes up. Oh, yes, let's leave quickly, Grover said nervously. Percy said thank you to Li Feng, took out the pearl, and handed it to his mother. His face froze, and he subconsciously said, fuck, we have 4 people, but pearls. Well, this guy finally realized that pearls are not enough. Annabeth patted Percy's shoulder, turned her head, and pointed at Li Feng with her chin, and said, don't forget that there is a wizard who can open the door. Li Feng grinned silently, grabbed Grover's shoulder, and said, brother, have a good trip. After that, Li Feng waved his hand to open the portal connecting to the Half-Blood camp, and threw Grover, who was confused, towards the portal. Just as Grover flew through the portal screaming, Li Feng pretended to be exhausted, and let the portal collapse. He leaned on his knees and gasped, and said, okay, you guys should leave the underworld quickly. I will go back to the Half-Blood camp after I recover my magic power. The innocent Percy thanked Li Feng again, put the pearl on the ground, waved goodbye to Li Feng and said, Austin, go back to the human world as soon as possible. Annabeth knew a little about Li Feng's strength and rolled her eyes at Percy. It was not until Percy and his mother left the underworld that she looked at Li Feng in confusion and asked, do you have anything else to do? Of course there was something to do. This was Hades' castle. How could he leave easily without exchanging some treasures? Li Feng pointed to Persephone, who was recording the portal in the distance, and said, I'm just borrowing the magic book, not giving away additional magic books. I will take the magic book back after Miss Persephone has recorded the magic. I don't believe you. Annabeth looked at Li Feng distrustfully, crushed the pearls, and returned to the camp and said, just be glad that I'm not a good girl who likes to pry into personal privacy. Chapter 340, The Transaction with Mr. Day. Half an hour after Annabeth returned to the Half-Blood camp, a portal suddenly appeared in front of the wooden house where Li Feng lived. Then, Li Feng, with a happy face, walked out of the portal with a bulging shoulder bag on his back and an inky black gourd slung across his waist. Returning to the cabin, Li Feng excitedly jumped onto the roof and made a gesture of embracing the sun and said in ecstasy, what a great profit. It's so cool to travel to hell. Not only do I get props and spells unique to the underworld, but I also get some materials and medicinal herbs unique to the underworld, and even the pitch black gourd is filled with high quality souls. The most important thing is that hell is the best place for dark wizards to practice. Now, I can hide in hell to practice at any time. Although I can't stay in hell for a lifetime, when I return to the Marvel world, I will probably be the pinnacle of mortals. And the price of all this is just time and space spells, and a pair of arms of the titaned evil god. Compared with the spells I paid, I can improve my strength more. This deal, I made a fortune. After a long time, Li Feng suddenly thought of something, and showed a trace of curiosity. Then he rubbed his face and muttered, I don't know if the substitute purse phone made with the evil god's arms can deceive Hades. Well, I'm looking forward to Hades and a pair of arms rolling in the sheets, while Persephone opened the portal and ran to the human world to desperately cuckold Hades. Just when Li Feng was guessing how many square kilometers of grassland there were on Hades' head, Annabeth and Bruna, who received the news that Li Feng returned safely, hurried to the cabin. From a distance, Annabeth saw Li Feng standing on the roof drooling, and covered her face and shouted, Austin, your saliva is about to wash away the cabin. Li Feng subconsciously wiped the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. Seeing that there was no water on his sleeve, he jumped off the roof and said unhappily, Annabeth, we are partners who have experienced life and death adventures together. What's the point of teasing me like this? It's not cute at all. Get lost. Annabeth glared at him and muttered in her heart, for a ruthless person like you who dares to plot against Hades, what kind of adventure is the previous experience? It's more like playing house. On the side, Bruna folded his arms and smiled. Just when Annabeth and others returned to the camp, Zeus announced the recovery of lightning fire, and at the same time. At this point, Bruna looked at Annabeth beside him. Annabeth understood Bruna's meaning in a second, waved goodbye to Li Feng, and said, you guys chat, I'll go tell Percy and Grover the good news, that you are not missing any limbs. You are the one who is missing any limbs. Learn about the spell to regenerate broken limbs. Li Feng rolled his eyes and complained. Looking at Annabeth's figure in the distance, Bruna stretched out his hand, and made a gesture of invitation, motioning Li Feng to follow him while talking. Li Feng scratched his head, followed Bruna thoughtfully, and guessed, did His Majesty Zeus say something when he announced the discovery of lightning fire? Bruna nodded, took out the blood of the evil god in the Holy Grail from his arms, and handed them to Li Feng, saying, you guessed right, the gods not only know that you have the blood of the Titan and the Holy Grail, but also know the deal between Poseidon and you. Puff. When he was halfway through, Bruna seemed to remember something, and couldn't help laughing. Li Feng, who took the evil god's blood and the Holy Grail, was a little confused. When he was about to ask what are you laughing at, he saw Bruna restrained his smile, as if he was not the one who laughed like a pig before, and said calmly, Poseidon has made the potion, and sent it to me. Now, the gods hope that Percy can use it as soon as possible. Li Feng was stunned for a moment, and suddenly understood what Bruna was laughing at. He rolled his eyes implicitly and said, the gods don't know the actual effect of the potion, so they force Percy to try it on himself as soon as possible. Bruna did not give a direct answer, nor did he dare to answer. After all, the gods care about face the most. If he dared to slander the gods at will, he would have to pay for it afterwards. Bruna patted Li Feng on the shoulder and said, as long as Percy performs well after using the potion, you, the businessman, will be busy. Li Feng grinned and said, maybe I should think about how to trade with the gods? Touching his chin, Li Feng tilted his head and asked, Bruna, how much do you know about the private collections of the gods? Bruna rolled his eyes. Do you think a centaur with no status would know what's in the pockets of the gods? Li Feng staggered and complained weakly, you have no status? Come on, let alone the many heroes you have trained. Your father is the leader of the second generation. Bruna shrugged and said in a tone without any emotional fluctuations, but it's also because my students are too outstanding, and I'm the child of Cronus, that I'm taboo by the third generation of gods. After all, the current gods, Bruna lowered his voice and said, they overthrew my father to ascend to the top of the gods. Li Feng scratched his head and suddenly found that he couldn't refute it. At the same time, he also heard that Bruna didn't want to talk about his own life experience. Sometimes, having no attitude is an attitude. Li Feng shrugged and changed the subject. I want to ask you something. If the gods come to the Half-Blood camp to trade with me and accidentally see their own children, will it be considered a violation of the rules set by Zeus? if I happen to be playing with the god's children, when the gods come to the door, Li Feng spread his hands and asked, how should this be calculated? And will his majesty Zeus cause trouble for me? Bruna glanced at Li Feng, smiled silently, and said, your idea is good. While trading, you can also gain the favor of the gods and children. In other words, this operation does not violate Zeus's rules. Li Feng smiled and said, I need your help. Bruna naturally knew what to help with, but some things were clear, but they could not be said clearly. Bruna thought for a while and said, I remember that your martial arts are not bad. I would like to ask you to teach the half-bloods, as the cost of your living in the camp. So, let's cheese Zeus's rules together. Li Feng nodded and agreed. During the conversation, Bruna took Li Feng to a courtyard with vines climbing on the wall. Bruna pushed open the small door of the courtyard and introduced as he walked, this is the main house of the camp. Mr. Day wants to see you. Mr. Day? Li Feng, who knew a little about the mixed blood camp, wondered, is Dionysius the god of wine? Li Feng had a reason to ask this. In some myths, Dionysius replaced Hestia and became one of the 12 main gods of Olympus. But according to the rules set by Zeus, gods should take on the responsibilities of gods. In order to prevent gods from neglecting their duties, Zeus even set a rule that gods are not allowed to see children, not to mention letting the main gods eat and drink together in the mixed blood camp. But now there is a guy who is suspected to be the god of wine living in the camp. Li Feng is a little confused. If Dionysius is the god of wine, then why can he live in the camp? Is it because the winner-making duties he undertakes have been fully mechanized, causing Dionysius to be laid off and waiting for employment? Or is it because Dionysius' children have grown up and moved out of the mixed blood camp and he is now coming to the mixed blood camp just for vacation? As for why Dionysius didn't consider whether he had children, his father was Zeus, and he also inherited Zeus's promiscuous character. He was also the type who was attracted to both men and women, and would meet one after another. How could Li Feng possibly guess that Dionysius would be the last one to come? If Dionysius was not the god of wine, then who was he? Why did he stay in the mixed blood camp? Li Feng said he was very curious. The god of wine. Bruna was silent for a while, shrugged his shoulders, and didn't explain anything. He just whispered, when he pushed open the door, I advise you to put away your curiosity. Knowing too much about some things is harmful. You just need to maintain the proper respect for Mr. Day. This made me sound like I was a fool who didn't know the importance of the matter. Li Feng curled his lips and followed Bruna into the main house. In the main house, a handsome middle-aged man dressed casually was sitting at the desk, carefully holding a red wine bottle and pouring wine into the wine glass. However, when the red wine was poured into the wine glass, the original red wine with good color, aroma, and taste quickly turned into a glass of boiled water. Bruna chuckled and said, you shouldn't torture yourself. How do I know Zeus is so stingy? This happened so many years ago. The middle-aged man looked up at Bruna while speaking. Seeing Li Feng was also there, he stopped complaining and put down the bottle. Mr. Day stood up and walked to Li Feng. After looking him up and down, he smiled and said, welcome, the hero who found lightning fire. Let us have a drink to celebrate your resolution of the war between gods. Brother, you change your face so quickly. The complaints in the last second show that you have a conflict with Zeus, and the next second you welcome me for the matter of lightning fire. You wish Zeus couldn't find the lightning fire, right? You just want to find an excuse to drink. Unfortunately, Zeus cursed that the wine in your hand would only be boiled water. I don't want to drink boiled water unless you give me wine, and I drink it slowly by myself. While complaining in his heart, Li Feng said with a smile, hello, Mr. Day, it's an honor to meet you. Mr. Day made a gesture of invitation to Li Feng, leaned against the desk, glanced at Bruna, and said, I guess you already know that the gods hope Percy will use the potion as soon as possible. Mr. Bruna has already told me. Li Feng nodded. Mr. Day's mouth curled up slightly, and with an amiable smile, he said, I need the Holy Grail and a portion of the evil god's blood. Li Feng blinked. If it weren't for Bruna's previous warning, he actually wanted to ask the question, are you the god of wine? Forget it now, none of them is something I can afford to offend. Li Feng didn't ask anything, and took out the Holy Grail and blood from his shoulder bag, and said, Mr. Day, what can you give me? Mr. Day smiled mysteriously. People who are corrupted by dark energy are very likely to develop another violent personality. Li Feng's face froze, and after a moment of silence, he smiled and said, Mr. Day, do you have a way? Mr. Day nodded slightly and said, I have a dual personality. One side can bring joy and intoxication to people, and the other side is cruel and irritable, just like wine, which makes you feel ecstatic and dizzy. I can teach you how to control the other side of your personality. Li Feng's eyes lit up, and he shouted loudly, okay. Chapter 341 Charybdis. The transaction with Mr. Day represents the beginning of the warm-up of the transaction between Li Feng and the gods. In particular, Percy's physique continued to soar after using the potion, and he was on the verge of becoming the strongest man in the Half-Blood camp. Teacher Li Feng also began to teach the sons of the gods one by one. Of course, teaching martial arts was just a pretense, and everyone knew Li Feng's real purpose. For example, when the god of forging Hephaestus traded potions for his own children, Li Feng asked Hephaestus for some basic knowledge of forging in front of the son of Hephaestus. Hephaestus understood Li Feng's intention. He knew that Li Feng knew the basics of forging. The so-called asking for advice was just to let him take the opportunity to teach his child a craft and have a happy father-son time with his child. For this reason, Hephaestus did not expose it, but smiled and took over Li Feng's business of upgrading armor using the evil god's body, and carefully explained the key points of forging knowledge in front of Li Feng and his own cub. Seeing that his kid was a little confused by some forging points, Hephaestus simply used the excuse that Li Feng was too stupid and needed to stay in the cabin for a few more days to complete the transaction. If Zeus hadn't said that he couldn't stand it anymore, Hephaestus, who kept pushing his feet, might have stayed in the Half-Blood camp until he had a few New Year's Eve dinners before leaving. Another example is the god of light Apollo, who was very happy to see the child. This big brother not only has the priesthood of light, prophecy, art, poetry, etc., but also the priesthood of medicine. How could Li Feng let go of such a great god easily? This led to Li Feng not only trading with the evil god blood and the Holy Grail, but also trading with some potions or formulas that the little guy could use immediately in front of the son of Apollo, such as the magic amplification potion of the EC. This made Apollo, who didn't want the child to have a disappointed expression on his face, not only take away the evil god blood and the Holy Grail when he left the Half-Blood camp, but also undertake the business of helping Li Feng to make 2 copies of the evil god blood. To this end, Li Feng paid some extra costs, such as teaching the son of Apollo to use the energy in his body, but there was nothing he could do about it. The formula given by Poseidon was a bit high-end. After studying it over and over again, Li Feng said that his strength was too weak, and he could not make it for the time being, unless he became a demigod. The problem is that he just saw the shadow of a demigod, and he is still far from being a demigod. Besides, he has evolved into a demigod, so why does Li Feng still need potions? Want to taste the saltiness of the potion? So what can he do except ask the gods for help? As for the medicinal materials for the potion, Li Feng was not panicked at all. After all, Artemis, the god of nature, had a lot of medicinal materials in her hands, and a few Titan bloods were enough for Li Feng to collect the medicinal materials. The only pity is that the good medicinal materials in Artemis' hands are not limited to what Li Feng needs at present, but she dislikes that Li Feng has no good stuff in his hands and directly refuses to trade. What can Li Feng do? He wants to steal or rob, but he can't beat the other party. There is no way. Li Feng can only transfer the transaction object and trade with the demigod Chloris, the goddess of nature. Although the quality of the medicinal materials in the hands of this big sister is not as good as that of the god of nature, she has a full range of medicinal materials and is currently an ideal trading partner for Li Feng. For example, Li Feng used some small things to exchange for a batch of tea and seeds that contain magic and make people think quickly and refresh their minds from Chloris. Of course, it doesn't matter if some sub-gods can't trade for the blood of the evil god. Li Feng also has the knowledge of spells and the skills to make props. For this reason, Li Feng directly dressed up the cabin as a grocery store, relying on knowledge and props to attract many second-generation gods and sub-gods to trade. Not to mention, Li Feng's small business is not bad. Even the witchcraft goddess Circe, who is good at turning people into livestock, was attracted. After Li Feng's words, she used several spells she was good at to exchange for the ultimate transformation spell animagus in the Harry Potter world. Let's put it this way, there are gods visiting Li Feng's cabin every day, and Li Feng also relies on the blood, bones, fur and other materials of the evil god to make himself a lot of money. Until a few months later, Li Feng, who reserved an extra portion of the evil god's blood for the daughter of Zeus, had a premonition that there was actually no good deal between him and the gods. It was not that he did not want to continue doing business, but there was no need, because the main god did have a lot of good things in his hands, but the high and mighty main god looked down on the gadgets in Li Feng's hands. As for the gadgets in the hands of the secondary gods or mixed blood people, Li Feng looked down on them, or was unwilling to exchange them with his own treasures. After several days of not reaching a deal, Li Feng simply carried a shoulder bag filled with various precious medicinal herbs and materials, hung a sign on the cabin saying the owner is out for something, and flew to the Sea of Demons on a black cloud, which is the Bermuda Triangle on the human map. There was a resurrection armor calling Li Feng. After most of the day, Li Feng flew to the mysterious Bermuda Triangle, but when he drove the black cloud into Bermuda, he found something wrong. Here, flying is forbidden? Li Feng was a little confused. Although he prepared a bunch of props, they were all props for dealing with the Cyclops guarding the resurrection armor. He didn't prepare a sailboat at all. Li Feng, who was soaking in the seawater, was a little confused. He didn't know how to operate. He couldn't just swim on the sea to find his destination. When would he find it? Speechless, Li Feng found that he was surrounded by a group of sharks. Li Feng was stunned at first, and then a look of joy appeared on his face. This is really a way for heaven to spare people. What is a shark? For Li Feng, who was drifting on the sea, it was the best small fishing boat, and it was also an environmentally friendly means of transportation with zero fuel consumption per 100 kilometers. As for the shark's unwillingness to be a fishing boat and wanting to resist, it was not Li Feng's boast. With his current physique, he dared to put his hand into the shark's mouth to play with tooth extraction. Even if the shark bit it hard, what would it matter? At most, it would just break some skin, but the shark would complain about the bumpy teeth of this thing. Li Feng even hoped that the other party would resist. After all, for Li Feng, the sharks that were made into mummies after death were more obedient and more suitable for his identity. At that time, Li Feng, who was stepping on the mummified shark, dared to play various difficult surfing games and really hit the waves. Just watching the increasing number of shark fins, Li Feng gradually restrained his smile. His mouth twitched, and he covered his face, thinking, what a group of sharks. This is Charybdis swallowing seawater 3 times a day, forming a huge vortex, and swallowing passing ships. After thinking about it, Li Feng cast a spell of walking on water on himself, and said with a smile, little guy, it's your bad luck to meet me. After all, you are a rare animal, just in time to be a companion to Hydra. While speaking, Li Feng threw a ball of spiritual fire into Charybdis's big mouth, leaving a sentence roll, baby, and then quickly ran to the side, quietly watching Charybdis rolling in the sea. A few minutes later, Charybdis realized that the seawater could not extinguish the spiritual fire. He endured the severe pain and emerged from the sea. He opened his huge mouth with deep hatred and ran towards Li Feng. You want to eat me yourself? It's terrible to be uneducated. You dare to put everything in your mouth without even reading Journey to the West? Li Feng curled his lips and let Charybdis eat him. When he reached Charybdis's pond-like stomach, Li Feng straightened his wet clothes, controlled the spiritual fire to expand the burning area, and shouted, Charybdis, now I give you 2 choices. Either become a specimen and be collected by me, or live and become my pet. I don't know if Charybdis can't speak, or he is too painful to pay attention to Li Feng. Anyway, Li Feng waited for a long time, but didn't hear the other party's reply. Looking at Charybdis, who was burned by the spiritual fire, Li Feng touched his chin. This guy's almost burned to death, and doesn't talk to me. What does it mean? Do you look down on me, or is Charybdis just a fool with no IQ? So, what are you Western demons capable of? If you live in China, do you believe that a pig that has lived for 500 years can kill you? Li Feng simply stopped wasting time and took out the mind gem to try to control Charybdis's mind. If the other party resists, it goes without saying that Charybdis has a certain degree of wisdom. The previous behavior of ignoring Li Feng shows that the other party definitely looks down on Li Feng. Li Feng can also take advantage of the other party's serious injury to forcibly subdue the other party. If he doesn't resist, he can just become a pet. Anyway, no matter how you calculate it, Li Feng is the final winner. As his mental power continued to test Charybdis, Li Feng understood that the other party's wisdom was actually very low, so low that he could only instinctively swallow seawater and passing ships every day, and the rest of the time he either slept or counted sheep waiting to fall asleep. This is simply the beautiful life that everyone yearns for, but now it has been achieved by a monster. Where is justice? Li Feng was getting angrier and angrier. He immediately ordered Charybdis to surface after controlling him. Unfortunately, Charybdis, who was confused, said that he didn't understand the order and didn't know what was on the water surface and what was on the bottom of the sea. He only knew that there was no spiritual fire in his stomach, so he could sleep comfortably. Damn, this guy's hopeless. Li Feng, who sensed Charybdis's thoughts, covered his face, cast a positioning spell on him, and then waved to open the portal. Back to the sea, Li Feng cast various spells for breathing and moving in the water, and then dived into the sea and swam towards Charybdis. After a while, Li Feng shrunk and sealed Charybdis, who was still sleeping, and then surfaced and complained, "This guy's too extreme, except for eating and sleeping. This happy life, I don't know if the collector will look down on this mutant pig or not." He stuffed Charybdis into a shoulder bag. Guessing that all the large fish nearby were swallowed by Charybdis, Li Feng could only open the portal to the sky while playing the endless bungee jumping that never landed, while looking around for the amusement park where the Cyclops Polyphemus lived. It was not until 3 days later that the exhausted Li Feng finally saw the edge of an island. When Li Feng teleported to the island and saw the old and huge Ferris wheel and various rusty entertainment facilities on the island, Li Feng leaned on his knees and said weakly, "This place is really good. If I haven't found it yet, I will be dried up by the strong wind." Chapter 342 Resurrection Armor obtained. Arriving at the destination, the first thing Li Feng did was not to look for the Cyclops, but to open the portal and go back to the Half-Blood camp to take a shower and have a good sleep. Poor kid, these days he was either hung in the air to dry or soaked in the sea to take a salt water bath. How could he have the energy to grab the golden fleece if he didn't take a good rest? Besides, after 3 days of continuous casting, how much mana could Li Feng have left? Could he expect a wizard to coax the Cyclops into tears with his mouth? Even if Li Feng wanted to, he didn't have the ability. Moreover, with the magic resistance and force of the Cyclops, how could Li Feng, whose armor and weapons were still in the hands of the god of forging, deal with the Cyclops in a tired state? If Li Feng dared to make trouble for the Cyclops at this time, what was the difference between that and courting death? He said that Li Feng was not much different from delivering tequila across the alien world and was still a piece of top grade meat full of magic. After hiding in the camp and sleeping for a day and a night, Li Feng was dragged out of the cabin by Bruno mercilessly. Feeling the sunlight was particularly glaring, Li Feng covered his eyes with his right hand and said sleepwalkingly, "Brother, don't make trouble. I can still sleep for 3 days. If you have anything, come back in 3 days, okay? 3 days. Are you going to rob the god of sleep, Hypnos?" Bruno rolled his eyes, threw the express box in his hand to Li Feng, and said unhappily, "This is what Apollo and Hephaestus asked to pass on to you. Potions and armor?" Li Feng's eyes lit up, and his mind was instantly clear. He said happily, I was worried about when to upgrade the armor." As he spoke, Li Feng excitedly tore open the express box and saw a set of silver black scales lying quietly in the box. The general appearance of the armor has not changed much, but it is covered with a layer of small fish-like scales on the original basis, which greatly increases the defense. Just as Li Feng was showing off by putting on the armor and twisting his waist to check its flexibility, Bruno said sourly, "Hephaestus asked me to tell you that, although he has never seen the material of the armor and doesn't know the characteristics of your original armor, he discovered its characteristics when he used titan bones and other materials to help you upgrade the armor. He asked me to remind you that when you have divine power, remember to keep the armor warm when using the divine power. Then, the armor will continue to strengthen under the stimulation of the divine power and become your truly trustworthy partner. Strengthen? Li Feng tilted his head, and the prompt sound of upgrading weapons in the game appeared in his mind. Your armor defense increases by 1. Your armor defense increases by 1. Your armor defense increases by 1. So beautiful. Li Feng wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, put the armor into his personal space, and looked at another express delivery when he heard Bruno ask, "Do you remember what the characteristics of Poseidon's potion are?" Li Feng nodded, took out 2 light golden potions from the express box, and put them in his hand. While watching them obsessively, he said, "This thing can only be used by half-bloods at any time. Mortals like me can only become demigods to use it, otherwise they will be blown up by the energy in the potion." "It's good that you understand." Bruno paused and asked curiously, "What do you mean by I'm worried about when to upgrade my armor? Do you need to fight?" In Bruno's view, as long as Li Feng doesn't provoke the gods, his strength is enough to walk sideways on the earth, and this guy's a mage after all, so he doesn't need the protection of armor on weekdays. What happened now that made the mage think about the armor? Li Feng did not hide the fact that he wanted the protection of scale armor, and said frankly that he had found Polyphemus hiding in the Sea of Demons. Polyphemus? Bruno was stunned for a moment, his eyes widened in surprise and said, "The Cyclops with the golden fleece. Why are you so loud?" Li Feng put his right index finger to his mouth and shushed a few times, signaling Bruno not to speak so loudly. After Li Feng looked around obscenely, he chuckled a few times and whispered to Bruno, "Don't worry, I know Polyphemus is Poseidon's child. Although this guy's not favored by Poseidon, I still dare not kill him rashly." Bruno thought for a while and said, "So you need scales to defend against Polyphemus attacks?" Li Feng shrugged and said, "It's just in case. After all, I'm a mage. I can use the kite flying tactic to tire Polyphemus to death. But I dare not kill him. I must prevent him from pretending to faint and counterattack." Li Feng said so, but in fact he didn't care whose child Polyphemus was. He only knew that the Cyclops was a rare species in the Marvel world, and it should be worth something to the Cosmic Collector. If the Collector doesn't like the Cyclops, he can kill it for materials. Can Li Feng still keep such a big thing? Li Feng was already annoyed enough by having a gluttonous scar at home, so there was really no need to waste extra food to raise a useless pet. Bruno, who knew nothing about this, just felt that Li Feng was too good at stirring up trouble. Not long ago, this guy, with the help of Zeus, tricked Hades, causing Hades to be unable to raise his head in front of the gods, and his face was smashed and could not be put back together, no matter how hard he tried. Now Hades was worrying about how to talk to Li Feng about his face problem, but Li Feng not only did not take it seriously, but also immediately provoked Poseidon's cub. Even if Polyphemus is not liked by Poseidon, he is still the son of the Sea King. Bruno shook his head, as if with a headache, and said, "Remember what you said, don't kill Polyphemus easily, otherwise you'd better leave the Half-Blood camp as soon as possible. I can't afford the wrath of the gods." Li Feng curled his lips in disdain. "I can't do anything about the wrath of the gods, so I really don't plan to kill Polyphemus this time." Touching his shoulder bag, Li Feng thought to himself, "In case Poseidon doesn't like me, I have specially prepared a potion for the daughter of Zeus. When I resurrect the daughter of Zeus, the big brother of the gods will help me stop Poseidon. If it doesn't work, I'll just let Polyphemus go, and then apologize." Thinking of this, Li Feng felt the desire to capture Polyphemus as soon as possible. He hurriedly said goodbye to Bruno, who looked confused, and waved to open the portal. Looking at the disappearing portal, Bruno was stunned and said, "This guy really does what he says." Bruno shook his head with a wry smile. He didn't want to get involved in Li Feng's mess. He just wanted to report Li Feng's search for the Golden Fleece to Zeus as soon as possible. On the other hand, Li Feng was a little hesitant when he returned to the island, whether to send out the dementors to find Polyphemus. After all, the island was not big, but it was not small either. If he searched the island alone, he probably wouldn't be able to make it back to the camp for dinner. After thinking for a long time, Li Feng sighed and walked around the island. Dementors are useful, but in the eyes of the gods, this thing is a complete evil thing. God knows how everyone will look at him after knowing that Li Feng can drive evil creatures. If Li Feng is driven out of the camp before resurrecting the daughter of Zeus, he will lose a lot. Until the sunset was only a piece of afterglow scattered on the earth. Li Feng finally heard a roar outside a cave marked with straight into death. Is this the roar of a giant? Li Feng was delighted and quickly cast a spell to become invisible and sneak into the cave. After a while, Li Feng found the Cyclops wearing an unknown animal skin skirt, a golden fleece on his shoulders, and a string of human skulls hanging around his waist. However, the moment he saw the Cyclops, Li Feng subconsciously covered his mouth and nose. It was not because Li Feng was afraid that the Cyclops' sensitive nose would smell him, but because he really couldn't stand the strange smell on the Cyclops. Judging from the thick layer of mud on this guy's body, he hasn't taken a bath for at least 100 years, Li Feng said with certainty. Just when Li Feng felt that he was about to be suffocated by the stench of the other party, the Cyclops seemed to have discovered something. He sniffed the air lightly, picked up the boulder next to him, and smashed it towards Li Feng. At the same time, he opened his big mouth full of stench and laughed. Ha, I smell the smell of magic. I haven't tasted the taste of a wizard for a long time. Wizard, come out and be my dinner. No, 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 I'm not dinner. Li Feng, who was discovered by the Cyclops, was not annoyed. He immediately separated a phantom body and approached the Cyclops, while the main body quickly climbed to a high place to observe the layout of the cave. He controlled the phantom body to attract the other party's attention and shouted, "But I have delicious pastries in my hand. Do you want some? Pastry?" The one-eyed man actually pulled off the golden fleece on his shoulder and grinned. "I know why you wizards are here." The Cyclops shook the golden fleece and laughed wildly. "You are here for the golden fleece that can resurrect people. You?" Li Feng's pupils shrank, and he instantly realized that the other party might not be able to determine whether the phantom body was a real human, but the other party would definitely notice his invisible self. Li Feng just thought of this and saw the Cyclops suddenly slap the golden fleece towards him. "I'm not a fly. Why are you slapping me? But since you've handed the golden fleece to me, I won't be polite." Li Feng, with his muscles tensed, squinted his eyes and grabbed the golden fleece to wrestle with the Cyclops. At the same time, he quickly controlled the lotus cake to float into the other's big mouth. The Cyclops was first surprised that Li Feng could wrestle with him, and then he was stunned again when he felt the delicious food in his mouth. When he subconsciously chewed the lotus cake in his mouth, his face was happy again. When the Cyclops swallowed the lotus cake and was about to reach out to grab Li Feng, the Cyclops inexplicably felt a desire rising in himself before eating. "Should I dance to celebrate?" The Cyclops, whose body reacted faster than his brain, hadn't decided whether to use friction. This is a devil's step or a northeast yanko to celebrate. His body involuntarily let go of the golden fleece, and after standing there for a few seconds, he began to dance square dance with his hands and feet. Li Feng smiled silently and continued to feed the lotus cake into the mouth of the Cyclops, while quickly hiding the golden fleece into his personal space. After completing all this, Li Feng took a look at his lotus cake reserves. "There are only 10 pounds left. I have to save some to take back to the Marvel world." Li Feng touched his chin, stopped feeding, and raised his hand to imprison the Cyclops in a time stagnation spell. The next thing is simple. Li Feng took out the nesting dolls and slapped the Cyclops hard, imprisoning Polyphemus, who had no ability to resist, into the nesting doll. Looking at the nesting dolls that originally had no patterns on the surface and suddenly emerged with the Cyclops who was still singing and jumping for joy, Li Feng couldn't help but put his hands on his hips and laughed wildly, ecstatic in his heart. Next, it depends on Poseidon's reaction. If Poseidon has no reaction, I will wait for the plot to come and then make a lot of money from Zeus. Chapter 343 The Way to Become a God. Camp Half-Blood, a good place with many kinds of divine blood. No, I said it wrong. It is a place that only accepts the descendants of gods and is the only safe haven for half-bloods in the mortal world. However, at the beginning, although Camp Half-Blood accepted a large number of half-bloods, the life of half-bloods in the camp was not necessarily that good. Because there were too many monsters in the outside world who coveted their blood power and possessed all kinds of strange things, and the camp did not even have the most basic walls. The safety of the camp depended on patrols that did not carry guns but swords. Let's put it this way, the half-bloods were trembling with fear when eating in the camp, fearing that a monster would emerge from under the table. This is why the half-bloods, in order to survive, had to hone their martial arts every day, except eating and sleeping. Until 7 years ago, 4 teenagers changed the tense situation of Camp Half-Blood. It was said that Grover, Annabeth, Luke, and Zeus's daughter Telia, who were still little kids, ran to Camp Half-Blood to avoid the pursuit of monsters. But the 4 little brats were unlucky. Just as they were about to enter the camp, a group of Cyclops who came to Camp Half-Blood to hunt for food discovered the 4 people. Telia understood that their little strength was nothing to the Cyclops, and the plan of running into Camp Half-Blood for help was nothing. Just look at the distance that the Cyclops took a step to know that their short legs could not outrun the Cyclops. Seeing that the friends were about to go to the underworld hand in hand to report, Telia stepped forward and was willing to use herself as bait to let Annabeth and the other 3 continue to run to Camp Half-Blood for help. She waved her little arms and greeted the Cyclops while running in the opposite direction of the camp. Telia succeeded. She bought time for her friends to run into the camp, but she was slapped by the Cyclops and her eyes were full of stars and her health dropped to the bottom on the spot. Zeus, who had always been concerned about the safety of his daughter, saw that his precious daughter was about to die. Although he wanted to go down to Earth to kill the Cyclops, he could only watch Telia die due to the rules he set. Fortunately, just as Telia's soul returned to the underworld, Zeus, who had been racking his brains, finally came up with a way to transform Telia into a big tree and let the big tree create a barrier for the Half-Blood camp. A barrier that has no effect on half-bloods and can block all humans and ghosts, except Feng, who can open a portal. As soon as the barrier came out, it was well received by all the half-bloods, because since the barrier, the half-bloods in the camp no longer have back pain or leg pain, and no longer have to live in fear. They can get up whenever they want every day, sit at the dining table, and eat meals with peace of mind, or practice martial arts leisurely. In short, with the barrier of the Telia tree, the half-bloods in the half-blood camp feel safe and can live a carefree life every day. Feng knew the story of Telia and also knew that Zeus actually loved Telia very much, which gave him, who had the golden fleece, an opportunity to take advantage of it. So, when Feng returned to the camp from the island, he ran to the Telia tree as soon as possible. The Telia tree was related to the safety of the half-blood camp. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Telia tree was the core of the half-blood camp. Such an important place naturally had someone guarding it nearby 24 hours a day. As Feng walked around the Telia tree while stroking his chin and observing, the caretaker next to him immediately reported Feng's strange behavior to Bruna. Bruna was stunned for a few seconds after receiving the caretaker's notice. Didn't Austin go to rob the golden fleece before? Why did he go to the Telia tree? Could the golden fleece revive the dead Telia? Bruna, who vaguely guessed what Feng wanted to do, put on a serious horse face, spread his horse's hooves, and ran towards Feng, leaving the caretaker with a confused face. Arriving at the Telia tree, before Bruna could say anything, Feng, who had already seen that Telia's soul was actually dormant in the tree, said, "Bruna, Telia's soul is still there." Feng took out the golden fleece and threw it to Bruna and continued, "You should know the ability of the golden fleece." Bruna, who took the golden fleece, slowed down his horse's hooves, nodded slightly to indicate that he knew the function of the golden fleece, and carefully touched the golden fleece to confirm the authenticity of the golden fleece in his hand. After a long time, Bruna, who determined that the object in his hand was the golden fleece, didn't know how to express his feelings at the moment. Happy, maybe. After all, the golden fleece was a legendary object, and he was able to brag about it for a while. Moreover, Feng had already stated that Telia was still alive, which meant that the golden fleece could revive Telia. From then on, there were 2 descendants of the 3 giants in the half-blood camp, one son of Poseidon, and one daughter of Zeus. The talents of the descendants of the 3 giants can be imagined. Once Percy and Talia grow up, the strength of the Half-Blood camp will be greater and safer. This is really a great event. However, the Golden Fleece is a legendary item after all. It is estimated that the days in Camp Half-Blood will not be peaceful until the two gifted people show their powerful strength. After all, there are so many monsters who want the Golden Fleece. Who can stand someone making trouble when eating or sleeping in the middle of the night? Bruna, who had a headache, had a tangled face, and silently returned the Golden Fleece to Feng. Feng casually hid the Golden Fleece back into his personal space and asked sideways, Bruna, if I resurrect Talia, will the barrier of Camp Half-Blood still exist? I haven't thought about it. Bruna was a little confused, frowned and was silent for a while, shook his head blankly and said, I don't know. After a pause, Bruna looked up at the sky and said, this question needs Zeus to answer. After thinking about it, Bruna said, let's go to Olympus and talk to Zeus. Maybe we should let Zeus know the good news that Talia can be resurrected in advance and witness the resurrection of his daughter with his own eyes. What I want is for you to contact Zeus. Feng smiled silently. Of course, he knew that resurrecting Talia would not destroy the barrier, but Zeus watching Talia resurrect with his own eyes and Zeus describing how Feng resurrected Talia from others' mouths were two different things. Only by letting Zeus witness with his own eyes that Feng helped to resurrect Talia, he could get more awards. Moreover, I have a little business to talk to Zeus. Feng smiled and opened the portal to the Empire State Building and made a gesture of invitation to Bruna. Bruna sighed, the portal is so convenient, and took Feng to Olympus. After Bruna's communication, Feng, a mortal, stood in front of Zeus again. Compared with the last meeting, Zeus still had a stern face, but from the slightly raised corners of his mouth, he could still see that he was very excited. Come to think of it, Talia is someone else's child after all. Now that he heard that his precious daughter could be resurrected, it would be strange if Zeus was not excited. Feng saluted and said, praise you, god of the gods, did you get the Golden Fleece? Zeus asked impatiently before Feng finished speaking. Yes, when Feng took out the Golden Fleece, he saw Zeus' whole body lit up with white light, and his body quickly shrank and walked to Feng. Your Majesty, why does your transformation rhythm make me feel like an energy-saving lamp has become a spirit? While complaining in his heart, Feng smiled and handed the Golden Fleece to Zeus with both hands. Zeus did not take the Golden Fleece, but just reached out and touched the back of the fleece, took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, and asked, what do you want? Feng touched the back of his head innocently and asked, Your Majesty, I don't know if the Golden Fleece can revive your daughter. How dare I ask for benefits? Thinking that Feng was worried that the barrier would disappear after resurrecting Talia, Zeus rolled his eyes at Feng and said, the Golden Fleece can revive my daughter, and the barrier of the camp will still exist. Zeus glanced at Bruna on the side and said unhappily, so, you can rest assured to resurrect my daughter. Damn, my daughter has been lying on the ground for 7 years for the safety of the camp. 7 years without moving. Do you know how much I miss my daughter? You two bastards are still thinking about whether to revive her? Where is your conscience? Eaten by a dog. Feng saw that Zeus seemed to be angry, so he immediately handed the Golden Fleece to Bruna and opened the portal in front of Zeus. Looking at the Talia tree on the other side of the portal, Bruna widened his eyes and asked with a slightly trembling mouth, your portal can be opened across dimensions? That's nothing, I can still have fun in another world. Feng calmly pressed his hand, indicating that this was a basic operation, and said, Bruna, now is not the time to discuss the portal. Oh, Bruna, with confusion in his eyes, rubbed his face to come back to his senses, glanced at Feng, whose strength exceeded expectations, with a complicated expression, and crossed the portal with the Golden Fleece in his hands. In front of Zeus, he draped the Golden Fleece on the Talia tree. As the golden lines on the Golden Fleece lit up and climbed up the Talia tree, Zeus breathed a sigh of relief and said, I remember you used the blood of the evil god to make 2 potions. Yes, one for me, and one for creature, but there was no share for your daughter. Of course, Feng knew what Zeus wanted to express. He immediately took out the blood of the evil god in the Holy Grail from his shoulder bag and said, Your Majesty, I have a use for the finished potion. so I can't give it to you, but I have reserved a portion of blood. When handing the blood in the Holy Grail to Zeus, Feng explained, originally, I wanted to study why the Titan blood has mysterious powers, but now that your majesty wants it, of course I will give it to you. Give? That's giving it away for free. It's no wonder that you are so generous. Zeus took the blood in the Holy Grail with a smile and said, I'll ask you one last time. What do you want? If you don't answer, these things will be considered as your filial piety to me. Feng's mouth twitched, and he glanced at Zeus with resentment, lowering his head and pretending to think. After a while, Feng asked slowly, Your Majesty, how can I become a god? I didn't expect you to have such great ambitions. Zeus rubbed his forehead and asked, Do you know the difference between a mortal and a demigod? Feng nodded and repeated what Poseidon had explained to him. Zeus nodded in realization, looked Feng up and down and said, I can't see that you've been prepared for this. Then I'll explain how to become a demigod first, and then how to become a true god. Seeing that Zeus was willing to explain how a mortal could become a god, Feng, who was so excited that he rolled on the ground, took a few deep breaths to calm his mind, and listened to Zeus' explanation. Chapter 344 Preparing to leave. The favor of resurrecting Telea plus a material that gives Telea the opportunity to become a demigod, in exchange for only a secret of becoming a god, is actually a losing business for Feng. After all, Feng can not only learn the secret of becoming a god from Zeus, but also get the way to become a god from the EC. If I wasn't used to preparing a backup plan, I would never trade with you, a stingy god king. Feng, who was complaining in his heart, but full of gratitude on the surface, saluted Zeus respectfully and said, Thank you very much for your cultivation, Your Majesty. It's getting late. I'll go back to the camp first. Zeus smiled and nodded, and closed his eyes, to rest after sitting back on the throne of the God King. However, from the corners of his mouth, that were raised from time to time, Zeus was not resting now, but paying attention to the resurrected Telea. Seeing this, Feng waved his hand to open the portal, and went directly back to the cabin in Camp Half-Blood. When he returned to the cabin, Feng, who was so excited that he was dizzy, was about to go to the forest to breathe fresh air, and saw Sophie standing at the door yawning. Sophie, what are you doing? Feng asked. Sophie woke up instantly after hearing the voice. She stared at the cabin with curious eyes, then looked at the entrance of Camp Half-Blood, wondering, Bruna guessed right, you really came out of the cabin, but it doesn't make sense. I was always outside the cabin, and didn't see you enter the house. Feng lied, because there is a secret passage in the cabin leading to the outside world. Secret passage? Impossible. Sophie looked at Feng with disbelief, and said contemptuously, who are you insulting? The barrier in the camp can not only prevent the monsters from invading from the surface, but also there are barriers 100 meters underground. Otherwise those monsters who are good at digging holes will attack Camp Half-Blood and eat. So who would believe the secret passage except a fool? Believe it or not, Feng shrugged, skipping the question of where did I come from, how did I get here, and asked, do you have something to talk to me about? Oh, yes, I almost forgot about the business. Sophie stepped aside to make way, stretched out her hand to make a gesture of invitation, and said, Bruna asked me to wait for you in front of the cabin, saying that he would wait for you to come out of the cabin and go to the main house. Feng nodded and motioned Sophie to lead the way. When passing by the open-air square in front of the restaurant on the way to the main house, Feng looked at the firewood and many foods piled on the ground, and asked knowingly, what are you going to celebrate with the bonfire party? Sophie nodded, with a smile from the heart on her face, and said, the daughter of Zeus, Telea, has resurrected. We plan to hold a bonfire party tonight, to welcome Telea and thank her for protecting the camp for so many years with her barrier. Welcome and thank. Feng's mind involuntarily recalled the scene of couples chatting about life in the woods after the last bonfire party. He couldn't help but complain in his heart, the ghost's thanks and welcome are all illusions. Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. Isn't it just to indulge your lower body that you hold a bonfire party? Feng rolled his eyes obscurely, pretending to be curious, and asked, how did Telea come back to life? Sophie shook her head blankly and said, I'm not sure about the details. but someone said that he secretly saw Bruna holding some kind of potion to revive Talia. Did Bruna keep it secret because he was afraid that the golden fleece would bring trouble? Feng nodded thoughtfully and followed Sophie to the main house. Ding dang, Sophie rang the bell and shouted to the door, "Mr. Bruna, Mr. Austin is here." As soon as Sophie finished speaking, Mr. Day's voice came from the main house. "The door is unlocked, let Austin in." Sophie stretched out her hand to push open the door, stepped back a few steps to make way, and said, "Mr. Austin, Mr. Day didn't call me, so I left first." After that, Sophie turned and left. "Bruna and Mr. Day are meeting me at the same time. It's probably not a good thing. As the saying goes, no feast is a good feast, and no feast is a good feast. I need to prepare." Feng touched his chin, checked the scales and the mind gem, and walked straight into the main house. In the main house, in addition to Bruna and Mr. Day, there was a girl wearing a black leather jacket, sitting on the sofa, and feeling a little restless. Feng glanced at the other party's small movement of rubbing his hands from time to time, and smiled. "You are Talia, right? I'm Austin." "Hello." Talia nodded shyly with a little nervousness, and said, "Nice to meet you." There was no reaction when she heard my name. Talia didn't know that I resurrected her. Feng nodded politely, turned to look at Bruna, and asked, "Do you need me to stay away for a while?" Bruna waved his hand, motioning Feng to wait, and then said to Talia, "If you feel unwell, let me know as soon as possible." Bruna glanced at the clock and smiled gently. "It's getting late now. Go back to the house and rest, and someone will invite you to the welcome party after you recover your energy." Talia breathed a sigh of relief, stood up and said goodbye to the three people, and left the main house in a slightly hurried manner. It can be seen that Mr. Day and Bruna made Talia feel a little uncomfortable, but think about it, although Talia looks like a girl now, she has been a big tree for 7 years. Her mind is still in the state of a little kid, and her memory is probably still in the fear of facing the Cyclops. It would be strange for Talia to be calm when a little kid who is already afraid and two old men with serious expressions, and no relatives are in the same room. Bruna closed the door, took out the golden fleece from the drawer, and handed it to Feng, saying, "There are only 3 of us in the camp who know about the golden fleece." Mr. Day on the side interrupted with a stern face and asked, "Do you understand what we want to express? Does the matter about the golden fleece need to be kept secret?" Feng said as he saved the golden fleece in his personal space. "Yes." Bruna rubbed his forehead, hesitated for a while and asked, "Austin, we have a few questions to ask you." Feng glanced at Bruna and Mr. Day, sat down on the sofa, and said, "Do you want to know where I came from, what I'm doing here, and my true strength?" Bruna and Mr. Day looked at each other, and looked at Feng together, hoping that Feng could explain his origins clearly. Feng was not surprised at all by the two people's doubts, especially when he opened the portal connecting Olympus and Half-Blood Camp in front of Bruna. He guessed that Bruna would ask him about his origins, but Feng didn't want to explain, and didn't dare to explain. After all, there really are gods in this world. What if a god is full of curiosity and catches Feng to ask how to play across planes? Feng himself doesn't know the principle of the portal, how can he explain it clearly? Similarly, when Feng opened the portal in Olympus, he was ready to leave the Half-Blood Camp and sneak into the underworld to practice. The reason for leaving the camp is also very sufficient. First of all, Feng doesn't think he can get any benefits in the camp. Secondly, whether it is the main god or the secondary god, he has traded everything that can be traded. Finally, Feng is very satisfied with the harvest of this world, Medusa who can petrify creatures even after death. Lotus cakes that gods can't bear, golden fleece that resurrects people on the verge of death, Hades blood, and monsters such as Hydra. Not to mention the props, spells, soul fire and the way to become a demigod that he exchanged from Persephone. These benefits are enough for me to digest for a while. Thinking of this, Feng shook his head and said, "Sorry, I can't explain your doubts. I can only say that I have no ill will towards you. We don't know whether you have any ill will or not. We only know that you are a dangerous person now, especially your portal can teleport a large number of demons across the barrier into the camp." Bruna was silent for a while and said, "I specifically asked Annabeth Percy and Grover, and learned something about your strength from them. We are very curious, where did the body of the Titan god in your hand come from? We can see that the body is very fresh, and it will not be more than 10 years since it was killed. Mr. Day added, but as far as we know, let alone 10 years, no Titan has fallen in even 100 years. Can you explain where you killed the Titan demigod? When Li Feng shook his head again to refuse to answer, he saw Mr. Day walk to Li Feng with his hands behind his back, staring into Li Feng's eyes, and said firmly, your portal can open across dimensions. I guess you are a human from another world. Li Feng shrugged, neither admitting nor denying, and smiled. I know what you are worried about. In fact, in a few days, when His Majesty Zeus returns the Holy Grail to me, it will be time for me to leave Camp Half-Blood. Leave. Mr. Day frowned and asked, return to the other world, or just leave Camp Half-Blood? Li Feng scratched his head and said, the world is so big, I want to see it. Mr. Day insisted, where do you want to go? I want to go to the underworld. Do you want to go to hell with me? Li Feng spread his hands and said, I haven't decided on the destination yet. How about you recommend some places? Mr. Day was silent for a while, turned his head to look at Bruna, and complained, this kid doesn't say anything. What do you want to ask? Luna shrugged with his arms crossed, pointed his chin at the door and said, Austin, you go back first. Mr. Day frowned, wondering why Bruna didn't ask. Li Feng, who felt that Mr. Day had murderous intentions towards him, got up and left the main house. Mr. Day didn't ask until Li Feng's figure completely disappeared. Why didn't you ask? Bruna shook his head and said seriously, from the moment Austin entered the house, I felt that he was secretly ready to turn against us. After a pause, Bruna said faintly, unless you are sure of killing him, we'd better not offend a wizard who can ignore the barrier. Once Austin escapes, there will be no peace in Camp Half-Blood. On the other side, Li Feng returned to the cabin and touched his sweat-soaked back. Although Li Feng looked calm in the main house, Bruna guessed his heart correctly. He was really ready to escape once Mr. Day threatened him with force. Sitting on the bed, Li Feng thought melancholy, I'd better stay in the cabin and be a good boy these days, otherwise if there is any misunderstanding, Mr. Day will really kill me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345 It's You. Half a month later, Bruna came to Li Feng's cabin with the Holy Grail. Li Feng, who was lying on the rooftop basking in the sun with a piece of wild grass in his mouth, felt someone approaching. He stretched out his hand lazily to block the glaring sunlight and glanced at Bruna. Seeing Bruna holding his Holy Grail in his hand, Li Feng was shocked, turned over and jumped off the roof and said with a smile, it seems that it's time to say goodbye to you. Bruna smiled politely, handed the Holy Grail to Li Feng, and asked, have you decided where to travel? Li Feng scratched his head, put the Holy Grail into his shoulder bag, shrugged and said, I haven't decided yet, maybe go to Las Vegas first. Casino? You don't look like a gambler. Bruna raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, go to the casino, to rob the lotus cakes from the lotus eaters? Li Feng smiled slowly, waved his hand and said, robbery sounds so bad, it makes me look like a robber. Li Feng patted his shoulder bag and said, I'm a businessman. I prefer to trade with the lotus eaters. I don't believe you. You are indeed a businessman when facing the strong. But what about the weak? Could you please explain how the golden fleece came about? You're just a beast in human form, the kind that wouldn't satisfy, even if you were shot 100 times. Bruna looked at Li Feng with disdain and said, Hades already knows that the tool you used to knock him out came from Zeus, and that the tool is a disposable item. Similarly, he also knows that you used the lotus cake to make him an idiot for a few minutes. Now, most people know how magical the lotus cake is. It has a hallucinogenic effect that even the big three can't handle, and the most important thing is that you won't get addicted after eating it. What do you think the lotus eaters are doing now? Li Feng's face froze, and he suddenly had a bad guess in his heart. He said with a twitching mouth, don't tell me that the lotus eaters are dead or kept in captivity by some big guy. That's not the case. Bruna patted Li Feng's shoulder and said with a smile, they moved away after you harmed them. Hades wanted to find them but couldn't. For this reason, Hades was almost mad and even offered a reward to find the whereabouts of the Lotus Eater's lair, but no one has found the whereabouts of the Lotus Eater yet. My lotus cake. I also wanted to plot against the universe collector. Li Feng hung his head and said with tears in his eyes, the Lotus Eaters are so hardworking and cute. Why don't you give them a way out? You still have the nerve to say that? Exclamation mark. Isn't it because of the new function you developed for the lotus cake? Those idle gods are worried about how to make their lives exciting and happy. Bruna rolled his eyes speechlessly. Suddenly, Bruna thought of something and gloated. By the way, Hades is also offering a bounty for you. As long as you leave the camp, there will be many demons who want to please Hades and come to trouble you. Li Feng waved his hand indifferently. Come on, unless you are a demigod, otherwise you will be my side dish. Realizing that Li Feng was not a good person, Bruna twitched his mouth. You are a disaster, be careful yourself. Bruna looked up at the sky and said, it's noon. Have lunch before leaving? While speaking, Bruna made a gesture of invitation. Li Feng tilted his head to think about it, touched his pocket, which was cleaner than his face, and took advantage of Bruna's eyes to say, you are a big family, why don't you help me prepare some dry food? I knew it was no good. Bruna said helplessly, I have raised you for so long in vain, and you don't need a little food. Li Feng smiled, turned back to the cabin to pack his luggage, and then walked towards the restaurant with a cheerful pace. Arriving at the restaurant, Li Feng picked up a pot of steak from the buffet table and looked for a seat. He found a one-eyed giant with a slightly shabby dress and only one eye on his forehead sitting next to Percy. Li Feng was stunned and suddenly realized, I remember that this one-eyed giant of normal height is also the son of Poseidon, and it is also the beginning of the second plot. Suddenly, Li Feng thought of something and turned his head to look at the Telia tree. If I remember correctly, the time when the one-eyed little giant came to the camp was also the time when Luke fed poison to the Telia tree. It seems that I can still make a fortune from Bruna with the golden fleece. Thinking of this, Li Feng, who was in a particularly good mood, sat opposite the one-eyed little giant with a steak. Before Li Feng could open his mouth to say hello, Annabeth on the side glanced at the large bowl of steak in Li Feng's hand and said weakly, you have a big appetite. You can only grow taller if you eat more. Li Feng replied casually. He stretched out his right hand to the one-eyed giant for a handshake and said generously, hello, my name is Austin. The one-eyed giant was a little confused. Because of his appearance, he was either despised and scolded or chased and beaten since he was a child. He had never encountered a situation where someone took the initiative to shake hands with him. The one-eyed little giant was stunned for a while, and seeing that Li Feng was still stretching out his hand, he hurriedly wiped his palm with his clothes and said shyly when shaking hands with Li Feng, hello, my name is Tyson, and I'm the son of Poseidon. I knew it was you. Letting go of his hand, Li Feng picked up a piece of steak with a fork and reminded, most of the mixed race people in the camp look like normal people, and you obviously have the blood of a cyclops. I suggest that you either be yourself and ignore the rumors of others, or change your appearance. Stuffing the steak into his mouth and chewing it, Li Feng continued, do you want to hear my advice? Tyson was silent for a while and nodded. Li Feng said, just be yourself. As for those useless people who are always talking nonsense, just ignore them. You don't owe anyone anything. You didn't come here to beg them. Why do you have to look at other people's faces? The most important thing in life is that as long as you show extraordinary strength, the more others gossip about you, the more it shows that they are envious and jealous. Li Feng just finished speaking, and Tyson suddenly said, I smell the smell of cows. As soon as Tyson finished speaking, the dining table suddenly shook, and the sound of battering rams hitting the wall came from the direction of the barrier. On the side, Annabeth guessed something, and stood up in panic and shouted, there's something wrong with the barrier. In the restaurant, the mixed blood who heard Annabeth's shouting also realized something, put down the plate, and ran towards the barrier. Li Feng picked up the bowl slowly, nibbled on the steak and slowly followed the crowd. In order to stand at the best angle to eat and watch the show, Li Feng thought about it and deliberately stayed away from the crowd. But when Li Feng walked near the barrier, he saw the barrier shattered like a broken mirror, and then a mechanical bull stared with scalded eyes, ignoring the crowd, and ran straight towards himself who was standing alone. Li Feng was confused on the spot. What's going on? I'm not wearing a red dress. What does this broken bull mean? Li Feng looked down at the steak in his hand and wondered, is it because I'm eating beef? But you are an iron bull. I eat beef cattle. You two are not cattle of the same channel. In the distance, Glover saw that Li Feng not only did not run, but was still stupidly eating steak, and reminded loudly, Austin, this is Colchis fire-breathing bull. Run. Run for your life. Just when Colchis was about to hit Li Feng with his horns, Li Feng held the food bowl steadily, jumped high, and kicked Colchis fire-breathing bull away. Who am I? Where am I? And what am I doing? Colchis Firebull shook its dizzy head and looked around blankly. Did someone kick me just now? Li Feng didn't care what Colchis Firebull thought. He was curiously observing the other party with his eyes. A spirit? A pile of scrap metal has a soul? This thing is valuable. I want it. Li Feng put the food bowl on the ground, grinned and ran to Colchis Firebull, patted the bull's head and said excitedly, Transformers, transform into a human form, and see how it turns into a convertible sports car. Transform your sister. Colchis Firebull, who felt that he was being looked down upon for some reason, angrily blew out two white smoke from his nose, stared at the bull's eyes as big as copper bells, turned his head 360 degrees clockwise, and then shook his head violently, and pushed his horns towards Li Feng. Li Feng nimbly jumped aside, and said with a smile, hey, you have no skills, but you have a bad temper. As he spoke, Li Feng threw out a ball of water, directly trapping the angry Colchis in time stagnation, and then, Li Feng slowly took out the nesting dolls, to seal the other party. After completing all this, Li Feng put the nesting dolls into his shoulder bag, and glanced at the nesting dolls, that imprisoned Hydra and other monsters. He said uncertainly, I have a lot of monsters in my hands. I should be able to trade with the universe collector. Looking at the nesting dolls, Li Feng suddenly felt a little weird. Why do I suddenly feel like I'm a Pokemon trainer? With his head tilted, Li Feng imagined that he would shout it's decided to be you when the fight started in the future, and then throw out the nesting doll operation. I was inexplicably excited. In the distance, the mixed blood saw that Li Feng solved the Colchis fire-breathing bull with 3 punches and 2 kicks. Some were excited, some were terrified, but Annabeth seemed to have expected it and said worriedly, Austin, the barrier cannot be broken by the Colchis fire-breathing bull. Halfway through, Annabeth seemed to realize something, covered her mouth, and stepped back a few steps, exclaiming, my god, the Telia tree is in danger. Thinking of this, Annabeth could no longer care about anything else, and ran towards the Telia tree. Smart girl, it's a pity that the Telia tree was not injured. How can I ask for benefits? Li Feng, who was gloating in his heart, pretended to be worried on his face, and followed Annabeth to run towards the Telia tree. Next to the Telia tree, Bruno frowned as he collected some mucus from the tree, put it to his nose and sniffed it, and said, the tree is poisoned. Li Feng walked to Bruno's side, gently nudged Bruno with his arm, and whispered, as long as it's not completely dead. Bruno understood Li Feng's thoughts, but what could he do? Without the golden fleece, and not understanding the toxicity, he couldn't save the Telia tree. And it takes time to analyze the poison. It is estimated that by the time the antidote is developed, the Telia tree will have been dead. With a bitter face, Bruno whispered, what do you want? Li Feng raised his eyebrows and said, what can you give me? You are asking for too much. For the safety of Camp Half-Blood, Bruno took a deep breath, bit his back teeth, and said, you can choose any materials in the warehouse. Chapter 346 The Whereabouts of the Cosmic Spirit Sphere. After reaching a deal with Li Feng, Bruno covered his chest with a distressed look, and dismissed the nearby Half-Bloods. Seeing that only Bruno and Mr. Day were left, Li Feng no longer hid, and happily covered the Telia tree with the golden fleece. As soon as the golden fleece was draped over the Telia tree, several golden lines slowly emerged and continued to climb along the trunk. Then, the venom on the Telia tree quickly evaporated into gas and dissipated, and the leaves that fell due to withering floated back to the branches. After a while, The golden lines on the golden fleece faded, and a barrier rose again at the edge of the camp. The rise of the barrier also means that the Telia tree has recovered its health. Li Feng showed a mercenary face, put the golden fleece into his personal space, rubbed his hands and asked, "Congratulations, the Telia tree has recovered as before, and the half-blood camp has returned to its former tranquility. Should you take me to the warehouse now?" Mr. Day twitched the corner of his mouth and turned his head to look far away. He was afraid that he would not be able to help but beat someone when he saw Li Feng's face. While looking into the distance, Mr. Day waved his hands at Bruna in frustration, signaling Bruna to take Li Feng to the warehouse quickly, and by the way, let Li Feng quickly take the reward and roll the ball, while he continued to guard the Talia tree, to prevent the barrier from being destroyed again. Depressed, Bruna glanced at Mr. Day. "You let me watch Austin take away the treasures of the camp for many years. My heart is cold when I think of the treasures of many years leaving me. I should not have broken up with Austin if I had known. Anyway, who doesn't have their own little secrets these days? Why do you explore other people's privacy? Isn't it enough to know that the other party has no ill intentions? Now it's good. Borrowing the golden fleece once will make the camp bleed heavily for a while. The next time you encounter something that requires Austin, it is estimated that the camp will take his surname." Sighing, Bruna, who was full of regret and annoyance, said helplessly, "Come with me." Li Feng rubbed his hands and followed Bruna briskly. How many treasures are there in the warehouse of Camp Half-Blood? Li Feng didn't know, nor did he need to know. He only knew that part of it would become his sacred and indivisible private property. Yes, part of it. Li Feng didn't dare to empty the warehouse in public. There were strong men like Mr. Day in the camp. If he continued to offend Hades, and then continued to offend the Half-Blood camp, Li Feng felt that he should just go back to the Marvel world. This world is not stable. Of course, if a thief breaks into the warehouse in the middle of the night, it has nothing to do with me. Thinking of this, Li Feng silently said in his heart, "Mine, mine, all mine," while his eyes were red. He greedily checked all the materials or props in the warehouse one by one, and wrote down the location of the materials. Finally, Li Feng relied on continuous deep breathing to barely calm his excited mind, and selected a batch of materials and props suitable for him in the warehouse. Bruna was angry and happy when he saw that the collection Li Feng took away was less than his expectations. It goes without saying that he was happy. Li Feng took less. Isn't it worth being happy and angry? This is not looking down on the camp collection, right? Bruna looked at Li Feng with resentment, cursing in his heart. The villain is successful. Just wait and see. A disaster like you will cry one day. Amid Bruna's curse, Li Feng grinned with his back teeth showing, happily stuffed the materials and props into his shoulder bag one by one, and then left the warehouse, looking back every few steps. After Li Feng opened the portal and left Camp Half-Blood in front of Bruna, Mr. Day, who appeared out of nowhere, said, "Bruna, do you think Austin's portal can be opened directly into the warehouse?" Bruna's face froze. He turned his head to look at the warehouse and said with certainty, "Of course it can." Mr. Day rubbed his forehead and said, "Okay, let's move the warehouse as soon as possible. Anyway, I don't believe that guy is an honest man. I guess there will be thieves in the warehouse every night. What you said makes sense. I don't believe Austin is a law-abiding person." Bruna looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and complained weakly, "What happened recently? First Zeus's lightning fire was stolen, and then the golden fleece was born, and then Telia was resurrected. Just now the camp barrier was destroyed again, and the warehouse was robbed by Austin. I really wish I could interpret the stars and tell me what happened recently. I have a feeling that Camp Half-Blood will become more and more lively in the future," Mr. Day added, looking up at the air conditioner like Bruna. On the other side, Li Feng, who had left the camp, wandered around with a few bottles of beer until the early morning, when humans were most sleepy. He found a secluded place and quietly opened the portal to the warehouse of Camp Half-Blood. Just looking at the empty warehouse, where even mice could starve to death, Li Feng was a little dumbfounded. What's going on? Did Bruna predict that I would come to steal things? Is my character so untrustworthy? Bruna, I misjudged you. Scratching his head, Li Feng secretly complained that Bruna and others were too stingy while opening the portal to the underworld. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that the underworld environment was so helpful in improving strength, Li Feng would never come to this ghost place. Every time he practiced, it was too exciting, and his little heart couldn't stand it. First of all, this underworld is really not a place for living people to stay. Not to mention the magma that splashes out from time to time. What about the ghosts that wailed and wandered around? This thing is more annoying than someone dancing square dance downstairs in your own house in the middle of the night. The most annoying thing is that these ghosts can maintain vigorous energy for 24 hours without sleeping, which makes Li Feng unable to find a quiet place to practice. Finally, it is the most helpless thing. The underworld belongs to Hades' territory, and there are too many spies. Li Feng is the first target wanted by Hades, which makes Li Feng have to play hide and seek with Hades every time he sneaks into the underworld. If Hades finds him, there is nothing to say. Li Feng, who can't beat Hades, turns around and runs back to the human world. Hades, who is chasing Li Feng, is not having a good time either, especially after watching Li Feng slip away from his hands several times. He was so angry that he made up his mind and patrolled the territory all day. People who know what Hades is doing laugh in their hearts, and those who don't know why Hades patrols all day think that he is spreading fesses and smearing walls, preparing to run for the best model worker of the year. Fortunately, Li Feng was not stupid. After being chased by Hades several times, he became familiar with the environment of the underworld and gained some experience in avoiding being chased. For example, 3 years later, Li Feng sneaked into a relatively quiet area in the underworld. After looking around to make sure Hades was not nearby, Li Feng immediately released the dementors and ordered, as usual, you wander around and eat the ghosts in the area near the area to prevent Hades' spies from mixing in these ghosts. In addition, notify me as soon as you find anything unusual. Wan Ke has long been accustomed to Li Feng's orders. After all, he performs this kind of task almost every day, and he has been doing it for several years. As a result, Wan Ke subconsciously touches his belly when he finds himself in the underworld. Eating ghosts every day, this little life is too happy. After Wan Ke received the order and left, Li Feng quickly set up the magic gathering circle, melon magic ring, etc., and then sat cross-legged in the center of the magic circle and tried his best to improve his strength after his spirit left his body. As for the danger of being corroded by dark energy due to the rapid increase in strength, Li Feng is no longer afraid of his mind being corroded. He has studied Dionysius's method of controlling his inner demons or another personality. Without any worries, Li Feng can naturally gather energy and work hard to improve his strength. As usual, after practicing for a period of time, Li Feng received news that Hades was lurking nearby. Unlike usual, Li Feng did not return to the human world immediately after opening the portal today, but crossed the portal and quietly waited for Hades to arrive. After a while, Hades, with horns on his head and wings spread out behind him, flew to Li Feng and said fiercely, "Boy, why don't you run away today?" My quantum energy began to dissipate, so I didn't have to run anymore. Li Feng waved his hand and smiled. "Hades, I'm here to say goodbye to you." Hades frowned. If you ask who he hated the most in recent years, it must be Li Feng. This guy made him lose all his dignity and face. The name of Hades is almost equivalent to a joke. But if you ask who Hades wanted to kill the most, Hades was reluctant to kill Li Feng. After all, playing hide and seek with Li Feng every day in recent years was quite fun for him. It's better to have someone to play with him than to stay in the castle and waste time every day. Of course, it would be best if you could play with me for the rest of my life. Hades was silent for a while, and while carefully approaching Li Feng, he asked, "Are you going back to your original world? Did Mr. Big Mouth Day tell you about the other world?" Li Feng said with his eyes rolled. Big Mouth. Hades tilted his head and thought for a while calculating the distance between himself and Li Feng. He smiled and said, "I really hope Dionysius can hear your evaluation of him." Li Feng saw Hades constantly approaching him. How could he not understand what the other party was thinking? With a turn of his eyes, he quickly shrunk the portal to the size of a thumb when Hades suddenly charged and laughed wildly. "Old ha, do you see this dog hole? Do you want to drill it and have fun?" Hades, who stopped in front of the portal, twitched his mouth, and when he was about to curse, he saw Feng quickly close the portal, causing the swear words that he was about to spit out to be stuck in his throat. Damn, this troublemaker. Hades rubbed his forehead, and when he turned back to the castle, he suddenly laughed. You actually called me old, huh? You are really brave. I suddenly look forward to your return to make trouble after your strength has greatly increased. Back on the spaceship in the Marvel world, Feng just sat down in the driver's seat and heard the artificial intelligence of the spaceship report. Sir, you have 20 missed calls. Feng blinked blankly and asked, called me? Who? All 20 calls are from Mr. Creature. The artificial intelligence replied. Creature is looking for me, and 20 calls in a row? Feng was stunned for a moment, and then he thought of it, and hurriedly ordered the artificial intelligence to call Creature. When Creature's projection was displayed on the communicator device, Feng asked hurriedly, is there any news about the cosmic spirit orb? Creature nodded quickly and said, boss, Creature knows that the cosmic spirit orb is in the hands of a man named Peter Jason Quill, nicknamed Star-Lord. After a pause, Creature said dejectedly, but now Mr. Star-Lord is imprisoned in Krillin prison by the Nova Corps. Chapter 347, Land of Nothingness. Star-Lord is in Krillin prison? Feng scratched his head speechlessly and complained, I didn't know where Quill was when I left the Marvel world. How come he was in prison when I came back from the Percy Jackson world? It's only been a few days. The efficiency of the Nova Corps is too high. Suddenly, Feng felt that something was wrong. In the unfamiliars and a planet, Creature got the news from other channels besides the broker. Otherwise, how did Creature know the whereabouts of the cosmic orb? After frowning and thinking for a long time, Feng asked in confusion, Creature, how do you know that the cosmic orb is in Star-Lord's hands? Isn't the broker a fool? Has he regained consciousness? Creature didn't get the news from the broker. Creature blinked his watery eyes and explained as if to take credit. Creature knew the whereabouts of the cosmic orb from the conversation between Barrett and Hank. Why did another Barrett appear? Who is she? Feng, who was completely confused, tilted his head and thought for a long time, but could not remember who Barrett was. Creature saw the boss's confused expression on the communicator screen and carefully reminded him, boss, do you remember the Zinder who received us at the beginning? Feng suddenly realized, the Redskins Zinder who took us to Papa Hank's repair shop as Barrett? Yes, boss, she is Barrett. Creature said excitedly, boss, we only knew that Hank knew the broker at the beginning, but in fact Barrett also knew the broker. Not only that, she occasionally took some tasks from the broker, most of which were tasks to handle legal documents for stowaways. Barrett's main job is to receive alien personnel and handle relevant documents. Is her deputy job to help the aliens who stowed in with documents under the matchmaking of the broker? This woman has a good head for business and knows how to maximize the benefits of the resources at hand. Since Barrett likes to make extra money and knows the broker, she is probably also paying attention to the matter of the cosmic spirit orb. After all, it is not a small amount of money. Feng touched his chin and asked, tell me, what happened specifically? Creature, after Barrett learned about the cosmic spirit orb from the broker, she became very concerned about the high bounty. From time to time, she would hang out in bars, frequented by mercenaries to inquire about the news. A few days ago, when Barrett was inquiring about the news in the bar, she learned that Quill was about to go to Morag to find the cosmic spirit orb. Based on the principle of rather being disappointed than missing out, Barrett took the initiative to get to know Quill and successfully got on the spaceship. The two went to the abandoned Morag together. When they arrived on Morag, the cautious and timid Barrett did not trust Quill, so she pretended to sleep and hid on the spaceship. As a result, she unexpectedly saw Quill holding a metal ball and being chased by a group of bandits. After a pause, Creature suddenly laughed and said, originally, Barrett saw that Quill was alone and weak and was still thinking about how to snatch the cosmic orb from Quill. Now that she saw Quill dare to engage in a firefight with a group of bandits and escape safely, she was so scared that she gave up the idea of snatching the cosmic orb. When the two hurried back to Zinder to find the broker, they discovered that the broker had become a fool, and the bounty for the cosmic orb naturally could not be redeemed. Barrett, who did not get the bounty, was unwilling to give up so she tricked Quill to the repair shop. Originally, Barid wanted to find out from Hank who issued the bounty for the cosmic orb, but as soon as the two arrived at the door of the repair shop, Creature saw Quill being attacked by a raccoon and a tree man. At this point, Creature said with a little regret, "Then I don't know how Gamora suddenly appeared and snatched the metal ball from Quill's hand." Creature didn't know at the time that the metal ball in Quill's hand was the cosmic orb. Otherwise Creature would definitely help the boss get the cosmic orb back. "My goal is to sneak into the village, not to rob." Li Feng comforted him. "Fortunately, you didn't join the robbery, otherwise your boss would be waiting to be hunted down by Ronan." Sighing, Li Feng said helplessly, "In the end, it's still because I'm not strong enough. If I have the strength of a demigod, Ronan is nothing." Creature blinked, not understanding why Li Feng was so happy about missing the chance to obtain the cosmic spirit orb. "It's good that the boss is not angry." Creature was relieved and continued. Several people fought fiercely in front of the repair shop. Hank, who didn't want to cause trouble, decisively called the police. After receiving the alarm, the Nova Corps immediately arrived at the scene and subdued Quill, Gamora, Raccoon and the Ant, and then took them all away. As for Barrett, because she is a government employee and has Hank's guarantee, she escaped and was not taken away by the Nova Corps. After the Nova Corps left, Hank asked Barrett what happened, and Creature happened to hear Barrett's explanation. After Barrett left, Hank secretly contacted some friends to inquire about the news of the cosmic orb. Creature heard with his own ears that Quill and others were detained in Clin prison, and saw with his own eyes that the words "a broken and unopenable metal ball" were on the list of confiscated Quill's personal belongings. After telling the story, Creature blinked and asked, "Boss, what should Creature do now?" "Go to Clin prison to get back your cosmic orb." Li Feng did not rush to answer Creature's question, but motioned Creature to let him think for a while. At the beginning, when Li Feng attacked the broker, he had already prepared to wait for Ronan to come with the power stone on Xander. "Now that I know that the power stone is in the hands of a bunch of losers, doesn't this force me to take action halfway?" Li Feng felt that happiness came too suddenly, but he was not happy for long. Suddenly, he thought of something, frowned, took out a pen and paper, and lay down on the table to write and draw. After a long time, Li Feng touched his chin and checked the crude plan and persuaded himself in his heart, "No, I can't snatch the cosmic spirit orb halfway. There is an opportunity in the original plot that allows me to use the power of the power stone to promote the evolution of magic." Squinting his eyes, Li Feng repeatedly simulated the plan in his mind and said, "Since Quill is in prison, release Creature with the cosmic spirit orb in advance. Are you sure you can kidnap the broker without being noticed by anyone?" Creature tilted his head and thought for a while, and said affirmatively, "Boss, if it is at night with the help of the cover of night, Creature can kidnap the broker silently." "That's good. At night you change into a strange alien and take the broker to the suburbs," Li Feng ordered Creature, while releasing Wanke and opening the portal, and said, "Wanke, you meet up with Creature first, and then send me your specific coordinates at midnight." "Yes, Master." Wanke took the order and stepped through the portal, while Li Feng drove the spaceship to the land of nothingness to prepare to implement his first plan. At midnight on Xander, Li Feng, who was on his way, received a notification from Wanke. "Master, we are in the suburbs." Wanke paused and added, "Creature said there is no surveillance nearby, and I don't smell the soul of any living creature." After receiving Wanke's message, Li Feng immediately stopped the spaceship and opened the portal. As the portal opened, Li Feng saw the broker squatting on the ground, sucking on his toes and grinning. Behind the broker stood a tall, grey ugly alien. Needless to say, this was Creature's disguise. Li Feng waved at Wanke, who was floating in the air on alert, and signaled Wanke to cast a spell to knock out the broker and drag him into the spaceship when he returned to the black cloud. After settling the unconscious broker, Li Feng whispered, "Creature, how is the progress of the RV modification?" Creature thought about it and said, "Boss, the RV modification is almost done." After hesitating, Creature said uncertainly, "Boss, Creature found that Hank seemed to be worried that you would not give him the gravitron, so the recent modification progress has slowed down a lot. The RV needs to leave Xander as soon as possible, otherwise what if it is blasted into slag by Ronan?" Li Feng thought about it, took out a ball of gravitron, and handed it to creature, saying, divide the gravitron into 5 parts, and then find an opportunity when no one is around, to quietly give it to Hank. You ask him to pick one, and take it away on the spot. Tell him to modify the RV within 5 days, otherwise it will be extended for 1 day, and 1 gravitron will be reduced. Okay, boss. Creature saw that Li Feng was a little anxious, and took the gravitron and teleported back to Hank's repair shop. Li Feng closed the portal, set the coordinates, and started the spacecraft's automatic driving function, and took out the mind gem, to control the broker's thoughts. After making the broker Hispacespison, Li Feng took out the materials from the single room bag, and started to make the Pokemon ball. There was no other way. The nesting dolls, that now held monsters such as Hydra and Cyclops, were too regional. Who knew if Tanliatuan would find out that the person behind the broker was from Earth from the nesting dolls? Adhering to the principle of hiding, if one's strength is not enough, Li Feng did not want to confront Tanliatuan, who had hidden strength and could foresee the future, head on. It was the best choice to let the broker make deals on his behalf. After completing all this, Li Feng, who was ready to rush to the void before Quill and others escaped from prison, saw that the spaceship was as slow as a snail, so he simply opened the portal to speed up. After most of the day, the panting Li Feng finally arrived at the void. After hiding in the spaceship to restore his mana, Li Feng immediately controlled the broker to carry the backpack containing the Pokemon ball and lotus cake, and got off the ship to find Tanliatuan's address. Originally, Li Feng was going to spend a day looking for Tanliatuan, but the other party's name was almost known to everyone in the void, so the broker didn't spend much effort to find Tanliatuan's agent. I have been very lucky recently. Did the goddess of luck take a fancy to me? The broker touched his face, that was so handsome that it could scare the tires, and followed the maid to Tanliatuan's home. After a while, the maid took the broker to Tanliatuan's hall and said, Mr. Broker, please wait a moment. My master will be here soon. Do you need some snacks? The broker waved his hand, took out a piece of lotus cake from his shoulder bag, and put it in his mouth. While looking at the bottles and jars that held strange creatures, he said, No, I like to eat the food I bring with me. The maid was a little confused. She had worked for Tanliatuan for so many years, but this was the first time she met a customer who brought his own food. Are you afraid that I will poison the food? The maid rolled her eyes implicitly, and when she was about to leave, she saw Li Feng handing her a piece of lotus cake and said, Chat with me for a while. Waiting for someone is a very boring thing. Chapter 348, Ability Deficiency. As for Tanliatuan, Li Feng learned from the existing information that in addition to being obsessed with collecting rare or precious things, he also has the ability to live forever, travel through time and space, and foresee the future. Among these abilities, Li Feng is not worried about immortality and time and space travel, but he is a little confused about the ability to foresee the future. If Tanliatuan's foreseeing the future is the same as Ancient One's use of the Eye of Agamotto, Li Feng thinks he should just wash his head and go to bed. With his strength and insight into the future, how can he get the reality gem? It's good enough that the other party doesn't take the opportunity to snatch the mind gem. Of course, Li Feng speculates that this probability is not high, and the reason is very simple. Although Tanliatuan is interested in collecting infinity gems, he prefers infinity gems to be delivered to his door automatically in actual operation. If Tanliatuan could peek at the entire timeline like Ancient One, he would have sent people to Morag to take away the power gem long ago. Why bother to issue a bounty? Does it seem like he has too much money to spend? It's just that Li Feng can't figure out how powerful Tanliatuan's foreseeing the future can be. Now, Tanliatuan's maid is right beside him. It would be a pity if Li Feng didn't take the opportunity to ask for some information. Especially Li Feng knew that the maid was dissatisfied with Tanliatuan. It seems that saying dissatisfied is a bit euphemistic. After all, in the movie, this woman would rather be blown into slag by the power gem than continue her slave life. After such a maid who knows Tanliatuan and hates Tanliatuan eats the lotus cake, I think I can get a lot of information. Unfortunately, the maid didn't know whether she was worried that the cake was poisonous or that her stomach couldn't digest the lotus cake, and smiled and refused the kindness of the broker. Don't eat lotus cake? It's a pity that the broker shook his head with a look of regret that the maid didn't take it orally, and asked when he stuffed the lotus cake into her mouth, "What's your name?" "Karina," said the maid with a professional smile. "Karina? What a nice name." The broker put his hands behind his back, walked to an eco-tank that held some rare creatures, rolled his eyes, and asked, "Mr. Tanliatuan must like rare creatures very much, right?" Karina smiled and nodded, and said, "The master is a kind and great man." Karina pointed to the bottles and jars nearby, and said with a tone of false worship and admiration, "The master collected these creatures, and built a biological museum, in order to protect them from extinction." "That sounds really nice. Guess whether I believe it or not." The broker pretended to agree and nodded, saying, "Mr. Tanliatuan is indeed amazing. By the way, I heard that Mr. Tanliatuan can live forever. Is that true?" After a pause, Feng thought about it for fear that Karina might misunderstand something, and added, "It would be great if I could live forever." "Is this person suspected of asking about Tanliatuan's abilities?" Exclamation mark. Karina looked at the broker's back in confusion, and after thinking for a while, she said cheerfully, "Yes, although the master looks like an ancient human, he is actually an alien human with powerful strength." Karina put her hands together in front of her chest, and introduced with false admiration, "The master is not only immortal, but also has the ability to travel through time and space, and foresee the future. Cooperating with me like this? Did you deliberately cooperate because you sense my purpose? How ruthless are you to Tanliatuan? Spreading Tanliatuan's abilities as soon as you get the chance, and expecting someone to become your master? Sure enough, it's better not to mess with women." The broker coughed awkwardly, tilted his head and fantasized, "Foresee the future? If I could foresee the future, I guarantee I would kill everyone at the gambling table." As he spoke, the broker stared at Karina instantly understood what the broker meant. "You are indeed collecting information about Tanliatuan." Karina smiled knowingly, looked around and whispered, "The master's ability to foresee the future is not suitable for gambling." The corners of the broker's mouth curled up slightly. He was now sure that Karina knew what he wanted to do, but was it important? It was not important. What was important was Karina's explanation. With Karina's explanation, the broker understood that Tanliatuan's way of foreseeing the future was the same as his way of seeing the future through time, which had huge flaws. The future that the broker saw was limited to the changes that occurred around him. To put it in an analogy, the broker stood outside the house and cast a time spell. He could only observe what would happen outside the house in the future. As for the inside of the house, he had no way of knowing the specific situation without being able to see it. The same was true for Tanliatuan. The future he observed required a specific medium, and he could only observe the future of whoever provided the medium. This made the broker feel that Tanliatuan's way of foreseeing the future was a bit like tarot divination. For example, Tanliatuan wants to know what the weather will be like in the void tomorrow. Because he will definitely know the weather tomorrow, he draws a tarot card and then reads the meaning of the tarot card. However, Tanliatuan's ability to interpret is very strong. So strong that he can interpret all the information such as when it will rain tomorrow and how much rain it will have. Similarly, Tanliatuan cannot interpret the weather changes on Zinder, which is thousands of miles away, because he is not on Zinder and has not personally experienced the weather changes on Zinder. For example, if he wants to know Karina's future, he must first let Karina draw a tarot card before interpreting it. If Karina does not cooperate, Tanliatuan naturally cannot understand what amazing things Karina will do in the future. Of course, the reason why the future is mysterious is that it is always hidden in the fog, making people see flowers in the fog hazy. In addition, a small move now may change the development of the future, resulting in no one daring to claim that they can fully foresee the future. Even the Ancient One dare not say so. She just pushes the present time and moves towards the timeline she expects. The uncertainty of the future may be the reason why Tanliatuan didn't see that Karina dared to touch the power gem with her hands, and why she would die at the hands of Thanos. After listening to Karina's explanation, the broker touched his chin while perfecting the backup plan in his mind. At this time, an old man wearing a fur vest, grey hair and eyebrows and sunglasses walked into the hall. Karina hurriedly restrained her expression, put on a professional smile, and exaggeratedly made a welcoming gesture. Introducing, Mr. Broker, I solemnly introduce my master, Tanliatiwen, the greatest collector in the universe. In his heart, he wanted to kill the other party, but on his face, he pretended to be extremely respectful. The broker pouted his lips, saluted Tanliatiwen and said, "It's an honor to meet you, great collector." Tanliatiwen lowered his head, looked at the broker through the gap in his sunglasses, and said, "I know you, a second-rate middleman on Zanda. I didn't expect that the great collector also knew me, which makes me feel honored." The broker lowered his head and said, "Honor? You think too highly of yourself. I was investigating your information before I came to see you." Tanliatiwen smiled disdainfully, walked up to the broker and asked, "I heard you were looking for me. My time is very precious, so tell me what's going on." An old man talking to me about time. Are you sure time still means anything to you? While muttering inwardly, the broker put down his shoulder bag, took out a pokeball, and handed it to Tanliatiwen, saying, "To put it nicely, I'm a middleman. To put it bluntly, I'm just an errand boy." Tanliatiwen took the pokeball, which was half red and half white with a button in the middle, and looked at it in his palm. He interrupted with an impatient tone, "Speak to the point." The broker's face froze, and he rubbed his hands with the mercenary attitude of a businessman, saying, "Someone has posted a task for me. The task is actually very simple. Someone wants to trade rare creatures for ether particles from you." When Tanliatiwen heard about ether particles, she looked at the broker fiercely, and refused without thinking. Impossible. The broker seemed to have expected Tanliatiwen's reaction. He pointed at the pokeball and said, "Don't you want to listen to the offer made by that customer? He is exchanging 5 rare monsters for ether particles. The pokeball in your hand contains a hydra that can grow 2 heads if one head is cut off." As he spoke, the broker took out 3 more pokeballs from his shoulder bag and explained one by one. This one contains a Charybdis of gigantic size. This one contains a Cyclops that has an eye growing out of its forehead, can speak human language, and can work as a laborer. This one contains a metal bull that can breathe fire. By the way, this bull is also a living thing, because it has a soul. In addition to these 4 monsters, there is also a giant dragon that can speak human language in the transaction. It's just that the dragon usually helps the customer to look after the house, so I haven't brought it with me for the time being. If you decide to trade, I can immediately notify the customer to prepare the dragon. The broker tilted his head to calculate the time, and said, "In 3 days, I can bring the dragon to complete the transaction." After listening to the detailed introduction of the broker, Tanliatiwen, who had a collection addiction, felt a little itchy for some reason, but the ether particles were precious infinite gems after all, and it was a bit of a loss to exchange them for 5 precious creatures. Tanliatiwen suppressed the collection addiction in her heart, pretended to think, and remained silent for a few seconds, and asked, "What does the customer want to do with the ether particles?" This was actually Tanliatiwen asking the broker if he knew that the ether particles were real gems. However, Feng was very smart, and he would not be stupid enough to tell the truth. Broker Shanshan smiled, glanced at Karina, and whispered to Tanliatiwen, "I've asked around. The Dark Elf leader Malekith wanted to pull the 9 realms back to the Dark World, so I guess the ether particles actually created a Dark World. And my guest happens to be a warrior who uses dark energy. For a warrior who uses dark energy, what place is more suitable than the Dark World to practice?" Chapter 349, Clin Prison. I came and left. A dark warrior wanted a dark space for training. This was Feng's rough excuse. As for whether Tanliatiwen believed it or not, Feng didn't care. He came here to trade just for one try. Even if the trade failed, it didn't matter. Besides, I got priceless information. The broker introduced the Pokemon Ball and explained the purpose of his visit, indicating that if Tanliatiwen didn't believe it, he could find an open place to observe the monster's figure. Tanliatiwen was silent for a while and reluctantly returned the 4 Pokeballs to the broker. When he turned around and left the hall, he ordered, "Karina, show me out." Hey, the broker had a look of anxiety and loss on his face. He stepped forward to stop Tanliatuan and shouted, "Great collector, don't go. Everything can be discussed. If you have any requests, you can ask. I can help you convey them." Before the broker finished speaking, Karina immediately stood in front of the broker, stopped the broker, pointed in the direction of the entrance, and said with a cold face, "Mr. Broker, my master doesn't want to do business with you. Please leave immediately." Tanliatuan glanced at the broker with disdain, then looked at the pokeball in the broker's hand with resentment, turned her head away like a proud girl, said nothing, and left the hall. Seeing this, the broker also understood that Tanliatuan might want his monster, but the other party obviously cared more about the reality gem. However, this is a lawless land. It would be strange if Tanliatuan would give up the monster easily. The broker covered his chest with a lost and aggrieved expression and deliberately complained in a voice that Karina could hear clearly, "My mission, my money. If you are not satisfied with the transaction, you can ask for it. Business, isn't it achieved in the conversation? What's the matter with not saying anything? Is the ether particle very precious, or will you die without the ether particle?" After leaving Tanliatuan's house, the broker made sure that Tanliatuan was not nearby and used a magical voice to induce, "Karina, thank you for your hospitality. Do you know the ether particle? What is it?" Karina shook her head blankly. "You don't know either." The broker shrugged in disappointment and sighed as he turned and left. It's strange that someone actually offered a high price to trade useless ether particles, and Mr. Tanliatuan actually refused. What does the ether particle look like? Looking at the broker who left with a nagging look, although Karina kept smiling on her face, she was inexplicably curious in her heart. "I have seen ether particles, but I don't know what they are used for. Why does Tanliatuan value it so much? If there is a chance, I will observe it closely. Maybe because of the preciousness of ether particles, I can use ether particles to exchange for freedom." With fantasy, Karina went back to the house to continue serving Master Tanliatuan. On the other side, the broker with words such as "bad luck" and "I lost money" written on his face quietly walked to an empty corner, staring at the pokeball in the bag. After a while, a tiny portal appeared in the backpack, took away the 4 pokeballs one by one, and stuffed 2 high explosive grenades into the backpack. Seeing the pokeballs turned into high explosive grenades that could blow him into pieces, the broker smiled knowingly, hurried into a bar, sat at the bar and shouted bitterly, "Give me a drink. The mission is not completed, and I lost a lot of money." After more than 10 minutes, a group of sloppy mercenaries surrounded the broker. The broker glanced at the mercenaries and raised his lips slightly. "Tanliatuan, I'm still wondering when you will send someone to rob me. I've been waiting for so long that the flowers are almost withered." The broker pretended to be terrified, tightened his backpack, and asked loudly and harshly, "Who are you?" The broker's actions clearly told everyone, "I'm very scared now, but I won't say it," which made the people in the bar laugh. The guy who seemed to be the mercenary leader pointed at the shoulder bag and asked contemptuously, "What's inside?" "This is my baby." The broker held the shoulder bag in his arms, slowly reached into the bag with both hands, and held 2 high explosive grenades. On the side, the mercenary brother saw that the broker was stupid and said nothing, so he lifted the corner of his clothes to let the broker see the energy gun on his waist, and said fiercely, "Boy, our boss is asking you a question. Get lost." The broker suddenly took out a high explosive grenade from the shoulder bag and threatened, "Let me leave, or we will all die together." The mercenary stared at the high explosive grenade in the broker's apostrophe hand. Regarding the high explosive grenade, the mercenary said that he had played with it for a long time and was very familiar with it, so he knew at a glance that the thing in the broker's hand was a genuine good product. But the mercenary couldn't figure it out. The collector clearly said that there were only red and white metal balls in the other party's backpack. Now, the other party did have a metal ball in his hand, but it was not red and white. The mercenary stared at the broker for a few seconds, and suddenly slowly reached out to grab the broker's shoulder bag, and said with a smile, "Dude, I just want to see what's in your bag. There's no need to risk your life." The mercenary didn't finish his words, and suddenly his eyes widened as he watched the broker release the high explosive grenade in his hand and throw it over his head, while taking another high explosive grenade from his shoulder bag and releasing it. Damn, brother, my mission is just to capture you alive. I don't want to kill you. When the mercenary's mind popped up the thought there are really people in this world who value money over life, he heard a loud boom. As the broker and a room full of aliens exploded into pieces, Feng, who was far away on the spaceship, breathed a sigh of relief. Tanliatiwen. Now the fragments of the broker's body are mixed with many aliens. Without the broker as a medium, I want to see how you can use your ability to foresee the future to find my figure. Reality gem. Wait for me, I will be back. Feng laughed a few times, sat in the driver's seat, and controlled the spaceship to fly to Klin Prison, where Feng's plan to obtain the reality gem began. Klin Prison is used by Xander to detain the murderous villains, and it is also the highest security prison on Xander. However, the defense of this highest security prison is very weak. Anyway, Feng sneaked into the prison without much effort, and by the way, he also extracted the memory of a short bald man who lived in the corner of the prison. Chrono, a professional assassin, is good at poison and daggers, likes to count money for fun, and his catchphrase is how much money can you give me? Usually taciturn, but no one dares to mess with him, because when he first entered the prison, his food was robbed, and then Chrono hid in the toilet for 3 days without eating or drinking, just to find an opportunity to kill the person who robbed his food. Seeing this, Feng scratched his head and kicked the corpse on the ground. Brother, you are a typical ruthless person who doesn't talk much, and you are also the kind with a strong sense of revenge. While complaining, Feng turned into Chrono and teleported the genuine Chrono into space. After dealing with the corpse, Feng rubbed his stomach with a stern face that looked like everyone owed him money and walked straight to the restaurant. The Emperor doesn't lack hungry soldiers. Fill your stomach and think of ways to get to know Quill and Feng. Just when Feng thought of this, all the lights in the restaurant dimmed. When Feng was wondering whether Klin Prison owed electricity to the power company, he saw the tree man Groot holding a battery and walking towards Rocket the raccoon. Then, the alarm bells of the whole prison rang loudly. Feng, who was staring blankly at Quill and Gamora running towards the cell, could hardly control his cold expression. He complained helplessly in his heart, damn it, I still want to taste what the prison food tastes like, and this is just in time for Rocket and others to escape from prison. Feng looked down at the food in his hand. Well, what's the point of eating now? On the other side, the prison guards discovered through monitoring that it was Groot who triggered the alarm. While controlling the flying robots to surround Groot, they shouted on the radio, prisoners, put down the batteries in your hands immediately, and then return to the cell, or we will open fire. Although Groot is a tree man, he has a really bad temper. Hearing that the prison guard dared to threaten him, he was so angry that branches grew all over his body and roared, I'm Groot. Seeing that Groot had no intention of cooperating, the prison guard calmly ordered, fire. Facing the flying robots that fired fiercely at him, Groot subconsciously blocked his head with his right arm, grabbed a flying robot with his left hand, and threw it to the ground. The robot happened to fall in front of Feng. Feng resisted the urge to raise his eyebrows and stepped on the robot into pieces. Then he picked up the pieces and threw them at the remaining flying robots, saying coldly, little raccoon, take me away. Rocket looked at the way Feng shot down a flying robot with a piece of debris and was so scared that he swallowed his saliva and shouted, deal. At this time, several prison guards rushed to the restaurant with weapons. Feng saw this and slid to the side of the prison guard. When he snatched the weapon from the other party, he used the metal fragments in his hand to cut the other party's throat. Just as Feng attacked the second prison guard, Drax, who was tall and covered with tattoos, punched the prison guard away, and then rushed to the next unlucky guy like a bull. With this kind of physique and strength, he is indeed a simple-minded fool with strong limbs. You just want to steal the head, don't you know? Feng calmly threw the weapon to Rocket, who climbed up Groot and rushed to the prison guard without saying a word, as if he was competing with Drax to see who could kill faster and more. Oh yeah, great. Rocket was a little excited after getting the weapon. After pulling the bolt, He showed his fangs and laughed wildly while pulling the trigger at the flying robots around him. After a while, under Rocket's extraordinary gun skills, all the flying robots nearby were shattered. At this time, Gamora threw a bracelet to Rocket, and Rocket threw the weapon casually while placing the bracelet on the battery and shouting, "Go to the guard tower." Li Feng saw that there were only a few prison guards and flying robots left nearby. He looked at Drax coldly and ran to Groot quickly. Taking advantage of Groot's tall figure, Li Feng used his hands and feet to climb up the guard tower like a monkey. Li Feng glanced around Klin Prison and said in his heart, "Klin Prison, I came and left without even having a meal." Chapter 350 Nothing. As all the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy quickly climbed up the guard tower and came to the prison control room, Li Feng looked at Rocket standing in front of the control door with a confused look. Li Feng did not see how Rocket operated it, and the door of the control room was opened instantly. Li Feng looked at Rocket expressionlessly and wanted to ask in his heart, "Brother, have you, who can open locks in minutes, registered with the public security?" In the control room, the prison guard saw a group of gangsters standing outside the door with either murderous intent or stupidity, and was immediately scared to show a smile that was uglier than crying, and raised his hands to indicate that he had no weapons, and begged for mercy. Groot didn't care whether the other party begged for mercy or not. He only knew that it was this idiot who gave the fire order just now. He was so angry that he stretched out his 40-meter long hand and pulled the other party out of the control room. "Little guy, don't you know that Groot holds grudges?" Li Feng ignored the prison guards who were secretly glad that he was still alive and walked into the control room last. Entering the control room, Li Feng kept a tight poker face, recalled Chrono's personality, looked around, and walked to the corner with his arms folded silently to watch the big show. It's a pity that there is no popcorn. This is the best view of the whole scene. While Li Feng was silently complaining, he saw Drax standing behind Gamora stupidly, not knowing whether he wanted to monitor Gamora intentionally or sincerely. As an assassin, Gamora hates people standing behind her the most, especially those who suddenly appear behind her, which makes her feel uncomfortable and insecure. But before Gamora could say the warning words, "Don't stand behind me," she heard Drax said arrogantly, "Woman, don't look at me with sinful eyes." Gamora's mouth twitched. Considering that Drax's race is a well-known stubborn tribe in the universe, and the other party is tall and strong, and beats people at the slightest disagreement, she could only complain helplessly in her heart. When was my eyes judged as sin? Or is it that people like me are already full of sin? What is my saliva? Is it a source of sin pollution? Believe it or not, I will spit some saliva on you, so that your whole body will be polluted by sin. And what will you do to avoid being polluted? Peel off your pink skin? Gamora, who didn't want to provoke Drax, glared at him, and turned to look at Quill, saying unhappily, "Why is this guy here?" Quill squinted and said, "We promised him to stay with you until he kills your boss. I'm a man of my word." Seeing Gamora's expression of "I don't trust you," Quill paused, sighed sadly, and said with deep resentment, "How dare I not agree to him? He will really dare to kill me." Gamora rolled her eyes and pointed at Li Feng and asked, "Who is he?" Quill shook her head blankly, indicating that she didn't know. "I thought he was your lover." Gamora squinted and looked at Li Feng. On the side, Drax, who had gotten a lot of free meals in Klin Prison, knew Li Feng's identity, but he was very puzzled. Didn't they say that Chrono was not sociable and liked to squat in the corner and play by himself? "Chrono, why aren't you sitting in the corner today? What do you want to do?" Drax asked with his head tilted. "You are not a beauty. What do you mean by asking me what I'm doing?" Li Feng looked up and looked around at everyone indifferently and said in a cold tone, "Prison can't make money." Drax was a little confused. After thinking for a few seconds, he looked at Quill and asked, "What does Chrono mean? You don't understand this? You are not the stubborn people, but the people with no stubborn people." Quill rolled his eyes and explained kindly, "This inmate means that he wants to make money, but he has no job and no income in prison, so he wants to leave here with us and go out to the outside world to make a lot of money." By the way, Quill turned his head to look at Li Feng's pocket and asked, "Sir, do you have money to buy a boat ticket? I'm not a philanthropist and I won't help you for free." Before Li Feng said anything, Drax, who had a slow reaction arc, nodded suddenly to indicate that he understood what Chrono wanted to do, and complained in his heart, "Chrono, why don't you just say that you want to leave Clan prison? Why are you talking about making money or not?" Quill and Gamora covered their faces and looked at each other, exchanging glances. Is there any hope for this fool? No, give up. You may not be able to regain your wisdom, even if you are reborn. Just as the two of them sympathized with Drax with their eyes full of care for the mentally retarded, Rocket, who was squatting in front of the control console, operated fiercely and shut down the gravity system of Klin prison in minutes, except for the control room where Feng and others were. Question: what are the consequences of a prison floating in space losing gravity? Just look at the prison guards who have become free floaters nearby. The poor kids, let alone using weapons to subdue Rocket and others, can only ensure that they don't float upside down. Then, the control room, where everyone was also floating in the air because the prison lost gravity. Seeing this, Rocket excitedly lay on the control console to operate, took over several nearby flying robots and let them fly under the control room, and use the propulsion of the flying robots to control the control room to fly towards the warehouse where personal belongings were stored. After a thrilling flight journey, the control room landed safely in the warehouse. After climbing out of the control cabin, several people quickly retrieved their personal belongings. Even Feng pretended to look for Chrono's personal belongings according to his memory. Just as Feng put on some daggers, throwing knives, poisons and other items according to his memory, Gamora saw that Quill was a little slow and reminded him, "Take the cosmic spirit ball and leave quickly." "I want to, but I can't find my recorder and tapes. They are what my mother left for me." Quill searched the bag and said quickly, wait a minute. "What?" Gamora said unhappily. After confirming that the recorder and tapes were missing, Quill quietly hid the cosmic spirit ball in his pocket and said angrily, "The bad boy didn't put my things back." "What didn't he put back?" Gamora asked subconsciously. Just when she was about to remind Quill that he was racing against time to escape, she saw Quill handing her the spaceship key and luggage and said, "Help me get the luggage on the spaceship. I'll be back soon." Gamora was a little confused. The cosmic spirit ball that could bring a better life was still there. What treasure was Quill still thinking about? "Can't you buy it when you have money?" But Quill didn't want to explain anything. He put on his equipment while running back to the prison, as if he was going to take back his treasure by force. As for whether Rocket and others would leave in the spaceship, Quill said he was not worried at all. The most valuable cosmic spirit orb was with him, and he hadn't boarded the ship yet, the second most valuable thing. Given Rocket and Groot's greedy character, Quill was 100% sure that they would wait for him to board the ship. Seeing this, Gamora left with full steps, saying that she had no choice but to run to the spaceship with Quill's luggage. Running onto the spaceship, Gamora glanced at Feng who was squatting in the corner, making her feel inexplicably dangerous, and hurriedly shouted, "Speed the boat, speed up the boat." Rocket saw that there was only Gamora, but the bounty hunter was not there, and bared his teeth and shouted, "Where is Quill? That's my 40,000 bounty. He will meet up with us." Gamora said, "Let's leave the prison first. If the spaceship continues to stay here, it will be shot into a sieve by artillery fire." "What you said makes sense, but between my 40,000 life and the bounty," Rocket decisively chose his life and skillfully lay on the operating table to fly the spaceship out of the prison. Just after flying into space, Rocket asked the 40,000 reluctant Rocket, "How is he going to join us?" With a little helplessness, Gamora replied, "We are not familiar enough to tell me everything. The cosmic orb is worth 4 billion, and Quill is worth 40,000. Rocket hesitated for a while and said, "Do whatever you want. I won't wait here for that unlucky guy. By the way, the cosmic orb is in your hands." "In my hands." Gamora answered Rocket's question and excitedly opened the luggage bag to search for the cosmic orb. After a few seconds, Gamora gradually restrained her expression. There was no trace of the cosmic orb in the luggage bag. "Damn, the cosmic orb is still in Quill's hands," Gamora said in astonishment. Rocket's face turned pale when he heard that 4 billion flew away. He immediately snatched the luggage bag and searched for it himself. Seeing that he had turned the luggage bag upside down but still couldn't find the cosmic orb, Rocket threw the luggage bag to the ground and roared, "Damn thief. Time passed by minute, just when the prison had dealt with the prisoners and was about to look at the spaceship. Rocket, who was worried that his life was over, gritted his teeth, stomped his feet, and shouted, "If we don't leave, the prison's artillery will blow us to pieces." "No," Gamora roared firmly, "we won't leave until we get the cosmic orb." While roaring, Gamora added in her heart, "That's related to whether I can avoid Thanos funds in my next life." Rocket was unconvinced and said, "We should leave first, prepare our equipment, and then go back to Krillin prison to get back the 4 billion. As soon as Rocket finished shouting, Drax, who was sitting quietly beside him, suddenly found Quill and said in surprise, "He's here." Rocket and Gamora were stunned. They followed Drax's gaze and saw Quill, who was wearing a portable spacesuit and flying quickly towards the spaceship. A few minutes later, Quill got into the spaceship. Drax couldn't help but praise him. "You are so brave to break into the prison alone. You are a capable ally who can fight Ronan together." After a pause, Drax asked curiously, "My good friend, what important things are you looking for?" Quill said nothing and handed the recorder and tape to Drax with a serious face. Seeing this, Gamora on the side didn't know how to express her feelings. She could only sigh helplessly. "This idiot is hopeless. Just to snatch back antiques that have been eliminated for who knows how many years." Drax blinked in confusion and said bluntly, "You are so stupid." Drax, who is recognized as having no IQ, complained about stupid, which shows how stupid Quill is. Everyone in the spaceship thought, except for Feng, he knew what the recorder and tape represented. He silently glanced at the back of Quill, who was a little happy, and said sadly, "You still have a recorder and tapes, but I have nothing." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.